Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Come on!
That's too much, man!
What?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
What now?
Drama.
I'm staying in the race.
Don't even play.
Your name, please?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
It's science. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
It's a great day. For being sad.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Could you drum up?
Give me a joke. Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Consequences.
That's hot.
I see that you know your judo.
It's science.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Precision of language. Please.
Winter is coming.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Close it up just like my wife's vagina.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
China. China. Have to have my China. I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well,
we are again. Floating away between this little ball we call Earth and the rest of space. So much for us to do tonight, so much for us to see. Guess we better get right to it. As always, safety first. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, as some amount of turbulence is expected on this flight through the abyss. Well, look who we've got here. Moa Noep, Tracy, Eva, and Aaron W123 in the YouTube chat. We also see Del Sol Verde, Hermit Horologist, Donald James X, and Atticus Among Us, D Cypher, My Dogs Are Goth, and PB. Great to see all of you people here already. Oh, and Becat. Well, it's been a busy week already. Is it only Tuesday? I feel feel like it should already be the weekend. The amount of stories that have gone past my desk here is shocking. It does not feel like it's only been 48 hours of a week. Well, I guess Sunday counts. I'm not counting Sunday. It's not part of the news week, the newscasting week. All right, where do we start? Ah, yes, of course. We know where to start. As usual, that place we're all so familiar with, even if we don't want to be. The United States of America.
So hot right now.
Yay! Guess who got approved in the Senate? One former Florida AG, Pam Bondi. I think it was 52 to 46. There must have been 2 no votes. Not that it would have changed anything. But yeah, this lady right here is now going to be the head of the Department of Justice, in charge of making sure the crimes, all the crimes, get prosecuted.
Mr. Sheehy,
There you go. I figured I'd start you off easy, right? You know, we all kind of knew this, I think, was going to happen. There has not been a whole lot of pushback from Republicans, which, you know, does at least put all of this on them. But no real sense of resistance coming from Republicans on almost any of the nominees. There's been some very symbolic stuff done, from what I can tell. You know, Suzanne Collins. What's her name? Lisa Murkowski. Joni Ernst for like 3 seconds about Pete Hegseth. But beyond that, we've heard not a peep. In fact, all we've heard is praise of the nominees so far, and so far, not a single one has been rejected. Now, J.D. Vance did have to stick his neck out a couple of times. Once for Pete Hegseth, and the other time for, who was it? Who else did he have to vote for already? I'm trying. Anybody remember this now? I'm blanking. Point is, a lot of political capital has already been used to get this done. Zero bipartisanship on the matter, really. Well, no. So, one of them, at least one of them, got some votes, some extra Democrat folks in there. So I take that back. Not completely lacking bipartisanship. There, Just mostly partisan votes. Now, if there were someone to prosecute over all of this horror that we've been seeing relating to air travel in the United States over the first 2 weeks of Donald Trump's presidency, Pam Bondi would be the person to probably do the prosecuting. Most definitely, or at least her office would be. Speaking of that, let's talk a little bit about some air travel related stuff here.
A critical aviation warning system that experienced a shutdown over the weekend is back up and running.
Oh shit.
The Federal Aviation Administration's Notice to Air Missions system allows pilots to download flight details before flying. This system is distinct from air traffic control, which maintains safe distances between aircraft. The system had gone down over the weekend, but officials implemented a backup. The system itself, which the Transportation Secretary called old, has gone down before. An outage in January of last year briefly halted all U.S. flights.
I wonder if having to hire a bunch of new people because of getting rid of workplace non-discrimination type stuff like DEI, buying people out of their federal jobs, I wonder if that's going to affect having the funds to update this quote-unquote old FAA system. I wonder. Oh. If I were a betting man, I would say it would not improve the likelihood that happens. Now, the recovery efforts are still going on from these two crashes. Let's go to this DC crash site.
Throughout the day, we've had some success. The first of the two engines was removed at about 10 o'clock this morning. Shortly after that, about noon, we had the fuselage out of the water. And then about 2:30 this afternoon, we began our salvage operations to begin to bring the wing out of the water.
As of this update, we have positively identified 55 sets of remains. During recovery and salvage operations today, additional human remains were located. These remains, as well as remains that have been recovered previously, are in the process of being positively identified by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the District of Columbia.
Our goal for tomorrow, based on the reduced timeline and the environmental conditions, is the cockpit, and we equally think we're going to be successful.
Well, there you go. There you go, chat. You have 23 likes already. Wow, that's quick. That's very quick. Alright, well, I guess it's my job to make sure you get proper amounts of emotional support. Fairly certain that falls under my purview. 8 and 11. I think I know who that is. Alright. Anyway. So yeah, Pam Bondi would be the person to prosecute if there were any people to prosecute over these two crashes. I'm not suggesting there is, I'm just saying theoretically. We also talked about how the FAA system, at least parts of it, are needing to be replaced due to being old. But instead of, you know, focusing on that, what just happened to my mouse? Oh my god. Okay, there we go. But instead of directing funds to deal with that, federal government cut off funds and started firing workers they're going to need to replace to make sure that things, you know, function properly, right? So we don't have random crashes over, you know, over U.S. airspace in general, I would say, is probably actually, that's the optimum result from all of that, right? But, you know, I am fairly certain, even though they have reversed those, that there still, it was really just a test run. If anything, it was a, to see if they could, if they could do it, and what the result would be. They're just playing chicken. They'll probably try and freeze more federal funds any day now. On what? I don't know. I assume they'll probably look at the data and see what they maybe might be able to get away with. But even that very, very short freeze of federal funds caused chaos across the goddamn United States for all sorts of people. Let's see some of the on-the-ground reactions. Here's the AP in Houston. AP archive, 5 hours ago.
With the uncertainty that is going on right now, we have commitment to our seniors.
Why is this so quiet?
And we decided that we're going to continue business usual. Our operation has not been affected. We didn't alter, we didn't change. We continued delivering the meals and care for the seniors that we have been, given the great chance to care for them.
So yeah, if you didn't quite catch who that guy was, he was a representative from a Meals on Wheels center in Texas that services this entire area around the Houston, what do you call it, metro region, right? And the funding for this is completely reliant on federal funding. In fact, federal funding doesn't do enough, so they have to turn to private funding. I think he mentioned that.
The bulk of what we do coming from federal sources, but we have to supplement every dollar we get. We have to supplement it with 30% from private donations. We are not scaling back on any of our operations. We're going to continue serving the seniors we are serving as business usual. When it comes, are there any ramifications for this? Simply, we hope not, but we don't know.
There you go, directly from somebody who is directly responsible for making sure I would assume, considering the area, tens of thousands, maybe more, Houston residents, elderly people mostly, and now they're going to be missing 70% of their funds. Because like you heard of me, 30% of their funds still have to come from private donations, right? So 70% of the funds is coming from the U.S. government, 30% is coming from that. And that's just enough for them to get through what they're doing. So they're going to have to try and find either more funding one way or another, or somebody might not get a meal somewhere. They needed it. Still the winter time, not a good time to be going without food. Now here are some of the people, some of the recipients of that aid. Another AP archive. This is from a few hours ago.
There you go. You're welcome.
Panic. Absolute panic, stress. This is sometimes my only meal of the day. So it's really, really important to me. Now, Ryan, if he's home, he'll unpack it. Ryan will unpack it. My son died, and then I have a son with Down syndrome, so sometimes they're the people that show up and ask how I'm doing and check in on me. I am shaking over. Look at it. I'm shaking over losing the Meals on Wheels.
I know Metro is backing us through the end of February. Yeah, I know you do. And through the month of February, there's no worry, and we're going to figure something out. Well, we're here, and as we learn info, we will share that with you. We're going to be very transparent. So,
well, thank you. I don't think people realize that how stressful it is just not to have food taken away from you, that you depend.
Yeah, or to have some sort of looming threat of having no food in the future. Having some sort of date on the calendar when you're going to run out of food. Oh, God. There's been times where I've been concerned about things like that. But you know who does not have any problems worrying about that whatsoever? Bill Gates, who got a tiny little biopic here on BBC earlier today. Title of this one is Bill Gates, quote unquote, I've given away $100 billion, but I've still got more to give. Okay, Bill.
What shaped a brilliant but rebellious and challenging child to become one of the tech pioneers of our age? We're meeting Bill Gates and his sisters Christy and Libby on a visit to their childhood home in Seattle to find out.
It's a very nice view.
It was from here that young Bill first got access to early computers.
My room is down here.
Resorting to extreme measures behind his parents' backs.
At night, I could sneak out, go up, use the computer, and then sneak back in without them knowing.
Do you think you could still do it?
Well, it's not that hard.
Oh my.
It's not hard at all.
That's it, he's out. And he's off to find a computer. That's amazing.
That obsession with computers later led him to set up Microsoft with school friend Paul Allen. Now he worries about children's obsession with social media.
I think this idea of holding kids back until, say, age 16, which, apparently Australia is going to try to do that. I think it'll be fascinating to see if that's beneficial. I think there's a good chance that that's a smart thing.
Did you used to play Hearts, I think is in the book?
A lot of Hearts.
When they were children, there were games of cards with their grandmother. Gates credits her with teaching him how to outsmart the competition. In his new memoir, Source Code, he reveals he believes these days he'd probably be diagnosed on the autism spectrum.
He was really nice. He was really different than me.
He was not a normal kid. He would sit in his room and chew pencils down to the lead, which...
Good for you.
The modern-day tech bros have been courting Donald Trump, but Gates has too. He had a 3-hour dinner with the president ahead of the inauguration.
If you want the U.S. government to be your partner in saving lives or whatever, you're probably wise to take that opportunity.
I love that. That's the way that all billionaires think, right? They see themselves as being able to partner with the U.S. government as equals because they're so wealthy and so powerful, control the wheels, gears of industry. That's how they view it. It's just a game. Let's partner up in this game.
So you're not cynical about their motives?
You can be cynical.
He's not impressed with Trump's pick for Health Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who denies he's anti-vax but has repeated debunked claims about vaccine
So
harms.
glad we have Bill Gates' permission to be
saving
cynical.
Millions of lives. He is misleading people about that.
That riles a man who's made it his mission to give away his fortune to combat preventable diseases. He tells me alongside philanthropist Warren Buffett.
Why not just, instead of giving money to specific causes, of course he gets tax benefits for everything that it's not as if he doesn't get anything back from these sorts of things, right? It's just not, aside from the tax benefits that billionaires get from philanthropy, right? Rather than funding institutions, in our country, right? He picks and chooses what winners and losers, right? Which we have the government for, right? The government, that's what it's set up for, is to figure out who needs help, right? And rather than, lobbying Congress to get rid of Citizens United or things like that. Rather than, I don't know, do you get what I'm saying here? Rather than using that money to affect like policy changes, right? Like if you're so serious about it, like maybe do that or whatever, right? To have taxes on billionaires raised by, you know, massive portions. But it's just, that's not what's happening, right? Citizens United's still here. He could have spent his fortune trying to get rid of that because we know that it's detrimental to democracy. But he'd prefer, you know, he still prefers the oligarchy the same way Elon Musk does. He just happens to have a more leftist view of the world. But that leftist view of the world includes him still having an immense. So how can it can't even really be called? It's just in terms of like some social issues that he has, you know, front facing, like supported, right? He still sees himself as a lord among you know, among peons, right?
His foundation has now spent billions.
How much do you think you've given away?
I've given over 100 billion, but I still have more to give.
A boy with the skills, hyper-focus and
He's not a boy anymore. He's in, I think, at least his late 60s, if not early 70s. I don't know exactly how old Bill is, but he's old. Stop talking about him being a boy. He's an old billionaire with immense power. He says, I still have more to give. We don't get rid of tax benefits for philanthropy. The people like me and, you know, Yale and Harvard and all these other sorts of institutions take advantage of. That's what I feel like that story was about. It's like, don't forget about the good billionaires. Speaking of billionaires, guess who Donald Trump decided to help recently? Any guesses?
Follow the rich white man.
Next, this is an executive order. Discharges your Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and your Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, to begin a process that will hopefully result in the creation.
Before he gets to signing this, let's all remember that Scott Bessent, Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary, is a hedge fund manager. Former Soros hedge fund manager, and now manages his own hedge fund, which he got $1 billion in seed money from George Soros. I love how you can call something $1 billion seed money. It's just a mere seed, $1 billion. And yeah, Key Square Group. I don't know if he's even divested himself from that. I don't think any of Trump's. I don't think he's divested himself from anything. Does that? So, who knows? I need to look into that actually.
An American sovereign wealth fund.
It's a very exciting event. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, which we've never had. We have a lot of things that create wealth, and you're seeing that over the last 2 weeks. I think we've created more wealth. Other people have created de-wealth, the people, my predecessors. We're creating a lot of wealth. Scott, maybe you'd like to say something about it, and I'd ask also Howard to say something about it.
Yes, sir. This is very exciting. We're going to stand this thing up within the next 12 months. We're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people.
Monetize the asset side? Monetize the asset side of the U.S. What? Dude, what is he talking about? Of the U.S. balance sheet? What does he mean?
We're going to stand this thing up within the next 12 months. We're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American.
Now, I don't know exactly what he means, and I believe that what he's trying to say in a very convoluted way. I'm not sure if this is the case, but I think somehow leveraging assets on the books of the U.S. Treasury, like bonds, and it's mostly bonds. Somehow leveraging those, I don't know how, what he would, or who would give the U.S. government a loan against them. And maybe I'm just misunderstanding what the fuck he's saying. But it sounds like he wants to use because what else would assets on our books even refer to aside from those? Because that's sort of the bulk of what my understanding is of the asset available for the Treasury to tap into. I don't know where they're going to get the loan money from, who would loan against these assets, but then use those assets to establish a quote-unquote sovereign wealth fund, which is just the U.S. government buying up stocks, which will just inflate the stock prices of Warren Buffett's, Berkshire Hathaway, this guy's own hedge fund, right? I'm sure that his multi-billion-dollar hedge fund, Key Square Group, probably owns a few stocks. So his stocks will go up when the U.S. government goes in and buys them. I'm still don't quote me on this. At least I'm just opining on what it is. I only heard about this earlier this evening, and am still trying to understand what he means by all this. In terms of how the U.S. government's planning to buy stocks, which is exactly what we're talking about here. Which is just insane. Continues to feed the bubble that already exists in our stock market, and doing it in some seems like a very convoluted way.
We're going to put the assets to work, and I think it's going to be very exciting. We're going to study best practices that's done around the world. It'll be a combination of liquid assets that we have in this country as we work to bring them out for the American people.
The extraordinary size and scale of the U.S. government and the business it does with companies should create value for American citizens. If we are going to buy 2 billion COVID vaccines, maybe we should have some warrants and some...
So, the only other thing I can think of, right, aside from somehow leveraging the securities on the books, like bonds, which is the majority of the securities that are owned. We started buying up our own bonds and holding them in the Treasury around 2009, right? When we started doing quantitative easing for the first time. That's really, I think, the first time the Treasury started owning its own bonds, right? And that was for financial manipulation. And to lower, interest rates artificially. But the only other thing that they could use, aside from those bonds, is some sort of leveraged asset, right? They could liquidate those out, right? But when he says liquid, already liquid, he's talking about tax dollars. He's just talking about, whatever surplus in tax dollars there exists, or just any cash in the Treasury. Not even if it's a surplus. He just means cash on hand for the U.S. fucking Treasury. That's what it's basically. Those are the two options. Okay, it's any securities, and by securities that means long dated and short dated U.S. Treasuries and some bonds of companies. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what bond companies are there. And technically, the Treasury also holds U.S. student loan debt, right? But then essentially, to leverage that, you're essentially leveraging the expectation that people will continue to pay their loans to some other foreign bank, or I don't even know what the fuck this all means. It's insanity.
In these companies and have that grow for the help of the American people. So I bring all these things together. I think Scott and I will create an amazing.
And what's most insane about this? What's most insane about all of this? You got a guy on your left in Scott Bessent who runs a fucking hedge fund talking about buying up stocks, getting the U.S. government to inflate stock prices. You got a guy in the middle who's not only got investments in things, he owns the majority shares in a public company. You got Elon Musk, who's not here for the meeting right now, and actually Lee Zeldin, doesn't he own, or isn't he like a CEO of an oil company? I can't remember what his thing is, but forgetting Lee, Elon Musk owns multiple public companies and parts of public companies, and we're talking about doing all of this shit, like, to enrich the guys who just got into office, basically. It's insane. It is insane, but who could have expected anything less from these these plutocrats? I mean, honestly, I did. I actually did expect some less insanity. At least 10% less insanity. These last 2 weeks have been fucking crazy. And this is wild.
For you, sir. So other countries have sovereign wealth funds, and they're much smaller countries, and they're not the United States. We have tremendous potential in this country, tremendous. You're
Well, it's not Lee
what's
Zeldin.
happened
That's
in
the other
just in a
guy.
short
God
period
damn it.
of
What's
time.
this dude's name?
And as an example, TikTok, we're going to be doing something
That's not
perhaps
Lee
with
Zeldin.
TikTok.
What is this
and
idiot's
perhaps
name?
not. If we make the right deal, we'll do it. Otherwise, we won't.
Somebody.
But I have the right to do that.
Sorry, I'm distracted right now. Somebody tell me in chat who this guy's name is. I thought it was Lee, but it's just a different bald white guy in the Trump administration here. What the fuck? Anybody? Why can't I think of this dude's name?
Funds, and they're much smaller countries, and they're not the United States. We have tremendous potential in this country, tremendous. You're seeing that, what's happened just in a short period of time. And as an example, TikTok, we're going to be doing something perhaps with TikTok, and perhaps not. If we make the right deal, we'll do it. Otherwise, we
Lutnick.
won't.
It's Howard
But I
Lutnick.
have the right to do that, and we
I figured
might
it
put
out.
that in the sovereign wealth fund, whatever we.
I figured it out. Sorry, I need to hear this again. I'm sorry, people. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Oh my god. So, I had a feeling this room is filled with the richest men on the planet. Some of the richest men. Howard Lutnick worked for Cantor. He's the head of, I don't know. He's still listed as the chairman and CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, but is also Donald Trump's current nominee for the Secretary of Commerce. And if you don't know, Cantor Fitzgerald is a private equity and prime brokerage. They are involved in like real estate and gaming technology. They're a financial services company. So you got Scott Bessent, former Soros, now owner of and manager of a hedge fund, who has clear, obvious conflicts of interest to want one thing to happen, and that would be the wealth of the smallest portion of our country to become even wealthier. You got a guy in the middle, Donald Trump, owns a public company, DJT, as well as his own little currencies, right? And you got Howard Lutnick, a guy who is the chairman and CEO of another financial institution, all rewarding themselves. Play. God damn it. What is happening?
Wealth funds, and they're much smaller countries, and they're not the United States. We have tremendous potential in this country, tremendous. You're seeing that, what's happened just in a short period of time. And as an example, TikTok, we're going to be doing something perhaps with TikTok, and perhaps not. If we make the right deal, we'll do it. Otherwise, we won't. But I have the right to do that, and we might put that in the sovereign wealth fund, whatever we make, or if we do a partnership with very wealthy people, a lot of options, but we could put that as an example in the fund, and we have a lot of other things that we could put in the fund. And I think in a short period of time, we'd have one of the biggest funds, and some of them are pretty large, I must tell you. Some of the Saudi Arabia fund is on the large side, but eventually we'll catch it. But we're going to create a lot of wealth for the fund, and I think it's about time that this country had a sovereign wealth fund, and these two gentlemen and some others are going to work with them very closely, and they'll be heading it up, and they're going to do a great job. Two highly respected people.
Wow. Just wow. I don't even know what to say. Like I knew this administration was going to come with corruption. That was clear. But when you have people not divesting themselves of their financial interests and then taking control of the reins of the federal government, then using those reins to enrich themselves in broad daylight, it is utterly, I mean, like, I'm just, you know? Is someone's birthday in chat? Rude Interplanet Janet's birthday. Happy birthday. Well, let's see here. Now, we already talked about how Pam Bondi made it through the Senate nomination process. And it would seem, like I said, I think over the weekend, Tulsi Gabbard would almost definitely get through her Senate nomination process. And she has now, according to Forbes breaking news as of 5 hours ago, won the backing of a important Republican senator in this process, one Suzanne Collins.
I just put out a statement explaining my reasoning after extensive consideration, conversations with her in my office, attending the hearing, questioning her there, and listening to her in the closed session. I decided to vote that I will vote for her. I believe she's committed to strengthening.
So this is do some strengthening of that wobble there.
Strengthening our national security, and
isn't it always like whenever Suzanne, she seems like it's getting worse and worse, but whenever she talks, she's got this like warble-y thing, and like her head goes back and forth. How old is this woman at this point? I know she's been in government for fuck long.
I questioned her extensively about her views on Edward Snowden, and I am now satisfied that she will not seek in any way to have him pardoned, which was a question that I answered.
She's been in the Senate for 30 years. My God. Anyway, good old Suzanne Collins came to the defense. Tulsi Gabbard had a little conversation with her in private and said, actually, yeah, she's fine. She's fine. She's 72. Well, it just seems like she just continues to get worse and worse. And she seems very frail. And maybe she needs to get out of office. You're unsubscribing unless I sing for Janet? Wow. Wow. That's a lot. I was planning on playing a birthday song as long as Rude Interplanet Janet was here during the break. I don't want to just stop this middle of the stream to do that. That's crazy. You're crazy.
That's too much, man!
Break is in like an hour? Can we do that? Can we all agree that Janet should stay with us until the break at least, and then we can do the song? Now, all right. Let's stay focused. See, I'm already getting sidetracked here. We'll do birthday celebrations in a moment. But first, while we're talking about Tulsi, as one of the big sort of hang-ups Republicans had over her were things that she had said or not said about Edward Snowden. And a reporter earlier today asked Donald Trump whether or not he would consider pardoning Edward Snowden.
Look at what they've done to a political opponent. Probably got me elected by what they did. Or I think I was doing well anyway, but they might have got me elected. But you know what? We have to have pristine, beautiful, perfect law enforcement. And what we want to do, and Cash is the one to do it. He's the one guy that is going to do it. We have to bring the reputation of the FBI. We have to bring the fact of the FBI back to what it could be. Not even to what it was, even better than it ever was. Because who would have thought that the FBI could have been...
Immediately, if not sooner.
Whoops.
corrupted like they were corrupted. Who would have thought that would have happened? Who would have thought they would have been used to go after, political opponents, essentially, but me being the number one, and so many other things beyond that.
Jesus Christ, he's such a
they've been hurt very badly, and we'll see what
as
happens.
number one victim of the FBI.
Here he's doing very well. Cash will straighten it out. We have great confidence that we can make the FBI great again. Okay, one or two more and we'll be done.
Tulsi Gabbard's nomination is...
Say it?
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, I think Tulsi's going to be doing okay. I'm not sure. I can't guarantee anything, but she's liked by so many people, especially people in the military and law enforcement.
She has a little bit of trouble with some senators over her thoughts on Edward Snowden. I know Snowden, you've mentioned in the past you're thinking about pardoning him. Are you still, and what do you think about that?
No, I don't talk about it right now. I just...
you don't talk to about it.
Some people...
What does that mean? I don't talk to him about it. You don't talk to Edward Snowden about it? Okay. Is that what he said? I think he just changed tacks. He was like, he was going to say, I don't talk to reporters about it. He just doesn't want to. I feel like he's starting in some ways to realize, like, people have been yelling at him about stuff that he says in public enough. Like, he's like in the middle of sentences. He's taking back the things that he is about to say. He's actually, no, I don't know. I can't say.
I know Snowden, you've mentioned in the past you're thinking about pardoning him. Are you still, and what do you think about that?
No, I don't talk about it right now. I just, people feel very differently. Some people think he should be pardoned, and some people think it would be a terrible thing to do.
Many people think lots of things. I don't get involved in presidential pardons. It's not my arena. Wait until somebody tells me what to do. Alright, let's go back to talking about the broligarchy. Billionaire government that we have now. That's a Deo.
Has there ever been a president quite like Donald Trump? Twice impeached, convicted on 34 felony counts, an inciter of insurrection, and yet back in the White House after a 4-year absence. He's the first president since Grover Cleveland in 1892 to win a non-consecutive second term. But Trump would rather compare himself to William McKinley, who came after Cleveland and was a natural businessman, to quote Trump from his inauguration speech on Monday. Now, McKinley, who was a proud American imperialist, assassinated in 1901 and succeeded by Teddy Roosevelt, is set to have his name put back on Mount Denali in just one of a dizzying number of executive orders that Trump made on his first day back in office. Who better to talk about the unprecedented historical moment that Americans find themselves in than a historian who's made a name for herself as a prolific writer on Substack, where she has over 1 million followers, for her nightly Letter from an American. She's also a professor and a best-selling author who interviewed President Biden twice. Heather Cox Richardson joins me now. Thank you so much, Heather, for joining me on Mayor the Unfiltered.
It's such a pleasure to be here.
So, looking back, Heather, on all of the inaugurations you have watched in your life, not just as a professor and a historian, but in your entire life, where does Mondays stand in comparison? How does it compare to other American presidential inaugurations?
It's really different in one very obvious way, and that is that usually an inauguration speech is designed to bring the country together and to put behind the rancor of the campaign that came before it. And of course, Trump didn't do that. He doubled down on what he did during the campaign. I thought that was interesting. I thought more interesting was what happened immediately after that when he spoke to a smaller group of his followers in an adjoining room to where he had given that speech in the rotunda, in the same place where the people who had supported him in 2021 tried to overturn the government.
Illegal.
And in that second speech, it was interesting to me because it was not scripted. It was all over the map. It was off the wall, very hard to follow. And I think more of what we're really grappling with in this new administration than that canned speech that came before.
So, Heather, given he gave that second speech, then he gave another speech at the Capitol Arena, he chatted to journalists, he said a lot of stuff. He did a lot of stuff. He signed a record number of executive orders. You know that Steve Bannon has talked about flooding the zone with shit. Stephen Miller has talked about that being the strategy for the second term. There's a blitz of stuff from birthright citizenship to, all of the other stuff that's going on, the border emergency. What's one thing perhaps stood out to you above everything else that you heard or saw him do since Monday?
Again, what stood out to me was that he doesn't seem to me to be fully on his pins. That is, if you think about I think it's 78 executive orders at this point, they have largely been messaging to his base that he was going to do the sorts of things that he promised to do. Now, if you actually read them, a lot of them are already being challenged. It looks like they really were in many ways signaling. I'm not to suggest here that people aren't going to get hurt by them, but it seems once again that he's trying to bring his professional wrestling performance back to the White House. And, one of the things that's really interesting in this moment is, to me, is that it's very easy to break things. It's much harder to rebuild them. And you can see this, I think, in the January 6th pardons that he delivered, the pardoning of everybody, the blanket pardons. A lot of people voted for Trump with the understanding that he really wasn't going to do the things he said he was going to do, that this was all window dressing.
I don't want
and
reality.
Now he is actually doing them. I think the combination of the fact he is himself seemingly not at the top of his game, and he's delivering things that many people expected would not happen, is going to mean he's going to face a lot of unrest a lot more quickly than a new administration usually does.
Yeah, the number of liberals, progressives who told me during the election campaign, oh, Mehdi, stop taking him literally. He just says this stuff. It's not really going to happen. And here he is on day 2,
Give me a
night
joke.
1, pardoning violent insurrectionists, domestic terrorists, as he said he would, to be fair. He mentioned William McKinley, the 25th president of the United States, very favorably in his inauguration speech. A lot of people don't know McKinley.
All right, we're going to skip past some of the McKinley stuff here. They get into it on on McKinley and how actually McKinley was incredibly unpopular and caused the Republicans at the time to lose practically all of their seats because of how unpopular his tariff policies were.
Many of the ways in which we live, they also determine our public speech. And that is truly frightening.
It is truly frightening, and this is the era we're entering now. And in many ways, it is sui generis, as you point out. America wasn't like America before. There were figures like Musk, but not quite like Musk, and Trump is Trump. And that's where you and I agree a lot. During the first Trump presidency, a lot of people looked to historians, scholars of fascism for context, for history. And this is not a country, let's be honest, Heather, and I say this as an American citizen who's an immigrant from abroad, this is not a country that really studies history very closely or has a long memory. There's a real goldfish tendency to a lot of Americans. So people like yourself and Kevin Cruz and others, and Ruth Ben-Ghiat, a good friend of mine, became very prominent during the Trump era for giving historical context from both other countries and the US, got big followings. And then you got critics as well, as is the nature of things. And some people say they call you Twitterstorians, dismissively, or resistance historians. And the argument against people like yourself, and I wanted to get your response, is that you give Democrats a pass and suggest Donald Trump is an aberration in US history, when in actual fact, he's a product of bipartisan US institutions and of American capitalism. And I just wanted to get, what is your response to people who say that?
Well, first of all, I would not say that he is completely divorced from American history at all. I've argued just the opposite, that he is a continuation of the Republican rhetoric since the 1980s. But I think you're asking a larger question, and that is, there are two larger questions there. The touchstone for me is not partisanship. It's not Democrats or Republicans. It is who is currently a threat to American democracy. And that right now is the Maga party, which I've said repeatedly is not the same thing as traditional Republicans. And that, I can't speak for other historians, but that to me is what's really at stake here, not Republicans or Democrats or independents or any political party.
Democracy
What's
itself.
at stake what's our
democracy itself you're focused on.
Yes, and the principles of our foundational documents. But I think there's a larger question there for the profession, and that is there's two ways to look at what we do as scholars, not as teachers, which I think is a third question. And that is, do you support a political party, which is something that someone like Arthur Schlesinger Jr. insisted was the case, that in fact historians should throw their weight, in his case, with the Democratic Party because that was the wave of the future? Or should you do what somebody like John Hope Franklin argued very, very well, I think, in The Historian? Should you try to identify what historians actually do, which is the patterns of American, in this case, history, to illuminate the present without taking a side necessarily? And people disagree about that, and people who I respect a lot disagree about that. But I'm with John Hope Franklin on that what we do as historians is we say, here are some patterns, and here are the patterns that may or may not have resonance today. And that doesn't suggest that any historian has a monopoly on those. So we have different ways we look at the world. And I would suggest that the more voices we get, not only from history, but also from literature and from art and from music, from American culture, in ways that has tended to be neglected over the last several decades, is really valuable, because people might listen to me and think, oh man, she's nailed that pattern. It's really great. This is the way I should think about the world. And somebody else is going to say, she is completely out to lunch. She has completely missed this issue that is much more important. And neither one of those are necessarily wrong. They need to be in dialogue with each other. And I love that we are now listening to voices again that for so long, just simply were getting no traction at all in popular America. I have to say, well, I laugh a little bit at the idea we got huge followings. Because we still are historians. It is really shocking to me the degree to which so many people who simply paid no attention to history at all before this moment, literally paid no attention to history at all before this moment, are sort of waking up and saying, maybe William McKinley matters. Why does he matter? And that, I think, is very healthy, because until the 1960s, people did read history. They did care about history. They learned quite a bit about it. And I think it really matters.
No disagreement from me on that, for sure. You interviewed President Biden twice, including once last year. And last summer, after that disastrous debate of his, you were one of the people who was saying he didn't need to step aside, and it might be a mistake if he steps aside.
Hey, thanks for the super chat, Nadia. Much appreciated. How is USAID doing? Not good right now, from my understanding.
It was a whole intense debate. We were all involved in it, taking different positions. We've learned recently from the New York Times that Biden's team were keeping negative polls away from him. They were surrounding him with aides, so news cameras wouldn't capture his, quote, awkward bearing when he walked outside. I'm just wondering, given I didn't get a chance to interview the president last year, when you met with him, what was he like? Did you at the time, now looking back with the benefit of hindsight, think, actually, there was an issue with his age or his competence or his health?
No, I didn't at all. And I, again, look at accomplishments. And that administration accomplished extraordinary amounts of stuff. So as I said to somebody, if this is if this is age, give us more of it. What I did see is somebody who has a stutter, and that, a dear friend of mine has quite a serious stutter as well. And so I'm accustomed to listening to that. I think what is one of the issues about talking to historians is that if anybody interpreted what I was saying last year as a defense of Biden, that was a mistake. I think if you look back over, you will see what I was saying was that Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris had managed to nail together a coalition that there's a reason that they were the president and the vice president, and that was going to be extraordinarily hard to replicate. I think Vice President Harris tried to do that by putting Minnesota Governor Tim Walz next to her. But what I said was that when you change a presidential nominee this late in the game, it's very, very difficult to keep that coalition together. And so I recognize that if you got rid of Biden and didn't put Harris in there, you would have completely splintered that coalition. And, you know, in retrospect, of course, there are always things that you can sit back later and say, oh, they could have done this, they could have done that. But in a way, you know, the idea of not replacing him at the very end, you could argue that was justified at this point, because of course she did lose. Or you could say, well, he should have done this, he should have done that. I was just...
Yeah, and I'm going to always be on the side that he should have just stepped out of the race way before. He should not have even done the second run to begin with. He promised to be a one-term president and then changed his mind during his presidency. And, you know, so I just don't think that it was smart for him to do that. And then we could have had an actual democratic process. We could have had a primary. Stuff like that.
Suggesting that if you looked at the few occasions in which we had something like that, Humphrey primarily, you'd have a problem. And people disagreed. And like I say, I'm, you know, that's disagreement's a good thing, I think.
Indeed. And well, I'll come to Humphrey in a second, but it's interesting because, of course, he claims he still would have won, and a lot of us is like, no, you would have lost worse than Harris. And of course, we'll never know.
We don't know.
We'll never know.
We don't know.
The polls suggest that he would have lost much worse than Harris, and we now know that he had much worse than a stutter. But anyways, history is history. That Biden is now history. But I do wonder from the perspective of history, and you mentioned the accomplishments, I get a lot of heat from folks on the left because I did an interview with The Guardian in 2023 when I was promoting my book, and I said he's the most impressive president of my lifetime. People always forget the second line, which is compared to all the rest, which is Ronald Reagan, George Bush, Donald Trump, Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton, not the highest of bars, with the exception of maybe Obama. And I still actually think, despite Gaza, and I think his record on Gaza is shameful, unforgivable, I think Harris did a Humphrey and didn't distance herself from Gaza like he didn't distance himself from Vietnam, another famous counterfactual, what would have happened in '68 if he had thrown LBJ under the bus. But on domestic policy, I will always say Biden was a very strong president, right? I think he screwed up his legacy with the foreign policy. What will historians say about that domestic policy record when it comes to things like the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act? We now have Donald Trump already chest beating, saying infrastructure weeks back, and they're going to take credit for a lot of the economic achievements of Biden. We know that's what he did last time around. Given Jimmy Carter just passed away and got a much more positive reception than many people would have imagined, given how historians talk about his presidency, do you think, Gaza aside, there might be a reevaluation of Joe Biden's domestic policy record as president going forward?
Well, I don't know if it needs to be a reevaluation. I think what he did was earth-shattering in that he took the previous 40 years of neoliberalism and supply-side economics and said, this doesn't work. I'm taking us back to what we did between 1933 and 1981, and I'm going to prove it works. And he did. I think that's why there was such incredible venom directed at him toward those people.
Well, he proved it worked economically. Unfortunately, he didn't prove it worked politically because they lost. That's the problem.
That's where I think that's where I would say that the Biden administration did not measure up to the moment. And I think it was understandable. I think that Biden and his team made the calculation that so long as they produced things that people liked, that people would like that he was staying out of the limelight, that he was trying to work in a bipartisan fashion, that he was trying to heal the country. And what
Yeah, I've been saying it for a while now, that was a miscalculation for them not to, you know, have parades every time that they achieve something for the American people at home. You know, the same way that Republicans do every time that they don't, I mean, they don't even really achieve shit, but whenever something happens, they're out there talking about it before it even happens, and how great it is, and how great of a job they're doing. And when it comes to messaging, they're winning that war. If it even is a war. In some ways, it feels like during the Biden presidency, they conceded the war of press relations.
We learned was what that did is gave room for Donald Trump to be unprecedented in his use of his position as a former president, essentially to run a shadow presidency that was constantly carping on the Biden administration. And one of the things that I don't think we talk about, that enough, because presidents have traditionally backed away after they leave office and let the next president carry on as they wish. Certainly Barack Obama even said he was going to do that with Trump. Go ahead, I'm not going to stand in your way. But that's important. I also think it's really important that the MAGA Republicans were actively working to destroy the government while Biden was trying to build it. And I compared it the other day to Abraham Lincoln trying to deal with the problem of westward expansion, which is actually at the heart of what happens in the middle of the 19th century, while the Confederates are still in the government. I mean, Lincoln had the benefit of the fact those people trying to destroy the United States left. In Biden's case, they stayed. And that required a different approach to politics than the Biden administration put on the table.
Yeah, one of them was Speaker of the House for a while, Kevin McCarthy. Just days after the election, you went on Jon Stewart's podcast, Heather, and you said the following, quote, "What this rejection of the Biden economic plan has shown to future politicians is that there is no upside in trying to invest in ordinary Americans." If that's the case, how do you see Democrats moving forward to win back voters who have rejected them?
Well, first of all, it's worth remembering that Trump did not win 50% of the American voters. More people voted for somebody else than voted for him. I think there's a lot of things that we're going to have to deal with going forward. And not by we, I mean the American people. The democracy, the mechanics of our democracy are badly out of whack. We know that. I mean, the Electoral College is a Supreme Court is a mess. The representation in the House of Representatives, if in fact it were still the way the framers of the Constitution had designed it, we would have more than 1,000 people in the House of Representatives. Those things all need to be on the table. We also have the issue of the fact that we've got a demographic change going on in the country in terms of age, I mean, not only in terms of who are the people here. But one of the things that I expect to see going forward is a much clearer articulation on the part of the Democratic Party of what they stand for and how they are going to implement that. And on the same, by the same token, the MAGA Republicans have articulated what they stand against, and they have articulated the idea that they want to create essentially Christo-fascism and impose it on America through a strong government. That is really unpopular. So either they're going to have to impose that by force, or a new version of the Republican Party, whether it has the name Republican or some different name, is going to have to reach back into its ideology and emerge around that idea. And what that looks like, at least historically, is Republicans beginning in the 50s, began to articulate a world that looks much like what Biden put in place. We invest in people in the bottom, they produce a lot, they support people in the middle, they in turn produce more than they consume, and they support a few industrialists and financiers at the top, who in turn support people at the bottom, hire people at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't think any of that's going to happen. I think that's insane. I do not think that Republicans are going to suddenly grow a conscience over the working class and start rejecting corporate money, start working against corporate interests all of a sudden. I just, where's the evidence for that? I feel like everything that currently exists sort of points away from that. Republican voters have completely turned away themselves from that, right? All of the Republicans who didn't fall in line with the MAGA agenda got lost elections, right? All right, let's talk about USAID.
The billionaire appointed by Donald Trump to shrink the U.S. government said on Monday he aimed to shutter the globe's premier foreign aid agency. Elon Musk, the founder of Tesla and SpaceX and the owner of the X social media platform, gave an update where he said the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, was, quote, beyond repair. USAID is the world's largest single donor. In fiscal year 2023, the U.S. dispersed $72 billion of assistance worldwide on everything from women's health in conflict zones to access to clean water and HIV/AIDS treatments. It was the source of 42% of all humanitarian aid tracked by the United Nations in 2024 and has a staff of more than 10,000 people. Trump has ordered a global freeze on most U.S. foreign aid as part of his America First policy. Field hospitals and Thai refugee camps, landmine clearance in war zones, and drugs to treat millions suffering from diseases are among the programs at risk of elimination. USAID also...
Now, my understanding is that USAID was created under the Kennedy administration back in the 70s, and the... Right? 70s? Something like that. And was essentially a response to Russian influence abroad as a way to bolster the United States' image through this stuff. Now, it does good stuff to some degree, right? It helps people around the world. But it was created as sort of a... what do you call it? It wasn't purely done for the humanitarian effects, right? It also had a goal, right, in terms of pushing American hegemony across the world. So it's
rescue workers to assist when disaster strikes around the globe. Trump has assigned Musk to...
So, I'm not doubting that it does good things. I'm just saying that is it 60s? Thank you. Sorry, whatever it is. I can't remember the year it was started in. What was I saying? But yeah, there's a foreign policy aspect to all of this, right? Sort of a statecraft element.
Federal cost-cutting panel. Speaking broadly about cost reductions, Musk estimated the Trump administration can cut $1 trillion from the U.S. deficit next year. And he asserted that, quote, professional foreign fraud rings are stealing vast sums by masquerading as or creating fake digital U.S. citizens. Musk did not offer any evidence to support his fraud claim or explain how he reached the amount of $1 trillion. Targeting USAID follows on concerns about Musk's access to the U.S. Treasury system, first reported by the New York Times, that sends out more than $6 trillion per year in payments on behalf of federal agencies. That system contains the personal information of millions of Americans who receive Social Security payments, tax refunds, and other money from the government. Democrat Peter Welch, a member of the Senate Finance Committee, called for explanations as to why Musk had been handed access to the payment system and what Welch said included taxpayer-sensitive data. Quote, it's a gross abuse of power by an unelected bureaucrat, and it shows...
Oh, it contains sensitive data. We're going to get into that over this here stream. Because the data, I mean, sure, Musk has data on people who use Twitter, right? What they're focusing on when they're on Twitter, whatever information you gave Twitter when you signed up, and stuff like that, right? Your tweets, your shares, things like that, right? But the data that was just handed over to Elon Musk and his interns is shocking. And Reuters here sort of glazed over it for whatever reason. But we're going to get into it at some point here.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The future of USAID, that's the U.S. Agency for International Development, is uncertain after Elon Musk said President Trump has agreed to shut it down. After a dramatic spat with the USAID senior officials and workers played out over the weekend, early this morning, Musk went on X, the social media platform he owns, and claimed the agency is, quote, beyond repair.
And USAID is a bowl of worms. There is no apple. And when there is no Apple, you've just got to basically get rid of the whole thing.
USAID's website has been down since Saturday. Workers have been instructed not to come to work at the agency's headquarters in Washington, D.C. It's closed today. Hundreds of workers have been reportedly locked out of USAID's computer systems overnight, with dozens more put on leave. This includes the 2 top USAID security officials who were placed on administrative leave on Saturday night after they blocked members of Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, from accessing USAID's classified systems, including personnel files and information about contracts, for example, with Musk's rivals. Since then, 4 members of DOGE have reportedly been granted access to the agency's systems now that the security officials are out of the way. Meanwhile, last week, Reuters reported hundreds of USAID contractors were put on unpaid leave. Some were being terminated after Trump imposed a sweeping freeze on U.S. foreign aid. On Sunday, Elon Musk posted a series of comments on X attacking USAID. He wrote, quote, USAID was a viper's nest of radical left Marxists who hate America. He also said, quote, USAID is a criminal organization. Time for it to die. And, quote, did you know that USAID using your tax dollars funded bioweapon research, including COVID-19, that killed millions of people? Unquote. President Trump weighed in Sunday night.
It's been run by a bunch of radical lunatics, and we're getting them out.
He's basically just repeating Elon's tweets. Radical left lunatics. Want to help people.
Bunch of radical lunatics, and we're getting them out. USAID, run by radical lunatics, and we're getting them out, and then we'll make a decision.
Doctors Without Borders has warned the dismantling of USAID, the U.S. humanitarian aid system, quote, will cause an unmitigated humanitarian disaster affecting millions of the world's most vulnerable people, unquote. Congressional Democrats also raised alarm over Musk's move to access classified material at USAID. New York Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wrote on social media, quote, this is a 5-alarm fire. The people elected Donald Trump to be president, not Elon Musk. Having an unelected billionaire with his own foreign debts and motives raiding U.S. classified information is a grave threat to national security. This should not be a partisan issue, AOC wrote. USAID was established by President John F. Kennedy in 1961. For more, we go to Jeremy Konyndyk, president of Refugees International. He previously worked in several senior positions at USAID. He was most recently USAID's lead official for COVID-19 in the Biden administration. Thanks so much for being with us, Jeremy. Respond to what has taken place as late as just in the last few hours when the workers at the headquarters of USAID were told to stay home, the office closed.
So over the weekend, we have seen a concerted campaign of disinformation about what USAID is, about what USAID does. A total mischaracterization really doesn't cover it. It is outright disinformation. You heard it from Elon Musk in the clips that you played earlier. You know, it bears no relation whatsoever to the reality of what USAID's work has been for 60 plus years. USAID does development and relief programs around the world. It has helped to save 25 million lives from HIV. It has responded to famines and earthquakes. That was the work that I did in part while I was there during the Obama years. It has promoted democracy. You know, what we are seeing instead are, you know, these attacks against it as a sort of corrupt and illegal organization by people who know nothing about it. They are manufacturing these things out of whole cloth. And you know, you have to ask, well, why are they doing this and why are they targeting USAID? Because the stakes here are not just that we lose what USAID has done for American values and interests and has done for the world. What we are losing here is the integrity, really, of the federal government. If they can do this to an independent federal agency that is mandated by Congress, they can really do it anywhere.
So Explain the battle that took place this weekend that led the two top security folks at USAID to be put on leave on Saturday night, and also the kind of information that now that they're removed, Elon Musk, what kind of security clearance does he have? What kind of conflict of interest investigation has been done of him? Background checks to get classified access? And is it true that he's getting information about contracts of his rivals?
So I have not seen any reporting that suggests that Elon Musk has a valid security clearance. Particularly to access the systems that it seems like they were trying to access, which were tapped into the highest level national security networks that the U.S. government has. USAID is a national security agency. It's it conducts foreign policy work, and as such, in its what are called SCIFs, those are the rooms where special compartmentalized information can be stored. It has a couple of SCIFs, as all the national security organizations do, and most staff at USAID.
My question is, what the hell does Elon want with that data, right? Like, I keep trying to figure it out. Like, because, because he has been dabbling in all this sort of governmental stuff, whether it's in the United States or the UK or Germany or elsewhere. He already has affected different things with his satellite company, right? Starlink. Operates in all sorts of places, in war zones. In some circumstances, he's been accused of turning off satellite access on the go-to of one side or another. Doing all sorts of very, very shady shit. Then you also give him all of the data of USAID. And like the only things I can come up with are just full-on like Bond villain, Dr. Evil type shit. What is Elon gonna do with that data aside from try and sell it to the highest bidder or whatever else? Maybe help him somehow in one way or another to just enrich himself further by, how do I even put it? By trading in like human misery.
Go in there and never need to consume that information. When I was working on COVID, I barely went in that room, but it exists. It's there for some of the programs that need it. And Elon, through that, if he has access to that, if his minions on this DOGE group of 20-somethings have access to that, that is some of the most sensitive national security information that the U.S. government possesses. None of them, as far as I have heard, have a valid clearance for that. And I think what you saw or what reported of the two security staff is that they tried, as they are legally required to do, they tried to block people without a valid clearance from breaching classified information. And for that, they were pushed out of the agency. And reportedly, the Trump-appointed chief of staff who had just arrived also resigned over this. So, I mean, that should be a huge alarm bell.
Wow. I did not even hear about that resignation until this story. Rob Scouts with the gifted galactic memberships. Holy cow. Sorely needed gifted memberships. Look at that. Sue Fairy Dust B, Alfredo Gonzalez, Morbidaslo, Forbezilla, and Disco Wolf, all getting some super sweet galactic memberships. Thanks to Rob Scouts. By the way, I think we're like 9 away now from another emote. Honestly, I'm not even sure that's 100%. Because last time I thought that was the case and YouTube didn't give us one. But I think it was just behind because we had lost some members and then we gained members. And it just... I think a lot of this, the YouTube system's like behind by like 24 hours. So it was telling me one thing. We actually had less than I thought. Because unfortunately, the gifted memberships only last 30 days. And not everybody signed up for themselves. They just got one for free. All right. Now, let's see what Chuck Schumer had to say in the Senate earlier today about Elon Musk's
now, Mr. President, before our very eyes,
takeover
unelected
of USAID, as well
now,
as
Mr. President, before our very eyes,
some other stuff.
Unelected shadow government is conducting a hostile takeover of the federal government. Friday night, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, led by billionaire Elon Musk, gained access to the Treasury Department's entire system of payments, including Social Security and Medicare benefits and Americans' tax refunds. I'll say more on this in a moment. But that was not all. This weekend, DOGE staffers also executed what can only be described as an illegal seizure of the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID. We don't know who these DOGE staffers are. We don't know if they have security clearances. We don't know what legal authority they have to access USAID facilities, if any. But we do know a few things. First, we know USAID has been completely ripped apart. Its offices are closed, its contracts have been broken, funding for its programs, which protect American interests around the world, have been halted. And Secretary Rubio said in an interview that he's been named the acting administrator and that they are, quote, reviewing and potentially reorganizing USAID, unquote. But who's he kidding? There's virtually nothing left of USAID to review. Even the life-saving assistance he claims are exempt are not moving. Second, we know shutting down USAID puts American security in danger. USAID programs preserve America's influence in Africa, Asia, and regions across the world. Our humanitarian efforts are critical for fighting Ebola, which is spreading in Uganda right now. It's essential for countering terrorist activity. At the time of soaring egg prices, shutting off USAID programs that fight the global spread of bird flu is utterly asinine. If America retreats from the rest of the world, China will fill the void. Russia's influence will grow. Hatred against the U.S. will keep rising. Our diplomatic influence will disintegrate. Third, we know...
Now, before I let Chuck get too carried away here, I do want to point out that there are other things we could do to improve our... I'm not at all suggesting we cut off aid. What I'm just saying is that I feel like the aid would go further if the concern has anything to do with U.S. Popularity in the world. There are some other options we could do, you know? But, yeah, I was just saying. You know, and maybe in congruence with giving aid, we could also stop funding a genocide in the Middle East, or waging our own wars there. You know, doing all that kind of stuff might help it, because it's not very popular.
Unilaterally closing USAID is illegal. Donald Trump does not have the authority to erase an independent agency created by Congress. Nor can the Department of State absorb USAID, especially because now there's basically nothing left to absorb. We also know this is just the beginning. If DOGE attacks USAID today, then you can be sure they'll move on to another target tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe it'll be the Postal Service, or the IRS, or even the Social Security Administration. They could be next, or maybe our national security agencies. We also know something else. By shutting down USAID, DOGE is doing the work of Russia and China at the expense of the United States. In 2 weeks, DOGE has done more to erode American global influence than Russia and China have been able to accomplish in a long time. For Russian President and Putin ally Dmitry Medvedev even celebrated DOGE's activities online. Russia is elated by what DOGE is doing. Both Russia and China hate the work of USAID because it limits their own influence on the world stage. And now China and Russia have, in effect, their own propaganda machine within the federal government. This is dangerous. This is against America's interests. And President Trump needs to show some leadership and rein in DOGE before it inflicts more harm on America's national security. Finally, DOGE's behavior.
Now, I will point it out again, but of course, that's always been one of the expressed goals of USAID is to spread American interest abroad. And once again, I would say that we could do things to improve our standing alongside aiding impoverished people, starving people, people dealing with things like Ebola, as he mentioned, such as looking to have multilateral sort of relationships diplomatically, you know, working on things. You know, I think it's, you know, why I'm not, you know, I'm not about ending the aid, like I said, but it's just, we can't rely only on that and then go around saying, you know, stuff like,
is part of a troubling pattern of Russian and Chinese communist sympathizers increasing their influence on American foreign policy. A few days ago, Donald Trump named Darren Beattie as acting Undersecretary of State. Mr. Beattie has long been pushed,
Can't even turn your phone off in the Senate, Chuck.
Line on the Uyghur genocide. He has repeated Russia's propaganda on.
Oh my God! You're willing to talk? You're willing to call the Uyghur genocide a genocide, but you're not willing to call what Israel's doing a genocide? He's been. Wow! I am so sick of the hypocrisy from guys like this. The fuck, Chuck?
Ukraine war. He has even advocated that the U.S. make a deal to allow China to take over Taiwan. And now he has one of the most senior positions within the Department of State and oversees a large swath of American diplomatic work. Make no mistake, DOGE's conduct cannot be allowed to stand. Republicans in Congress must join us to take action to restore the rule of law and stop any potential law-breaking by DOGE. DOGE is spreading across the federal government like a virus, and the American people, it's American people who will pay the price when their benefits and payments are taken away.
Yeah, so there was Chuck in the Senate, rightfully criticizing DOGE's involvement in all of these things that it doesn't really have the purview constitutionally to do. But, you know, the Trump administration has come into office and is basically just testing out all of the illegal stuff.
Illegal?
Seeing what sticks, seeing what causes maybe too many problems. But let's keep talking about Elon Musk. Because the details of what's gone on in the last, like, 36 hours, 48 hours maybe, just insane.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The top-ranking career U.S. Treasury Department official, David LeBruck, has been forced out of the agency after he resisted a demand by Elon Musk and his associates at DOGE to gain access to the government's vast payment system, which disperses trillions of dollars in federal payments each year. Trump's new Treasury Secretary, the billionaire Scott Bessent, ended up giving Musk access to the system, which includes sensitive information about taxpayers, Social Security recipients, government contractors, including Musk's rivals. Musk is also accused of waging a takeover at the Office of Personnel Management, where career civil servants have been locked out of computer systems. For more, we're joined by two guests. Waleed Shahid is Democratic strategist. His new piece on Substack is headlined, "Elon Musk is Staging a Coup." Waleed was previously the spokesperson for Justice Democrats and former senior advisor for the campaigns of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Jamal Bowman. We're also joined in Washington, D.C. by Lindsay Owens, executive director of the Groundwork Collaborative, who says there are several reasons Musk wants to control Treasury payments. None of them are good. Okay. Waleed Shahid, let's begin with you. What do you mean that Elon Musk is staging a coup?
So if this story was taking place somewhere in Central Asia or in Africa, the United States media, the United States State Department, international institutions would likely refer to this as a coup. A billionaire industrialist who donated $300 million to a campaign is installing his personal loyalists in key parts of the federal bureaucracy. This is essentially Viktor Orban's playbook. And we need to know, why does a billionaire industrialist with millions in government contracts, military contracts for his private companies need the social security numbers of every American, needs to know what every single check that the US government gives out to businesses, to charities? Why does this billionaire need to know this information? He was not vetted or approved by the US Senate. He has a history of corruption for using public resources for private gain. He's one of the wealthiest men in the world, and in any other situation, this would be called state capture, and people around the world would be condemning it. But in the United States, we are not used to this kind of level of creeping authoritarianism, of plutocracy, of oligarchy so explicit. And we need to, this is as representative.
Hey, thanks for the super chat, Nadia. Schumer's speech admitted USAID is a spy agency. I don't think I heard any of that in there. Did listen to the whole speech originally, even though we didn't listen to the whole thing. I don't think he actually said that. I mean, it's always been the expressed intent of USAID, like I mentioned, to be pushing U.S. interests abroad. I'm not sure that counts as being a spy agency. Might be going a step too far.
Cortez said last night, this is a 5-alarm fire. Senate Democrats need to be communicating to the American people. And last night there was a call by Indivisible Action for people to visit their senators and call for them to grind the Senate to a halt, to call for investigations, and to know, why does Elon Musk need to know this information? Why is he showing up on Saturday to the offices of the federal government demanding the private information of citizens all around the country?
Well, Lindsay Owens, you say none of the reasons are good. Lay those out.
Yeah, absolutely. So for most Americans, this is the first time that they've ever heard of the Treasury payment system. So what is the Treasury payment system? This is effectively the piece of the federal government that cuts the checks. And they cut a lot of checks. This is $6 trillion a year. Money that goes to individuals as Social Security payments for seniors. Money that goes for organizations like Meals on Wheels to deliver lunches, foreign aid, as well as the funding that the government sets aside for key programs, paying its debts, making sure that we don't breach the debt ceiling and default on our obligations. So this is really unprecedented that Elon Musk has grabbed control of the keys of $6 trillion in payments infrastructure. There are a few reasons this could be happening. The first is, as your viewers know, last week, President Trump tried to end federal spending, just stop federal payments altogether. This was so outrageous and in violation of the Constitution that the courts intervened and said that he couldn't do that. What may be happening here is that Musk may be doing an end run around the courts, going straight to the source so that he can continue to stop those payments that the courts said needed to keep staying online. The second thing that may be happening here is this could just be a good old-fashioned cyber attack. Elon Musk could be interested in the Social Security numbers, the tax ID numbers of tens of millions of Americans. We know that he has partnered with Visa and is considering spinning out a payment system of his own. What we may have here is Elon Musk's attempt to get the private information for his own financial gain. The other thing that is...
Yeah, that should be disturbing to every single person here. Right, this is what I was talking about before. Elon Musk already has a bunch of your data, right? Much of, many people in the United States have at one time or another used Facebook, not Facebook, or Twitter, right? I'm sorry, I meant Twitter, right? Or X. And so he's already got some aggregation of your data, right? In terms of maybe your name, maybe your interests, what sort of posts you scroll through, what sort of posts you look at. From that, they might be able to glean something, right, about who you are. But then add in having access to all of your other very private information, right? He's completed the set, right? Now he's got your tax IDs, your social security number, right? How much you've paid in taxes, you know, anything. And you can, a guy with clearly political motives and financial motives now has access to all of that stuff to do whatever it is he may decide to do privately with his, you know, his companies. Because it's not just X that he owns, right? He owns all sorts of other stuff. Maybe he figures out, oh, these people in this area, you know, are you know, Democrats, or they don't pay a lot in taxes, or both, and they're all in this one area. Maybe he uses that as a way to pressure them out of their home so that he can put up a new Tesla plant or a new SpaceX launch site, right? Any of those. So again, there's so many, I can't even, you know, there's so many circumstances in which a man with as much money, the richest man on the planet, having access to all of the rest of the data that he didn't have already, just being handed over to him by the US Treasury is fucking insane.
Incredibly worrying here is $6 trillion in spending is not just a lot of money, it's a macroeconomically significant amount of money. If Elon Musk starts tinkering with the code, you know, the underlying technology that makes sure these payments go out seamlessly and effectively, he could inadvertently or on purpose bring the macroeconomy to a halt. I mean, this is an incredibly concerning seizure of government infrastructure, but it is also an economically significant moment in the country. So I couldn't agree with Waleed more. I mean, the word coup is the right word to be thinking about here, and Congress must intervene. I mean, if I was a senator, I think the most important thing to do is bring the Secretary of the Treasury to the Senate today to answer questions about what Musk has access to.
So the Treasury Department's Inspector General, who could...
But also, not just, you know, I was still thinking about this. I could barely listen to what she was saying. I mean, it is a coup. It's definitely a coup. If this was happening somewhere else, the United States would call it a coup. But, you know, Elon Musk has a bunch of other really troubling buddies, right? Interests in foreign countries. We talked about it before this all even went down, right? During the election, I think towards the very end of it, or at least around that time, we talked about Elon Musk's, you know, sort of ties with foreign governments, where he's signed different agreements so that he can have factories in their countries, right? And, you know, what's to stop him from doing the thing that Congress is so worried about, like giving all that data to China? Right, he already signed an agreement with the Chinese Communist Party, saying that that he would work with them on a number of things, including upholding what is it? God, I can't remember the exact wording of it, but basically not doing anything to violate the policies of the CCP, so that he can continue to have Tesla factories there, right? And who knows what other interests he has out there. He's in an elite club of billionaire psychopaths who want to enslave humanity, right? Who else might be interested in that kind of data? You know, it's very troubling.
Monitor DOGE's activities was among the 15 watchdogs who were purged by President Trump. Who's now in charge of or overseeing Musk's team?
Yeah, Musk is in charge. So that's exactly right. Some of the key chokeholds here to make sure that something like this doesn't happen have been moved out of the way, studiously, exactingly moved out of the way. So President Trump fired the Inspector General of the Treasury and the top civil servant of the Treasury Department, the man who was the acting Treasury Secretary between the time that Janet Yellen stepped down and Scott Bessent was confirmed by the Senate, has also been pushed aside, resigned over the fact that he didn't want to give Musk, a private citizen, a billionaire, the keys to the Treasury payment system. So there is very little stopping Musk from taking this over. Trump and Bissett have really, given him a glide path.
So, Waleed Shahid, where is the Democratic Party on this? Where are the Democratic senators and Congress members on this? I mean, you have Hakeem Jeffries, who holds an emergency meeting of the Democrats after a judge stops the federal payments from going out to, stops the ban on federal funding.
So the Democratic Party in Washington is largely asleep at the wheel. They are acting as if they're kind of a librarian shushing noise in a crowded room. They're still believing in the normal procedures, normal decorum, normal that everything here is the normal transition of power, and they still believe that what Elon Musk and Donald Trump are doing is just a libertarian reform of the government, not an oligarchic, plutocratic takeover of a private billionaire who is seeking to know,
follow the rich way, man.
Potentially seeking to know what his competitors might be doing with government contracts. He has private information that Elon Musk has contracts with international governments all across the world. But the Democratic Party is not able to put forward an opposition message right now because they feel like this is normal. And that's why it's so important for concerned citizens all across the country to twist the arm of your Senate Democrat. Go to their office. If you go to indivisible.org today, you can find a way to join your local chapter. And all around the country, whether your senator is a Republican or a Democrat or independent, they need to hear from concerned citizens because the Democratic Party doesn't move on issues of oligarchy, of plutocracy, of taking action, unless their constituents show up in person and demand that they hold hearings, take the bully pulpit in the media, and also grind the Senate to a halt until we know why does Elon Musk have this information, someone who is not elected.
So the Democratic National Committee on Saturday elected the moderate political insider Ken Martin as chair, despite calls from voters to urgently switch gears and respond to working people's needs following the party's crushing defeat, though it wasn't a major numbers defeat, but it was a defeat in November. What do you think of Ken Martin? Where do you think it's going?
So the DNC is largely at this point a fundraising vehicle for the presidential campaign. I hope that Ken Martin reforms the party to do things like what I'm describing. The Democratic Party should be holding daily press conferences every morning to explain to working class and middle class Americans why it might hurt their pocketbooks for Elon Musk to have this information from the Treasury Department and from the OPM. That Elon Musk has a history of wanting to use public resources for private gain, that Elon Musk is someone who is live tweeting that he wants to cut the federal government's debt every day by billions of dollars, and one of the only ways to do that would be to begin to privatize Social Security. This is what the DNC should be doing. Now, Ken Martin, we had lots of members of the uncommitted movement at the DNC who were being personally bullied by their DNC state parties, and Ken Martin thankfully did intervene to make sure that that didn't happen, and so that was my only personal interaction with him, and he went out of his way to make sure that our uncommitted delegation was treated with respect. Other than that, I don't know that much about him, but I'm looking forward to hopefully he can put together a working class populist agenda for the party that isn't just a fundraising handoff.
So, Lindsay Owens, DOGE is not a formal government agency, right?
So, yeah, I mean, this is the thing about democracy. It's fragile. And when these institutions get eroded, when, we put the wrong people in office over time, it has an effect, right? Citizens United, I point to as being one of the big things that is causing a lot of our dysfunction right now, but it's not the only thing, but like having a Republican Supreme Court, having, all of these Democrats play along at the wrong times, all of this stuff, it adds up, and adds up quickly, and then trying to dig yourself out of it, it's it's much harder than watching it break down.
which means that it doesn't fall into any category.
Yeah, look, I think when President Trump announced that Elon Musk was going to be running the Department of Government Efficiency, there was a sort of tempting fantasy that maybe Musk, a tech successful businessman, could come in and restore some efficiency in government, maybe modernize some aspects of government that could use some updating. I mean, I think with this weekend's seizure of the Treasury payment system, we can be crystal clear in putting that fantasy to bed. This is Musk determining who is going to get funding in this country, what programs are going to be funded in this country. And remember, Musk isn't a disinterested party here. As we've talked about, he has many federal contracts himself, billions of dollars this year alone to his companies, SpaceX, Tesla, and X, formerly known as Twitter. But he also is interested in cutting this funding for a very personal reason, which is he is interested in paying for the tax cuts that Congress is teeing up this year. They're estimating $5 trillion in tax cuts, mostly going to the wealthy and corporations. And DOGE is the entity that is supposedly going to find the money, find the savings to pay for those tax cuts. So I think we can sum it up this way. Elon Musk is going to pay for his tax cut with your Social Security. Yep. That's really what we're looking at here. That's what DOGE is up to.
Yeah, he got paid $56 billion pay package. I can't remember how it's broken up and how much of it would actually even be taxed. I think a lot of it's stock options and things like that. But he certainly has some extra taxes to pay after Tesla board approved $60 billion pay package for him last year. And so, you know, he's got to make up somewhere. You know, how else is he going to pay his bills? All those taxes. You're just gonna have to, Americans are just gonna have to pull themselves up from their bootstraps. They're gonna have to tighten their belts. All of the fun analogies on, cutting on their expenses, okay, so that Elon can enjoy his billions in comfort, okay. All right, let's go on now to... I was going outside the OPM earlier today. That's the Office of Personnel Management.
Staffers of the U.S. Agency for International Development have been instructed to stay out of its Washington headquarters after billionaire Elon Musk announced that President Donald Trump had agreed with him to shut the agency down.
Oh, shit. Nadia with another super chat. Thank you, Nadia. Much appreciated. Dems are good cops, not your friends. Yeah, a lot of them certainly do play the good cop on the beat. Not all of them, but yeah, certainly, as of late, I have a very similar sentiment about many of them. I think most people have heard my dissatisfaction, especially since the end of the elections. It's frustrating that they're unwilling to start working for working class people right now. Hoping that people wake up over there, maybe kick out the sort of ossified leadership that we have and make some changes.
That's according to a notice distributed to the staffers early Monday. Musk, Trump, and some Republican lawmakers have targeted the U.S. Aid and Development Agency, which oversees humanitarian development and security programs in some 120 countries, in increasingly strident terms, accusing it of promoting liberal causes. USAID staffers say they tracked 600 employees who reported being locked out of the agency's computer systems overnight. Those still in the system received emails saying the headquarters building will be closed to agency personnel on Monday, February 3rd. The developments come after Musk said he'd spoken with Trump about the U.S. Aid and Development Agency, and the Republican president agreed they should shut it. Democratic lawmakers have protested the moves, saying Trump lacks constitutional authority to shut down USAID without congressional approval.
Illegal. today, but this will grow and we will not stop. This has gone beyond the pale. This is out of control. This is not a normal situation. I want the media here to start covering this like what it is, a coup that is happening under our watch. Again, Trump is a puppet of a foreign national whose name is Musk, who has taken over our data, who has taken over our buildings, has locked federal workers out of buildings.
They've stolen data from this building as well as from the Treasury Department. Trump has become a puppet of Elon Musk, which is really scary because nobody elected him and now he has all this information. We don't know why he has it, but we need to get it back. Musk was not elected and he's taking over powers that really belong to Congress. Congress is the entity in this country that is supposed to decide how money gets appropriated.
Yeah.
Let me introduce my colleague from the House, Representative Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Senator. It is really a sad day in America. We are witnessing a constitutional crisis. We talked about Trump wanting to be a dictator on day one, and here we are. This is what the beginning of dictatorship looks like. When you gut the Constitution and you install yourself as the sole power, that
immediately,
is how
if not
dictators
sooner,
are made. What Trump and Elon and all of their cronies are trying to do is take away the constitutional power of Congress. We get to decide. We have the power of the purse. We get to decide where money is allocated, and it's the executive's power to make sure that that money gets to where it needs to get. When we talk about civil servants being let go, what we are talking about is not saving money. It's essentially saying they can get paid while they're home and their work doesn't get done on behalf of the American people. It is us, taxpayers, who are being ripped off. It is us, taxpayers, who are not getting the resources that we paid into. So I ask the American people, do you want people at home and getting a paycheck and not providing services to you? The answer is no. Do you want the executive making the only decisions in this country, or do you want the elected representatives that you sent to Washington making those policies?
Come on!
I am exceptionally upset about USAID. I lived in a refugee camp for 4 years as a child surviving civil war. It is the essential programs that USAID provided that kept my family and I fed and safe. It is the resources that so many people around the world rely on. And it is our soft power. Oftentimes, people interact with our country through the military. That does not create love for us, and it certainly does not keep us safe. When the world interacts with Americans through programs that provide essential need, they get to see the heart and compassion of the American people. When someone is struggling because their bridge broke down, when USAID comes in and helps fix that bridge, that creates goodwill for the American people. When people are dying of malaria and there is medication through USAID, that creates goodwill for the American people. When people are fleeing and they need just a little bit of food and USAID is there to provide that, that creates goodwill for the American people. Privileged billionaires who don't give a damn about America And Americans should not be making decisions that put Americans at harm. And a billionaire that hasn't been vetted, has not gone through confirmation, has not been elected by the American people, who we still do not understand what in the world he's doing, should not be telling American employees that they cannot access the building they work at. What kind of country is this man turning our country into? What kind of country are we becoming? It is embarrassing to read the headlines about free America, where one man is walking around like he is the boss of all of us, and we don't know who put him in charge.
There you go. If you didn't catch it in there, Ilhan Omar, as a child, greatly depended on USAID from USAID. So clearly, USAID did at least one thing right. All right. Now, let's talk about the populism under which we are currently living. At least those of us in the United States. As it's not populism for you and I, for working class people. It's not, certainly not populism for anyone that's listed under DEIA. It's specific as to who it benefits.
New York Times Ross Dothout interviewed Steve Bannon. Is Bannon like still an advisor to Trump?
Yeah.
He is.
I think informally, just because he's still like a broadcaster mostly, he still just has his show.
Well, that didn't stop Sean Hannity.
No, certainly not.
I mean,
but the real
Stephen
question
Miller's
is
high up there. That's probably his go-between.
Yeah,
it is.
I mean, it is. Bannon has been pretty vocal that he's mad that guys like Elon Musk have pushed him out.
I'm sorry, chat. I gotta pause that. We already went over a 2-hour break, and this is a long one. So we got. If you want to watch this with us, you're gonna have to stick around for this break here. By the way, is Inner Planet Janet still here? I don't want to do this unless you're here. Well, while we wait, I'll do this. Alright, well I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe, of course, and hit that little bell icon too so you get the notifications necessary to be able to make it to all of these streams. While you're doing all of that clicking, do consider using your finger for some other clicking, that being clicking one of the links in my YouTube or Twitch bios that would lead you to contributing to the Galactic News Network by one of the myriad ways we have available to you. Of course, you have the YouTube Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, chat, you got Twitch, of course, the old bits and subs there, of course, and then Cash App and PayPal. If you just want to give us money so that you know for sure we're getting it immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And keeping this here stream alive. Got galactic bills to pay around here, and without you, well, we might cease to exist. But of course, the best way to get the most galactic benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a patron on Patreon. Just click the link in my bio, send you straight to the website where you can access all of the super sweet benefits afforded to our Patreon members. Anyway, chat, before we take the actual break, I gotta do this. It's someone's birthday in chat, so we need a birthday song. And it's my motherfucking birthday. It's actually your birthday. Well, there you go, chat. And specifically, Rude Interplanet Janet. One of our traditional galactic birthday songs. Alright, back to the actual break. I'll be back shortly. Don't forget to do all you gotta do before the content comes back. right, chat. My soundboard. It's time. You know what time. Time for the second half. It's coming in hot and spicy. And we're still talking about the billionaire takeover of the US government and the fake billionaire populism that comes along with it.
New York Times Ross Dothout interviewed Steve Bannon. Is Bannon like still an advisor to Trump? I mean, he is.
I think informally, just because he's still like a broadcaster mostly, he still just has his show.
Well, that didn't stop Sean Hannity.
No, certainly not.
I mean,
but the real
Stephen
question
Miller's
is
high up there. That's probably his go-between.
Yeah,
it is.
I mean, it is. Bannon has been pretty vocal that he's mad that guys like Elon Musk have pushed him out. Now, who knows, how sincere it is. But it's interesting because to the extent that there is any sort of like factions within the Trump world, it is how much should we prioritize xenophobia and how much should we prioritize kleptocracy?
Two of the worst priorities ever imaginable.
It really is just a question of emphasis. But this is what this exchange between Dothout and Bannon brings up is that the Democrats, and this is when people say socialism is the way to fight fascism. What Bannon brings up here, and the way that he addresses even Bernie Sanders, it has to sort of struggle to find a way to undercut Sanders, and it has to actually sort of lie. Yeah. It exemplifies the vacuum that's been created and the space that exists for so-called right-wing populism. Because the difference between right-wing populism and left-wing populism is left-wing populism is an economic populism that extends to everyone. Right-wing populism necessarily needs to demonize an other. It could be an internal other or it could be an external other. Here is Dothout with Steve Bannon.
Trying to come to America for the sins of global finance and so on.
Sorry, go back even further. We need to get the full Dothout question here.
And there needed
the
to be
sins of global
surge,
finance with Steve Bannon. I gotta say, of all the people I would have gone to ask a question about the sins of global populism, global finance, would not be Steve Bannon ever. Even with only one option. If everybody died but Steve Bannon, I would just have to come to my own conclusions on things.
Why is it so central? And what do you say to
immigration? So just to
drill down on immigration for a minute.
Second. The question up to this is Bannon saying how the 2008 financial crisis led to a bunch of working class energy into the Republican side of things.
And to be clear, part of that was, and I would take issue with the idea of Republican energy. I would say it created a nihilism because you remember Barack Obama.
This is Republican energy. Alex Jones yelling into the microphone.
Obama had a choice. He could do what FDR did, which is make homeowners whole and have them pay the banks because they were underwater on their mortgages. Or he could ask the banks to give a break. He could pay off the banks and ask the banks to give a break to the homeowners. He did the latter because Robert Rubin and Tim Geithner basically told him to. And it turns out the banks were like, thanks for the money, but about that favor you wanted from us, we don't have to do it, and so we're not going to.
Yeah, I do remember that.
So you basically had somewhere between 2 and 4 million people lose their homes in foreclosures. And it created a lot of disaffection. On top of which, the Obama administration really had their foot on the brakes in terms of the economic recovery. So the stimulus that they had was like $1/3, was like $750 billion, and a full 1/3 to a half of that was just tax cuts. So there was the stimulus was very slow. So we had the economy come back very, very slow.
The rest of the stimulus went directly to bankers, right? They lowered interest rates artificially by spending trillions of dollars over the, was it 5-6 years of the quantitative easing policy? And was it longer than that? It might have been even longer than 6 years. I can't remember the exact length that they went for, but all the money, they just funneled a bunch of money to the bankers into the stock market, right? Because if they lower, like this was their sort of top-down, Keynesian approach, right? Where growth is the solution to everything, and therefore what we must do is give the people who grow stuff, and that is, the billionaires, the big companies, and the banks. That was the solution, right? And unfortunately, that's where I feel like one of the first things that the Obama administration did, although technically was, Federal Reserve's this final decision, I guess, technically, really, you want to get down to it. But point is, I felt like this was a real failure of the economic system that we have, right? Because they made bonds super cheap by just buying them up and up and up and up. And by up and up and up, I mean they're buying bonds, which the more bonds, unlike the stock market, it's the reverse, right? So the more people that want to buy bonds, the cheaper bonds get, and the return you get, like the percentage return you get on buying a U.S. Treasury goes down, right? Because there's so much demand for it, this market economics type of shit. But basically, the more you buy the bonds, the lower the return rate on it goes. And by doing that, it gave people very few options on how to make money, which is to either stick it in stocks or to go and grow. And what they decided to do was stick it in stocks. And since then, there's been trillions of dollars of stock buybacks done by companies rather than research and development, right? They shoved a bunch of money into their own stocks because they knew they'd continue to go up, because traders would continue to buy stocks rather than bonds because there was no return on them, because you'd continue, they'd already wrung all the return out of the bonds, if you will, right? And they didn't go and lend to regular people at the same rates. The financial institutions continued to lend money at way higher rates than they were. So they were still making money, right? The bankers were still making money. Stock market people were making money, right? And it was all, and the companies who could do stock buybacks, they were making money. But everybody else was stuck in this sort of limbo with no real backstop, losing homes, all this other stuff during the depths of the financial crisis, really pretty much till today, right? It was only very recently that we reversed any of that, and that was by way of the Federal Reserve raising rates, which also didn't help people either. It just hurt people even more, and that's the problem. It's because the Federal Reserve isn't lending directly to you or me or anybody who needs the money. It's the people who can make a return on the money. It's the bankers who get the cheaper rates.
Like, it took almost the entire 8 years of the Obama administration for it to even resemble an economic comeback. Go ahead.
Could win elections and win votes.
So let's just drill down on immigration for a minute. Why is it so central? And what do you say to someone who might be on the left who'd be listening to this conversation and would say, oh, look, Bannon's absolutely right. There was a financial crisis. Wall Street got away with murder. Not literally, just to be clear, but and there needed to be a populist surge, but all being anti-immigration does is scapegoat a bunch of hardworking
that's what I said,
trying to come to America for the sins of global finance and so on. What is the...
No, it's the reason you just mentioned
it's the scapegoating.
The emerging Democratic majority. And the reason that didn't happen, and I never thought it would happen, because Bernie Sanders and all these guys that have been pro-worker and pro-union, you saw them flip. All of a sudden, they were open borders. Everybody, look. Let me step back for a second.
I love how he conflates two different policies as being synonymous or somehow tied to one another. If you're for letting people into the United States, then you're anti-worker. If you're pro-immigrant, then you hate America.
So hot right now.
Whoops. Sorry, everybody. I keep seeing you mention the fourth emotional support character, and you haven't gotten it yet, and that's my fault. And that's my fault. I'm the only person to blame. You deserved it. And I'm the one. I'm the one who's repressing you.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The entire post-war international rules-based order, right? All of it. Bretton Woods and all of it. The Pax Americana is all on the shoulders of the little guy.
Attack on Americana?
It gets down to the shoulders of the working class and the middle class.
What does that even mean? Seriously. An attack on Americana? What, like when he says attack on Americana, all I picture is like American graffiti and like drive-ins and you know ladies wearing skirts with the poodles on them and stuff and hair nets. Like that's what like I don't what does that even mean? Are the people attacking the gift shops? Is that what's happening? They're attacking all the gift shops. These gift shops can't sustain the level of attacks. You've never seen, people say to me, sir, we've never seen the level of attacks on Americana gift shops until now.
And you can see the Democratic Party transferring into of very wealthy donors, the credential class of a bunch of people coming out of college or graduate schools, and then the plebeians. The key on immigration, and I'm anti any immigration. I want a moratorium on all immigration right now because I want American citizens to get a shot at the brass ring, which they deserve, since the entire world's economic
pause it for
system.
a second. There's a couple of stuff here.
Before I let Sam go here, how did I get the delay? It's a little trick. I could do it with any sound. I can do it with any sound. Watch here. Let me pick one that'll be fun. Yeah. Here.
Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto.
Or I can just do this.
Cyclone Cheeto.
See?
Cyclone Cheeto.
It's fun. There are things like that I could do on the fly here. Stuff that I've been trying to work in more and more over time.
You know, the best of lies commingle with truth. And that's what Steve Bannon's doing here. Bernie Sanders is not for open borders. But he has to say that.
He's not, yeah, exactly.
And B, let's be clear.
It's a good point.
Unemployment today is lower than we were told was even possible. What? 15, 20 years ago. Economists would say, like, there is a natural rate of unemployment, and it's around 6%. It can't really go lower than that.
It's true. They said it.
And it stands today still. So, like, the idea that immigrants
what is that, like 3.4%?
are preventing
it's low.
people from getting the brass ring is absurd. Now, there is an argument that by allowing so many people to come in and work without worker protections, they're being exploited, and that trickles through the workforce. But we've had low-wage workers, in particular, their wages have popped up for the first time in years over the past couple of years, even relative to inflation. So his story gets a little bit like his story doesn't work in the way that he wants it to. So he's got a sort of fib here.
Yep.
Broadly speaking about the Democratic Party, he's right. This has been a dynamic that's been going on really for 30 or 40 years.
But none of that makes it okay to scapegoat immigrants.
No.
Right.
But he needs to bring in, he needs the right-wing populism needs this.
He's got to somehow, like I was saying before, correlate the two things, even though they have nothing to do with each other. They just have to use it as a scapegoat.
Yep.
And what does he mean by brass ring? This is my other question, where he were to do all these mass deportations and stop illegal immigration. We know. We just had Teresa Romero on from the United Farm Workers. We know that the millions of immigrants in this country who may be not undocumented are the most exploited labor force, and they take sub-minimum wages and horrible working conditions and standards that many U.S. citizens, they're not subject to that. Some are, but for the majority, if you're a U.S. citizen, then you have a little bit more rights. You are subjected to the minimum wage and that kind of thing. So even what he's talking about there, it's about beating down the little guy, the least powerful, and not challenging the fundamental structure of our society. He's just making it worse.
You don't know what brass ring means. Brass ring means being able to do asbestos abatement without a mask. So you don't have the oppressive regime of government breathing down your boss's neck.
That makes sense.
Saying, hey, you need...
That's true. Whenever I see, one of my superiors is one of the many workplaces I have greatly enjoyed working at. The thing that really busts my chops, if you will, really gets me going is when I see my manager or boss having to follow safety regulations that might keep me safe. What do I care about my safety for? Come on. That's silly.
Proper equipment when you do asbestos abatement. That's what the brass ring is.
Right.
Makes it easier to breathe. Because you stick it
You
down
gotta
your
keep it
throat,
open, right?
and
You
your
gotta.
mesothelioma is relieved.
It's a medical treatment.
At the brass ring, which they deserve, since the entire world's economic system is on their shoulders, and it's the same people whose taxes and pension money support everything, where their sons and daughters are standing watch on destroyers and carrier battle groups in the Red Sea to keep the Suez Canal open for trade to Europe. They're on patrol in the Hindu Kush. They're in Romania with the 101st Airborne, and I saw it. I served in that, and all the people on my destroyer post Vietnam in the all volunteer forces had a choice in that those early years of the Navy were jail or the military. And my daughter later went to West Point, served, fought in Iraq.
Those are the only two options.
I'm sorry. He's talking about invading the Panama Canal and bombing Mexico.
He can't find a good way to say, actually, it's good that all of the energy that should be aimed at Wall Street, oh, by the way.
But am I losing my mind? Did Steve Bannon just say that the only two options for him were jail or the military? What does that mean? What does that mean? Was he like convicted of something and then joined the military to get out of it from some sort of deal, or like, what is he even talking about?
Worked at Goldman Sachs, pretty sure, with Bannon. All that energy, instead of going to Wall Street, it's going to immigrants, and he can't actually defend that, so he has to get into he was a vet and all this other bullshit.
It's the immigrants in Wall Street. Oh, but actually, forget about Wall Street, right? Come on, they're actually not. They're okay. It's just the immigrants, actually.
The low fruit picker of basically Democrats leaving.
But this is how it falls apart, because when they start to attack the billionaires, which is obviously I am in favor of, they cannot lose their narrative of the real problem is the black and brown people. And also anybody.
It's a sinister cabal, okay? It's a sinister cabal of immigrants controlling the billionaires. The billionaires, they are in the pockets of the impoverished immigrant workers on Florida farms.
Speaks a foreign language. How about that? I'm going to concede that. Any immigrant is the problem. They can't abandon that because fundamentally that is what is actually the engine and the motor of right-wing populism. Because if it was really about the billionaire class or the multimillionaire class or the corporate class, if it was really about that stuff, they'd have to take a step or two further to analyze why. And then all of a sudden, the whole thing starts to fall apart. They can't maintain this whole notion of no winners and losers and no government regulation and all of the stuff that they want if there begins to be some analysis of who they've demonized. So they've got to very quickly transfer that anger that they will point to the billionaires. But what is it fundamentally the billionaires are doing? They're letting in all these black and brown immigrants or white immigrants with funny, sounding languages.
Goddamn
to undermine,
Elon Musk.
Real Americans.
And that's why he can say Bernie Sanders is for open borders.
He has to.
There's no other way to do
on
it.
H-1Bs a month ago.
But he has to, because open borders means brackets around the name, right? Like, I mean, at
Yes.
the end of the day, when Elon Musk goes and talks to the AfD, which is a party that dabbles in Holocaust denial in Germany, and he talks about the global elite coming for you, you're the richest man on the planet. No one is more of a global elite than the richest man on the planet.
Get money from the Saudis.
So what do you? And so like it's funny, this stupid war between Musk and Bannon, because they're both like basically like white supremacists. At the end of the day, he's basically saying, even though I'm king global elite, don't look at me because I'm not a Jew, and I'm not part of the great replacement theory kind of thing. And so like it all falls apart
that is
once
actually what
you
he's
take
saying.
away the natalism and the racism and the bigotry.
When they start talking about the billionaires.
I mean, I don't know how familiar people are with like the deep Alex Jones lore, but if I'm not mistaken, Alex Jones was, one of the first sort of proprietors of that George Soros controls everything. The puppet strings, George Soros thing goes way back. And, like it was always, it wasn't quite explicit, but there was always just 1,000 dog whistles, like either being said or sort of juxtaposed against these accusations, which made it very clear that it was an anti-Semitic thing that was going on. He's saying that the Jews control you, Come on, what do you think? They're letting in all the immigrants and And it's been part of the right wing thinking for a long time. Jesus, how long has Alex been around for? Like 30 years?
Like there's like someone manipulating. I mean, this has always been the nativist and the racist story, right? Like, how is it? On one hand, like, how is it that these black and brown people are able to get ahead of us in the line and take the brass ring when we also think that they are less than us in terms of their abilities? Well, the story goes is that there's some cabal of people who use and manipulate these black and brown bodies as a way of undermining the real Americans who,
Yeah, but when the cabal, right, of billionaires are in the White House, how do you use that same narrative, right? That's the one thing I've been thinking about recently. It's just full of billionaires. So the billionaires are in charge of government and industry and the cabal and the sort of. It's just it's one too many, at least.
That's too much, man!
All right, let's go back to see how other people were reacting to this closure of USAID, the blocking out of people from the building, granting access to all of these, top secret classified information, who don't have security clearances, and all this other stuff. I go to a place where I basically never go. Lawrence O'Donnell at MSNBC.
Who has the nuclear codes? Think about it. The only answer to that question, the only honest answer to that question tonight, for the first time in history, is we don't know. We don't know who has the nuclear codes. We don't know who has what inside the Trump government. We don't know who is doing what inside the Trump government. But we do know they are doing things that have never been done before and that are illegal. We know that those things are not legal. We know that Donald Trump has given Elon Musk the domestic equivalent of the nuclear codes, the keys to the Treasury of the United States of America. In the biggest, most important data breach in the history of the world, Elon Musk has gone where no political operative has ever gone before. He has gone where no Treasury secretary has ever gone before. And that is to the innermost sanctum of the United States.
And he is neither of those things. He's also, both of the jobs that Lawrence just listed, I'm pretty sure, require Senate confirmation. Elon Musk is operating completely independently of any, of seemingly any institution or person. He seems to be is all out for Elon right now, but he gets to act with impunity within the government without any checks and balances at all, it seems like.
Treasury, where your money is collected and spent, where your name is collected, where your social security number is collected, where your baby's social security number is collected on day one of your baby's life.
Come on!
Most people working for the Treasury Department don't even know where that is. No one in politics, which very much includes every Treasury secretary, because they are appointed by politicians, has ever even shown an interest in trying to get at the actual payment mechanisms operated by the United States Treasury. And of all the horrendous things that have happened in the Trump regime just in the last weekend, nothing is potentially more dangerous than that. Nothing is.
Lawrence is right. This is incredibly dangerous. It is insane. The new hedge fund manager, Secretary of the Treasury, just gave Elon Musk the keys to every American citizen's most private data. It's insane. It is insane. And it's incredibly dangerous. Beyond that, I mean, this whole administration has been doing incredibly dangerous things from day one. It was dictatorship on day one, right? Dictator for a day, but now it's been 2+ weeks, right? And it seems like, if anything, he's just amping it up, closing agencies funded by the, by the Congress. Already appropriated funds for the rest of the government being frozen for what was it, 24 hours? Stuff like that. I mean, it's all, like we're saying, it's a coup. It is a takeover, a billionaire takeover of our government right now. And what it is we're going to have to do about it, I do not know quite yet, but the normal mechanisms seem to be lacking in this moment. All right, let's go back and see some more of the protests that were going on outside of the USAID building after this happened.
President Trump directed his corrupt billionaire friend, Elon Musk, to ransack a critical agency of the U.S. government. Musk and his band of unelected acolytes at DOGE have locked out USAID employees from their offices, improperly accessed highly classified information, purged the agency of its nonpartisan leadership, and thrown the agency into chaos through a concerted campaign of harassment and intimidation of its employees. This is on top of Trump's freeze of crucial foreign assistance programs. These actions severely harm our national security. They put thousands of children around the world at immediate risk of starvation, disease, and death, and sideline some of our finest civil servants who work tirelessly every day to make the world a better place. This is a case of the very worst among us attacking the very best of us.
Elon Musk, you didn't create USAID. The United States Congress did for the American people. And just like Elon Musk did not create USAID, he doesn't have the power to destroy it. And who's going to stop him? We are. We're going to stop him.
We're here today not only to fight for federal...
I'm still pretty mad at these guys. And Jerry Connolly being out here to tell us about how we're going to stop Elon Musk is very frustrating. And this guy got the position that AOC was supposed to get because of Make-A-Wish Foundation efforts in the you know the Democratic Party. I don't need him to tell us how we're going to fight. See what Hakeem Jeffries had to say. Maybe it's in God's hands. I don't know. Let's find out.
I have not had a conversation with Ranking Member Jerry Connolly about the DOGE subcommittee on the House Oversight Committee, but it's a conversation that we should have. It's not clear to me, or anyone who's reasonably looking at the attack on the federal workforce, the attack on the federal government, and the attack on hardworking American taxpayers, that this so-called DOGE effort is anything other than a part of the scheme to reward billionaire donors and wealthy corporations, and to make hard-working American taxpayers pay for it and suffer the pain.
Okay, thanks, Hakeem. I don't know if that deserves a thanks. I'm not clear what exactly he even's doing about this or what he plans to do. Hasn't even talked to the leader, Jerry Connolly, yet. Well, maybe we should get on that. And you know, I don't have any problem with Jerry Connolly living his dreams, right? Make-A-Wish. I wouldn't care if the taxpayers funded shipping him off to an island to live on the rest of his days. But I don't think it's good to put a guy into that position who is going to be needed to go through chemo and other sorts of cancer treatments throughout it, rather than embracing the younger element of the party. You know, perhaps the more progressive wing of the Democratic Party. It's just a huge failure. And, you know, we got Hakeem Jeffries here. Just no plan. Leaving it to God. Not even talking to Jerry. What are we doing? What are we actually doing? That's what I would like to know. All right, let's go here to see this footage. This is from the Associated Press from 6 hours ago, showing Democratic members of Congress being blocked from entering the USAID building earlier on Monday, sorry.
Okay, so as you are aware, this agency is very busy currently, and they are not able to take a meeting currently. They advise that they will
Very
be in
busy.
contact shortly, and that best to contact.
How can USAID be busy if none of the workers are allowed in? That doesn't make sense.
Could you jump up?
Department of State at this time if you need any further comments.
Who is they?
The front office of the administrator.
So could I just ask, are you with AID?
I am.
Thank you for your service.
Well, thank you for what you do.
They don't have the right to be disciplining people for political reasons, and they don't have a right to usurp Congress's rightful role to appropriate money. We've appropriated money for USAID to render service around the world in fighting disease and fighting corruption, in defending democracy. We know Elon Musk is not interested in that. Donald Trump is not interested in that. But that's what the American Congress has done, and we're going to...
Well, there you go. Jamie Raskin talking about being denied entry to the building. Something I understand has been going on since the weekend, I guess. I think it was Saturday or Sunday when first USAID workers were not allowed to enter, and Elon Musk and his cronies came in and took over the building. Now let's go here. Talk about this a little bit more. Apparently there was a X Spaces gathering happened a little while ago with Joni Ernst, Elon Musk, and Vivek Ramaswamy.
There are multiple stories that I think, taken as a whole, we have to understand as being an attack on the administrative state. This is something that we've been harping on for, well, really years, since Steve Bannon got up in front of CPAC in February of 2017 and claimed that was what the administration was all about. This time around, they have really figured out and have a plan on how they're going to do it. The difference is that Elon Musk, who paid at least $250 million for Donald Trump to become president, has run of the place. I don't know that he's doing it for the same ideological reasons that Steve Bannon is. He's doing it ultimately to benefit himself in a myriad of ways, which could range from getting proprietary secrets on businesses, getting the U.S. business of cutting checks. It could also just be like, Elon Musk has a lot of interests in China, and there may be value to him to undermine certain U.S. operations and functions, frankly. It's unclear. But the bottom line is there are multiple stories, differing stories, that all end up on the basically in the same place, which is to undermine the administrative state, to make our government function worse for its people. And to see if you can find that AP from today also, Bradley. I want to play this, but if you can find that AP that I mentioned today, because the way that this story, and we're going to be talking to Nathan about what's going on with the payment system, which is the scariest of all of them, I think. But there is no way that Elon Musk and DOGE, whatever status it has now, has the authority to shut down an agency completely unilaterally without any type of legislative action. And, we had this conversation the other day with Elie Mystal. The irony of the demise of the Chevron deference doctrine, which says the courts will defer to agencies when it comes to questions on how to interpret or build upon a broad directive from Congress. And now the courts are saying, no, we will step in and decide if Congress hasn't been explicit, is completely at odds with the idea that the executive agencies have the ability to shut themselves down, which is, of course, contradictory to what Congress has called for.
Yeah.
So we're going to see how.
Well, good luck getting people to understand the irony in that situation. God damn. Oh God, because it is. I mean, it's wildly ironic in the in the wake of the destruction of the deference doctrine. Now, the agencies are somehow making decisions over themselves now. Aren't they the ones who we're not supposed to defer to in the first place because of the ending of the deference? I'm so confusing.
Plays out if it ultimately gets to the courts. We should tell you right up front that in an interview in The Hill, I think it was, or no, Semaphore, Chuck Schumer said their strategy is to just do nothing and watch and let them hang themselves by their own petard.
It's literally what the UK Labour did under Boris Johnson the past 4 years.
We will explain why this is a horrible strategy. All right, but here is a audio space, whatever they call it, with two sitting U.S. senators, Mike Lee and Joni Ernst, and Vivek Ramaswamy, what was it that he made all his money on? It was like some type of charlatan scheme. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Alzheimer's drug?
Oh, yes. Yeah, a drug that never really made it big, but there was a big stock. It was a big pump and dump type of situation.
Basically.
And Elon Musk, who is, I don't know what his title is, oligarchic czar of the oligarchs. I'm not sure what it is.
Caesar.
Oligarch czar. And then two sort of like apparently completely inconsequential U.S. senators. Here's Joni Ernst is going to start this off.
Because so much of that taxpayer money is not even going to, we love to feel good about helping starving children and name your country.
Sudan.
But it's not going there. It's going to pay rents in Paris.
Yes, exactly.
It's going to support somebody's fancy dinner to 100%. Entertain whoever.
Pause it. They're talking about USAID, and it may be the case that none of that money goes to helping starving children. Of course, that's not the case, but let's just, and it may be the case that it's all going to fancy dinners in Paris. If only Joni Ernst could find someone who is maybe a senator, one of 100 most powerful people in the country, who is in the majority in the Senate and could hold a hearing on it and shut the whole thing down. But apparently she doesn't know who to ask about that. Go ahead.
Can I speak to the Senate's manager, please?
To entertain whoever. Yeah.
Exactly. So, to be clear, in shutting down, which we're in the process of doing, shutting down USAID, the reason for that, as opposed to simply, trying to do some minor house cleaning, is that as we dug into USAID, it became apparent that what we have here is not an apple with a worm in it, but we have actually just a bowl of worms. And so, at the point at which you don't merely.
I wish we could throw out Elon, because he's just a bowl of worms. Just a fancy diamond-encrusted bowl of worms. Throw him out. We'll keep the bowl.
Like, if you've got an apple and it's got a worm in it, maybe you can take the worm out. But if you've got actually just a bowl of worms, it's hopeless. And USAID is a bowl of worms. Mm-hmm. There is no apple. And when there is no apple, you've just got to basically get rid of the whole thing.
That's the Elon laugh.
That is why it's got to go. It's beyond repair. So, yeah.
There's a solution to this, which is that let's say something's cut that the people of this country just demand.
Pause it. Now, wait a second. This is Vivek Ramaswamy. And he says, he's gonna go on to talk about the solution on how the American public can get it back. But there is absolutely zero authority for the president of the United States, and certainly his top oligarch, to just unilaterally decide they're going to cut an agency. All of the authority, if you can believe it, actually lies in people like Joni Ernst and Mike Lee on this call, based upon something called the Constitution. And Here's Vivek Ramaswamy's idea on how we can get this back, but it's just so blinkered that you can he doesn't realize that he's actually talking about why what Musk is doing is thoroughly illegal.
Let's say something's cut that the people of this country just demand needs to exist again. It can always be voted back into existence by Senator Ernst and her colleagues.
100%.
And
Totally.
The fact that that isn't going to happen.
Just unilaterally get rid of a bunch of agencies, whatever it might be, Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, any of these things. Just get rid of them unilaterally and then rebuild them. It's not like they made them overnight. It took a while to get all those systems in place. It's insane to suggest, we'll just get rid of all of government and then we'll just rebuild the parts that people like and that they riot in the streets over losing. That's a fucked up way of governing. It sounds like, incredibly feudal times.
Reveals exactly why many of these agencies, really deletion is the only answer that's left.
Well, yes.
Okay.
Well said.
Pause it right there. Now,
let them have their
why would
cake
you
and eat
need
it too.
Joni Ernst and Mike Lee to vote
Why
it
are they
back
so
in?
mad about us throwing out the cake when we can just make another cake? Stop crying, peasants. Stop crying.
Because the authority to create agencies does not lie with the president? Why couldn't the president just reinstate it? What? Why couldn't Elon Musk decide that we're going to have a new agency? For the exact same reason why it's illicit for them to cut it.
He's going, I triple dog dare you, Joni Ernst, up for re-election in 2026 to go against my authority. If the will of the American people is that we need more USAID back, well, Joni Ernst, she can just vote for it, but I've got a cool, few dozen mil that I can just pour right into her race as she's on this call with me. That would preclude her from doing that. That's not
certainly why she voted for Pete Hegseth.
And that's why she's on that call right now.
But the point is that if you need the authority of the U.S. Senate to create an agency, you need the authority of the U.S. Senate to dissolve that agency.
Exactly.
And I guess we'll see if somebody brings a legal challenge. It seems to me like Congress would have the standing. I don't know, but. Don't worry, Chuck Schumer is on the case. And wait, do you have that AP thing? You didn't find it? Okay. So I'm listening to AP this morning. Yeah.
Is it the AP?
Yes.
I think it's this one.
Yeah.
There's going to be commercials in this.
AP News. Good morning, I'm Ed Donahue. A U.S. aid agency is on the cusp of being shut down. The AP's Julie Walker has the story.
The U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, which is in charge of dispensing billions of dollars in foreign aid, is on the cusp of being shut down, according to President Trump's advisor, Elon Musk. Asked about it.
What? What? No, wait, keep playing this because here's the point. Why what Schumer is doing is so stupid and ineffective.
Back to the White House Sunday, Trump weighed in.
USAID, run by radical lunatics, and we're getting them out, and then we'll make a decision.
Musk has been wrestling for control of USAID and took to X Spaces to discuss it.
To be clear, in shutting down, which we're in the process of doing, shutting down USAID.
The Trump administration placed two top USAID security chiefs on leave after they refused to turn over classified material to Musk's DOGE government inspection teams, which did eventually get control. I'm Julie Walker.
Tomorrow,
okay, so there it is. Absolutely no sense of what they're doing is completely illicit. No sense of this is unprecedented. And where's the Democrat who is going to come out and say, hey, this is completely unprecedented and illicit?
I mean,
because Chuck Schumer has decided the best way to do this is to let them, they're going to screw up.
Hakeem Jeffries, this came out this morning, is going to use this in their negotiations on the budget, as opposed to raising the alarms because he's going to make a demand that this freeze stop. But
budget negotiations were this is the worst. This is the worst strategy. The laissez-faire politics is what it is. Hands off. Let what will be, will be. That's how we resist, by silently gulping every time something horrible happens. Maybe in 4 years, we'll get really elected because of how bad Donald Trump was, and we won't have to shift any of our policies to the left to try and win votes. I don't know. It's an insane fucking plan. Alright, now let's switch on to another topic. That being the deportations, which Donald Trump's administration is already doing. ICE doing raids across the country from one coast to the next, from north to south. This story was fascinating. This was New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy at a event at Montclair State University. Now, it should be fascinating to see what happens in response, if at all, to this. But I have a feeling there will be something that happens.
Getting it. Okay. What is New Jersey doing to protect the LGBTQ plus community, particularly transgender people?
Yeah, we've done a lot. I'm proud that we've got the first trans cabinet member in the history of the state, Allison Chris Myers, who does a great job, runs our whole civil service. Let's hear it for Allison. We've done a lot for the broad LGBTQIA plus communities, whether it's healthcare, name on your birth certificate that you associate with, legal protections. The trans community in particular is always, it's even before Trump, feels to me like of all the communities under that umbrella, the one that's most frequently in the crosshairs. It's got the biggest...
Sorry, this isn't quite where I wanted to listen to this. This isn't the thing. I forgot there's two things he discusses here. Not that this isn't an important issue, but the details of what he says are not all that revelatory.
Immigration status is not yet at the point that they...
Hold on, I gotta go back 10 seconds now. This is the right spot.
This isn't a trans case, but Tammy and I were talking about, I don't want to get into too much detail, but there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her. So it's going to be a whole combination.
There you go. There's Democratic Governor Phil Murphy saying that he has an undocumented immigrant who may be in the process, it sounds like, of getting their citizenship, living above his garage. Should be very interesting to see what happens with that if they invade the governor's mansion of New Jersey, I guess. If ICE decides to break down the gates of the governor's mansion. Yeah. But according to him, he's protecting this individual. Now we saw some of the protests that have been going on in LA, but also apparently now there are people protesting in Texas as well.
Yes, we may be American, we are American citizens, but we also have blood, which is Mexican. That will never change. So I feel I feel very supported with my community, and I am very happy with the outcome and how many people support us. I think a lot of people are here outside to protest the racism, also the hypocrisy that's going on in our state and our country. We want nothing but to live and be here, and our presence here is just not welcome, even though we live here. Mass deportation, I think that's the biggest issue right now. I think that people deserve to be here. We're the ones that make this country move. We're amazing people. We're not here to steal nobody's jobs because nobody else is going to do the jobs that we do.
Well, there you go. People in both California and Texas now taking to the streets to show that they do not want to be treated as second-class citizens just for being from another country. And seemingly a lot of support. Now let's go to New York. See what Mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, had to say recently in response to reporters' questions about recent ICE raids in the city. Really? Can you come over here and start singing, dude? What is your deal?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm well. Talking about jobs.
Yes.
I'm wondering if City Hall is hearing anecdotal reports, or if there's any concern about immigrants being driven into the shadows and that significant working population no longer contributing to the city. What can you tell us?
This city is always going to be a city where opportunities are working for good paying jobs, and we're not seeing any indicators of that at all.
No indications whatsoever. Really? Really? That's bullshit, Eric. We both know that's bullshit. This has absolutely sent people into the shadows in many places. We've seen people attest to that already. That it's already happening because of all of the ICE raids that are happening, that Eric is doing nothing to stop. While he sings and dances on the stage. While he's under indictment for corruption, as well as a number of his assistants and other colleagues in crime. Can we deport Eric?
We have talked about the protests that have taken place. I know some federal workers have been protesting outside of the Treasury, and there are some who are planning to protest outside of USAID.
It's happening right now, actually, and thankfully some Democrats like Raskin, Van Hollen, and others are joining the protests outside of USAID.
It's important for Democrats to just show up so that they can communicate to the American public that this is a problem. I mean, we're back where, I feel like it was yesterday I was saying this, but I guess it was probably like 6 years ago. You need, as the Democrats need to react to these things in a way that communicates to the American public that this is wrong, this is destructive, this is going to be problematic. This is like, I kept using this example over and over again, and I guess it was like 5 or 6 years ago. If you look at a movie or a TV show, it's the reaction shots that let the audience contextualize what is happening on the screen. It's like when, it's always the reaction shots that basically instruct the viewer how they're to respond. Some people make an assessment before that, but some people need the reaction shot. Here are some anti-ICE demonstrators in LA. They have taken over the 101 freeway. And this was on Sunday. Air quality was horrible, apparently, as far as I know, too, at that time. Both lanes. And hundreds also marched in Seattle in opposition to deportation rates. Now, you may ask, why are all these people protesting about all of these dangerous criminals who are being deported?
They must love crime.
Because we know, incidentally, Kristi Noem brought this up, and some idiots on Twitter, those planes that were sent to Colombia that were turned back and were only allowed to bring deportees back into Colombia under the terms that Colombia had set, which were no different than they had been before. They just basically maintained those conditions. On that plane, or those two planes of 200 Colombians, at least 20 were children, unlikely to have criminal records. And according to Colombia,
criminal children, we gotta get them. We gotta get them all out.
Had criminal records. So the idea that these are
very dangerous babies
only deporting
roaming the streets
is just absurd. Here is, in fact, I mean, this is what the Obama administration and the Biden administration were already doing. Here is a report from NBC 10 in Boston of a teenager who basically was like disappeared for a couple of days. Also, incidentally, not a criminal.
Lynn teenager is in ICE custody following a fight with her younger brother. A neighbor hearing all of this commotion called police to report a domestic disturbance. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Priscilla Casper.
And I'm Colton Bradford. Now, many locals were under the impression that ICE would only target violent criminals. NBC 10's Oscar Margain is live for us from the State House tonight, where a rally it was held earlier. Oscar, good evening to you. What's the relation between this case that is playing out in Lynn?
Now, I don't think that too many people in this chat, I certainly didn't, believe Donald Trump at any point that he was only going to target violent criminals. I think we all knew that was just thinly veiled ruse that he, used to, as a veneer to avoid just saying the quiet part out loud. We just need to get rid of all of the brown people, right? But it does, it really does kind of blow my mind when people talk about it like they didn't expect it. And I gotta take most of the people at face value that they just somehow they truly didn't believe that Donald Trump would do the things that he said. It's just insane, though, to me, to think about how many people must have actually believed that to some degree, to not let it affect any of their considerations over the last year during the election or whatever else. They were like, no, Donald Trump, he just says stuff. He's not going to do any of that stuff that's bad.
Demonstration that was outside of Beacon Hill today.
Well, Colton, the pro-immigrant groups that were at the rally today say that the recent rhetoric by the president and the recent operations by ICE is causing confusion, misinformation, even fear among the immigrant community about the role between local police and ICE. Now, the family we spoke to exclusively in Lynn say that they share that fear that the immigration agents are going to be going after the rest of their family after their daughter was taken by ICE. Musk after that issue and disturbance call over at their home between her and her brother. Zenaida Hernandez is holding back tears, pleading with federal immigration authorities to release her daughter or allow her to be deported along with her. 18-year-old Zenaida Barrera was arrested by Lynn police on Monday after responding to a domestic disturbance call. Her stepfather says she and her 12-year-old brother were arguing over a cell phone. The police report says the boy was pushed to the ground. That same morning, the teen was taken to court to see a judge, but to her lawyer's surprise, she was taken by ICE.
It's unusual for ICE to take an individual into custody who has legal status here in this country.
Lynn Mayor Jared Nicholson assures his police department does not ask about a person's immigration status and worries these cases will hurt public trust.
If ICE wants to really partner with communities on public safety, that they need to be able to look at all of the circumstances.
Let's pass the same.
So,
yeah, but ICE is being run by a complete psycho right now, and his boss is a psycho who wants all the same shit to happen. You know, this is all intentional, right? Picking up anybody for anything that they can justify, even just remotely. You know, oh, you're a criminal if you've crossed the border illegally. Oh, you're a criminal if you've overstayed your visa. Oh, you're a criminal if you get into an argument with your brother.
Thankfully, the charges were basically dropped. Like the Essex County in Massachusetts, they dropped the charges, and she was freed after those charges had initially been filed against her. The girl's 18 years old. She's an 11th grader. She works at Chipotle. Her family came over to the United States a little over 2 years ago from Nicaragua, and they did cross without documentation, but they turned themselves over to immigration authorities, and they've been applying for asylum ever since. Her mother, Zenaida Hernandez Molina, says her children were having an ordinary sibling spat over a cell phone when a neighbor apparently heard the dispute.
Can confirm that happens between 18-year-olds and 12-year-olds.
I have a little sister. We definitely got into it, but in this situation, if I was in this country without documentation, perhaps this could have happened to me.
What's up with that neighbor?
Yeah, by the way, use due diligence, even if this was some innocent and they thought it was a domestic dispute. I don't know.
That's some serious Karen shit. Close your curtains, okay? Stop staring into your neighbor's windows from afar, okay? Quit being so goddamn creepy.
Don't be creepy.
Don't call the cops.
Don't always just try to make sure you have your grasp of the situation before you do that kind of thing. But it seems as though she was taken, according to the Boston Globe, to a facility in Maine, was eventually released. But it was obviously incredibly traumatic, and ICE
the reason why she was released
to comment
is because it's reported on television.
And the district attorney was basically saying, we're not going to pursue these kinds of charges. Callahan, who I guess is the attorney in the criminal case, said that after Barrera was arrested and taken to the Lynn District Court on Monday, the judge in the case ordered Barrera released, but the court officers took her to the lockup area of the courthouse instead of immediately letting her go.
Wow.
A court officer soon told him that ICE officers had shown up at the court with a detainer request and taken the girl into custody, Callahan said. Seth Moulton, who represents Massachusetts 6th District, which includes Lynn, said in the statement he was grateful for the cooperation of the local authorities, etc. But this part at the end just really broke my heart. Since Barrera's arrest, her family has been praying for her return home. Her brother William stopped going to school for fear of also being arrested by ICE, and her mother was unable to go to work at a daycare.
One question I am asking myself while listening to this, thinking about this story is, would this have happened if these two children were white? You know, I don't know. I could be wrong. But I feel like this would never have come up, right? If they were, you know, I don't know, recent immigrants from Ukraine or something like that. But, you know, you see two brown kids fighting over a cell phone that rises to calling the police, and then somehow ICE gets involved, right? I think there's a pretty easy line to draw there. All right, now let's talk about the dumbest trade war of maybe all time. It's certainly fighting to be the dumbest. Ooh, I should give you all an opportunity to get all of the content today. I think we're going to be, this will be one of those days.
We may have short-term a little pain, and people understand that, but long-term, the United States has been ripped off by virtually every country in the world. We have deficits with almost every country, not every country, but almost. And we're going to change it. It's been unfair. That's why we owe $36 trillion. I'm speaking with Prime Minister Trudeau tomorrow morning, and I'm also speaking with Mexico tomorrow morning. And I don't expect anything very dramatic. We put tariffs on. They owe us a lot of money, and I'm sure they're going to pay. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products. They take almost nothing. And we take everything from them. Millions of cars, tremendous amounts of food and farm products. So the UK is way out of line, and we'll see. The UK, but European Union is really out of line. UK is out of line, but I'm sure that one, I think that one can be worked out. But the European Union it's an atrocity, what they've done. Secretary of State Rubio is in Panama right now, and we're talking about the Panama Canal. What they've done is terrible. They violated the agreement. They're not allowed to violate the agreement. China's running the Panama Canal. That was not given to China. That was given to Panama foolishly. But they violated the agreement, and we're going to take it back, or something very powerful is going to happen. USAID, run by radical lunatics, and we're getting them out, and then we'll make a decision.
There you go, Donald Trump talking all sorts of crap about the tariffs. One, that, you know, Americans could feel some pain. I know I promised that I'd make eggs cheaper, but turns out inflation's kind of tricky when you're also, you know, waging a trade war against all of your trade partners. So that's gonna come first, and then maybe your grocery prices will come down. Decipher with the first salvo, getting us closer to our goal. Brandy, don't take it personal. I don't know what that means. Either way, thank you very much for immediately helping us out with getting closer to that goal of getting all the content. Where was I? Oh god, this trade war is already insane. Oh, but then he also mentioned that he was going to possibly tariff, like I mentioned, I think previous stream, because I listened to this whole thing. Him suggesting he would tariff the EU, tariff the UK, saying that the UK has been very unfair to us, even though of all of the people mentioned, Mexico, Canada, the EU, the UK is the very bottom of the list in terms of trade. Because the fact is, Donald Trump, he doesn't understand how trade tariffs work, or what would contribute to wanting to do such a thing. But the UK and the United States do not have a trade deficit, which he thinks is the only solution to trade deficits are tariffs, right? The UK and the United States have been basically pretty equal in terms of us buying from them buying from us. It fluctuates, you know, from one economic quarter to the next, but it, you know, generally speaking, UK buys a lot of US stuff. US people buy a fair amount of UK stuff, and that all kind of evens out most most days, most years, and it's insane. He just does not. He truly just doesn't understand the stuff that he is talking about, the stuff that he is implementing. It's all based upon other people telling him things are good ideas, and then he just saying, you know what, this guy's smart. He's a smart guy, very high IQ, can't be wrong. You know he's got a high IQ because of his bank account. It's huge. Now, there is another group of people that Donald Trump is sometimes responsive to, and that being voters to some degree. He knows when the ratings are bad. And guess what? The ratings were very bad on this one.
I think one of the big questions around all of this is how Americans will absorb this tariff, all the tariffs and any price hikes. So how are Americans feeling about this?
Yeah, I don't know if you could see me shaking my head here. Politically, I don't get it. I simply put, I don't get it. Because if we take a look here, Trump tariffs on Canada, China, and Mexico, the support is 38%. Now, you don't have to be a mathematical genius to figure out that the 51% opposed is higher than the 38% support. Americans are saying no, no, no when it comes to these Trump tariffs. You know, there have been some things that Trump has perhaps done in his early days that are popular. I've pointed those out. But this, my dear friend, is not popular at all. I've looked at a bunch of polling data, some with vague polling language, some with more specifics like this one. And in every single one, the plurality or majority opposed the Trump tariffs, and just this tiny bit right here, 38% south of 40% support him, Jessica.
So sad. Wah wah. Seems like people not a fan of being. The fact is, I think people, even the American people, understand tariffs slightly more than Donald Trump even does, the president of the United States, you know. Because they at least have watched the YouTube videos saying that tariffs are bad, rather than listening to, I don't know, the Heritage. I don't even know if even the Heritage Foundation told them about this. I don't know who told Donald Trump tariffs are good, but whoever did is an asshole. Donald James, not an asshole. You know how I know that? Actually, a myriad of reasons, but the most recent example is Donald deciding to show us this super sweet super sticker. That is a mood dang saying get good. Or should I say get good? I will try and get good. I will do my very best, Donald, to get as good as I got in me. I will never give up. Never surrender. And you'll make it easier to not surrender. People like you contributing to the Galactic News Network, making this all possible. Now we're at 2 of 5. I'm keeping track, don't you worry. Only 3 more super chats or super stickers to get us to our goal. All right, let's move on from. Actually, was there more of this I wanted to hear? Oh, there was. All right, we'll listen to a little bit more of Harry. Harry's got some more numbers. Give us more numbers, Harry.
I like that. It's fine.
Exactly right. I love to look smart. It makes me look good in front of my mother. Look, tariffs' effect on the U.S. economy. Just 34% say they're good. Get this, 47% say bad. How about on yourself, right? Your own economic. Look at this. Just 17% say good. 46% say bad. So you see very similar numbers on the bad effects that folks believe that the tariffs have on either the U.S. economy or their own pocketbook. So folks think the tariffs are bad because, simply put, they don't believe they work economically.
I wonder who the 17% is. I feel like 16.5% of the 17% must have been just complete idiots who don't understand tariffs. And then I guess 0.5% of respondees must have been like what, like import-exporters type of people? Or like people who already are hoarding lumber and some. I'm trying to think of who it is that was dumb enough to answer good for yourself, because it literally will help no one aside from the people I just mentioned. And I think we recently talked about how we could potentially stick it to the assholes who have been hoarding and driving up inflation even further as the recent months' inflation data went up unexpectedly. And we talked about how big companies have been hoarding all of this stuff. Well, guess what? They're now put into a real sticky situation, I would like to point out to you. Just think about it, right? All of these import exports and or major companies who were afraid of these tariffs, which were coming down the pipeline ever so fast into the future. Well, what did they do? Well, we went over this. What they did was they hoarded. They piled up as many goods as they could in their empty and or already partially full warehouses. Spent many billions and billions of dollars upping their inventory in expectation that they'd be able to charge you that 25, 35%, whatever it might have been, from China, Canadian, Mexican goods, right? But not have paid for it, right? And be able to log some extra profits on their books, all thanks to Donald Trump, right? As long as they get ahead of the schedule, right? Then they're in the clear. They can clear a sweet, sweet profit on that, you know, having gamed that system. But now, in this moment, tariffs have been paused, if you didn't hear, and that puts them in a very vulnerable situation with billions of dollars in inventory and no tariffs to explain why prices might go up. So, you know, with the expectation that people would be paying 25, 35, maybe more percentage for goods just because they knew the tariffs exist, you know, they were planning on gaming the system and gaming us. But now we could game them. We could stop buying from these massive companies who were doing all this hoarding, who were planning on charging us a bunch more money, who now don't have an explicit reason for why those goods would be more expensive. They probably, in some cases, paid more for goods just because they knew they could make more from it, right? Expecting inflation or whatever else to tick up, expecting the increased costs from tariffs, right? Thinking, you know what, I'll pay an extra 5 cents on the dollar. I'll pay an extra 10 cents on the dollar because I'll make it up 15, 25%, wherever else, right? And now those have been canceled, if you didn't hear. Donald Trump did a very fast flip-flop. Very fast flip-flop on all of this. But before we talk about the flip-flop, let's talk about the enormous disruption that has been caused by Donald Trump's insane, stupid trade war.
We begin today's show with President Donald Trump's move to impose sweeping tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, the three largest trading partners of the United States. Global stocks are tumbling after Trump imposed 25% tariffs on most imports from the U.S.'s allies, Canada and Mexico, and 10% on goods from China. Energy resources from Canada will have a lower 10% tariff. In a statement, the White House claimed that tariffs are needed to hold the three countries accountable to their promises of halting illegal immigration and stopping poisonous fentanyl and other drugs from flowing into our country, unquote. Trump is also threatening new tariffs on the European Union. On Sunday, Trump addressed reporters outside Joint Base Andrews.
Mexico, we've had very good talks with them, and this is retaliatory. This is retaliatory to a certain extent. Millions of people flowed into our country through Mexico and Canada, and we're not.
Before we let Donald Trump go on too far, who knows how long he's going to prevaricate here for, but I just want to say thank you to Nadia Yvette Chambers for another super chat. I'm going to count that as a half one to the goal, so that puts it as two and a half. But thank you. Dems are at war against progressives, not the Republicans. Totally true. It is very true. The establishment Democrats they've made that much clear, you know, during the election, making Jerry Connolly the leader rather than AOC in the what's it called, the what's the name of that fucking Oh god, my brain just broke. But yeah, no, there's a lot of examples of this, unfortunately, and we need to do something about it. We need to do something about it. Get out, like I've mentioned, the ossified leadership that has disappointed us over and over again. Otherwise, we're in a very, very bad situation. Because one thing I don't see is a whole lot of movement on third-party stuff. You know, on maybe creating a viable third party or bolstering one to be as viable as the others right now, unfortunately, you know, and we are just barreling towards the next primary election right now for at least some, right? A couple years away from it, essentially. Habs are for liberals. Also, thank you, Oren. Oh, thank you for Oren. You're welcome. I still have not done the update to it like I said I was going to do for you. But I'm going to get on that as soon as I can. So for now, it's just a still Oren behind the bar. But soon I will have a GIF for you, animation ready. Appreciate you, Narwhal. That gets us all the way to 4. We're at 4 already. That was very fast. When did I start this goal? Like 20 minutes ago? 15 minutes ago? You people really care about your galactic content, don't you?
Allow that.
Economists on the left and right have widely criticized Trump's move, which is expected to raise consumer prices. The extremely conservative editorial page of the Wall Street Journal's headline, "The Dumbest Trade War in History." The National Association of Manufacturers said they'll ultimately, quote, bear the brunt of these tariffs, undermining our ability to sell our products at a competitive price and putting American jobs at risk, unquote. But Trump defends the tariffs, saying he's fulfilling his campaign promise. He was questioned by reporters last week.
You promised Americans to try to reduce costs, and so many of the products that would be tariffed, when they come into the country, the outgoing country is not paying the tariff. The buyers in the United States pay that, and then that's passed on to consumers in most instances.
Right. Sometimes.
How would you
No, all the time, Donald. Jesus Christ, dude. He really doesn't understand it. He really doesn't understand it.
That's passed on to consumers in most instances.
Sometimes.
How would you expect to have prices?
Usually companies, they like to eat costs for consumers, you know. They buy something, they're like, hey, but you know what? We don't have to make as much money as we can. We can take a hit for the consumer. You know, I'm a good guy.
Aren't I a good guy?
Happens all the time. Only sometimes do consumers pay for them.
Come down if you have such a broad plan for tariffs? And what do you say to the voters who want to see you reduce everyday costs?
Well, let me just tell you.
What was that look? What was that? Was that a heartburn, indigestion going on over here? What was that?
Do you expect
He looks
to have
down.
prices come down if you have such a broad plan for tariffs? And what do you say to the voters who want to see you reduce everyday costs?
Well, let me just tell you that I got elected for a lot of reasons. Number one was the border. Number two was inflation, because I had almost no inflation. And yet I charged hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs to countries. And think of it, I had almost no inflation, and I took in $600 billion of money from other countries. And tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause success. They cause big success. So we're going to have great success.
Great success.
There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that.
People still understand.
Meanwhile, Mexico and Canada responded to Trump's tariffs by issuing
I love that.
retaliatory tariffs on U.S.
I love that. Everybody was complaining about inflation. He was talking about how terrible inflation was the entire freaking election cycle. Him and the Republicans just blaming, oh God, inflation is terrible. People are paying $1,000 for eggs. Because they've never been to a supermarket, but they know that it's expensive, right? And yet now that they're in office, they're actually, inflation's fine. People, they can handle it. It's fine. Things are fine now, right? Right, everybody? Prices back to normal in the supermarkets?
This is Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum.
México no quiere confrontación.
Mexico does not want confrontation. We start from the collaboration between neighboring countries. Mexico not only does not want fentanyl to reach the United States, but we do not want it to reach anywhere. Therefore, if the United States wants to fight criminal groups and wants us to do it jointly, we must work in an integral way.
And this was the response Saturday from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to Trump's new tariffs.
All right, before we let Justin talk, I just noticed Jerry McLean keeping me honest on emotional support characters, so we must go to the GCU, to the Galactic Cantina, for a 5th ESC. What do we got there? Don't we already have 18? Maybe not.
I want to speak directly to Americans, our closest friends and neighbors. This is a choice that, yes, will harm Canadians, but beyond that, it will have real consequences for you, the American people. As I have consistently said, tariffs against Canada will put your jobs at risk, potentially shutting down American auto assembly plants and other manufacturing facilities. They will raise costs for you, including food at the grocery store, gas at the pump. They will impede your access to an affordable supply of vital goods crucial for U.S. security, such as nickel, potash, uranium, steel, and aluminum. They will violate the free trade agreement that the President and I, along with our Mexican partner, negotiated and signed a few years ago.
Yeah, it's true.
For more, we're joined in Washington, D.C.
In Donald Trump's first term, he signed the very agreement that he is now claiming is unfair to the U.S. I signed it, but it's still unfair.
By Lori Wallach, Director of the Free Trade Program at American Economic Liberties Project, board member of Citizens Trade Campaign, the U.S. National Trade Justice Coalition of unions and environmental, consumer, faith, family, farm, and other groups. Lori, welcome back to Democracy Now! Respond to what's supposedly going to be enacted tomorrow. Now, let's be clear. That's Tuesday. Trudeau said he's tried to reach out to the president. He won't return his calls. The president says he's going to speak to both presidents, Mexico and Canadian prime minister and presidents today. What's going on here?
So tariffs can be a very effective tool to achieve lots of goals. If you're for enforceable labor standards and trade agreements to raise wages, you're for tariffs. If you are for border carbon adjustment to promote low carbon production, you're for tariffs. Tariffs are part of the formula of the tools you use to try and reestablish our ability to make things here that we need and create good jobs for the 2/3 of Americans who don't have a college degree, so making solar panels, medicine, EVs. But slapping on tariffs on Mexico and Canada, ostensibly about migration and drug trafficking, is not just ineffective. I mean, it's like trying to do surgery with a saxophone instead of a scalpel. But
look,
also
I've done a lot of surgeries with saxophones, okay? Very effective at making it a fun time for everybody. Really smooth surgery, you know what I mean?
Saxophone instead of a scalpel, but also is going to be damaging. It's going to cause enormous disruption, but without any of the outcomes and goals that one might actually want to use a tariff to achieve to help working people or build our resilience.
What is Trump trying to accomplish here? Some have said, I mean, on one hand, he's been threatening China with tariffs, but he's doing, he said, 10% on China. And with his allies, Mexico and Canada, 25%. Some suggest that maybe the fact that Elon Musk has a factory in Shanghai brought down the tariffs on China. Your thoughts?
The reason probably for the 10% is that there are already around 20% tariffs on 2/3 of all of our trade with China, still in place from 2018 during the first Trump term. And then President Biden raised tariffs on EVs, on solar, and other things to 100% with respect to China. So this is 10% on top of the existing 20%. So actually now everything will have at least 10%, but a lot of stuff will have 30% or 100%. Coming from China. But, you know, here is the question. Again, tariffs, legitimate tool, but what is the purpose here? If you're trying to fix the redone NAFTA, the so-called U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, which was Trump's redo of NAFTA, then there's a built-in 6-year renegotiation that basically starts now. If you can't fix it, you get rid of the whole thing. But there's a process to do that. You know, USMCA was supposed to bring down the NAFTA trade deficit and end job offshoring. Instead, since 2020, the trade deficit's doubled and offshoring's continued. So that Trump trade negotiation clearly needs some fixing. But there's a way to do that. It's not the tariffs. Or if you're trying to generally use tariffs to try and rebalance our chronic trade imbalance, which is promoted in deindustrialization and income inequality, well, then you use a variety of tools together, including to make sure that the companies that have had record profits from this old system pay for the transition by making it easier to organize unions and doing anti-price gouging policies. So
yeah, but Donald Trump is hoping to erode unions and enrich investors, not improve working conditions in the United States or elsewhere, or, you know, somehow bolster wages. That is not that is actually not what he's hoping to do, especially people like, you know, not just Elon Musk, I mean, but like his entire cabinet.
Companies don't use their monopoly power to raise prices. Even if you're trying to stop the flow of fentanyl, bizarrely, if you actually read the executive order, there's a loophole. The president has authority called the de minimis loophole we've talked about before. The president has existing authority to close, and they still allow informal entries of these 4 million packages a day in which the fentanyl is buried, which he could have fixed if he really was focusing on drugs. So it is a very mysterious and potentially damaging state of affairs.
And in the case of fentanyl, I think in 2024, there were like 43 pounds of fentanyl that was seized at the American-Canadian border. I think more went the other way. I also want to turn to the UAW President Shawn Fain on tariffs. He wrote on social media, the UAW supports aggressive tariff action to protect American manufacturing jobs as a good first step to undoing decades of anti-worker trade policy. We do not support using factory workers as pawns in a fight over immigration or drug policy, he said. Lori Wallach, your response.
So I think UAW President Shawn Fain had it exactly right. And actually, in my long tweet thread about these tariffs, I cited him because, again, as I started out, tariffs are a really powerful tool. And when used particularly in combination with things like investment policies to try and actually spur domestic production capacity, new factories, creating demand for American-made, high-wage, high environmental standards goods, by putting together a package of policies and keeping them in place, not just random tariff here, could go away tomorrow, you actually incentivize the...
There's another thing Donald Trump's administration will be trying to bolster anytime soon. Environmentally protective, you know, like, oh my God. They're planning on dismantling the EPA next, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the doors are going to shut over there any time now. Maybe by the end of the week. Who's to say? God, how has it only been a month since Donald Trump took off? It hasn't even been a month, actually. I take it back. It's only been, 2 weeks. Keep thinking January 6th, but technically it didn't come into office until January 20th. But still, it's only been 2 weeks. It feels like it's been months now already. All the insane shit that has happened here.
If investment you could rebalance, we certainly don't want to hold on to the old devastating neoliberal trade agenda. But the random tariffs on Mexico and Canada, compared to a strategic use of tariffs with a mix of other tools, the random tariffs aren't going to get you the outcome you want even on the fentanyl, again, closing the de minimis loophole, a thing a president has authority to do, stopping.
Hey, Narwhal by Nature getting us to the 5 of 5 super chats and or super stickers that we needed to make sure that we get all of the content that I had ready for us tonight. So generous. Thank you, Narwhal. Thank you, everybody who helped us get to this goal. I'm going to end it now. It only took us 28 minutes and 30 seconds to get through. I'm blown away. That's way faster than I was expecting. Let me make sure I end it so nobody tries to help us with the goal without knowing that we're done. I mean, I'm always fine with people donating as much as their hearts desire. I just don't want them to have some sort of fake goal sitting in front of them to try and help us in a different way. All right, now we got all the content unlocked thanks to all of you. And at the very end there by Narwhal to bring us all the way home. There was something else I was going to say. Oh, it was a response to your message. Does anybody happen to know if car insurance cares about an EV being from China? Don't ask why. Won't ask why. But one thing I know is that currently there are no legal Chinese EVs that can be on the road in the United States. Because of the decisions during the Biden administration on tariffs as it relates to Chinese EVs, that included just making all Chinese EVs illegal to operate on U.S. roads. So if it's illegal to operate on U.S. roads, I don't know for sure whether or not an insurance company would one way or the other say they wouldn't insure it. But I think it's very likely that they won't insure it, right? Especially if you express the intention of putting it on U.S. roads. Now, if you were just driving it off-road, maybe you could get away with it. If you were, saying you were just taking it on the track, going down to track days and driving it around there, they might be okay with that. It would be potentially insurance fraud. If I'm not mistaken. I am not a lawyer, so do not take this as legal advice. But this is just my understanding of what we're talking about here. But that's about as much as I have on that for you. All I know is that they're not legal on U.S. roads, so getting it insured for road travel is certainly difficult, I can imagine. I haven't tried it, so I really don't know what all they would do. I'm just sort of, just opining randomly on all of this.
The ability of 4 million packages, mainly e-commerce packages, mainly from China, to come in uninspected without the normal customs information. So they closed half of this in this executive order. They said that stuff can't slip in without paying tariffs anymore. Okay. But then they allow the stuff to come in uninspected. And so ostensibly, if you're trying to stop fentanyl, probably more important than the pay the tariff is the don't sneak in the drugs. But they didn't do that.
Weird. It's almost like they don't actually care about the fentanyl or the effects that it has on society. It's just another scapegoat to justify insane policy measures like these tariffs or like the deportations, right? Just another scapegoating of a problem they don't intend to fix. Who could have guessed?
Come on!
All right. Now let's look at some of the responses. Specifically, here was Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum. This is actually not a response. We already looked at the responses yesterday. This is Claudia Sheinbaum coming out today. Well, technically Monday. Giving a press conference regarding a phone call she had with Donald Trump overnight. Oh, come on. What are we doing here?
Llegamos al acuerdo que está en el acuerdo que se puso.
We reached the agreement that is in the agreement. Wait, what? I don't think I read that correctly. Was it? We reached the agreement. Oh, that is in the agreement put in place. And to be able to put more national guards on the northern border. To protect the border and prevent drug trafficking, and in particular the trafficking of fentanyl from Mexico to the United States. I asked him to pause the tariffs from the first moment. The tariffs, in this case, we reached that agreement. Okay, well, there you go. Now, apparently, both Claudia Sheinbaum and Justin Trudeau had conversations with Donald Trump, or at least I would assume Donald Trump, but maybe one of his aides. And they came to agreements. Both and Donald Trump decided to pause the tariffs.
On Canada, when you talk to Justin Trudeau again, is there anything he can give you at 3 p.m. when you talk again to also
I don't know.
pause,
I don't know.
like you said with Mexico?
I don't know. We have big deficits with Canada, like we do with all countries. I mean, I look at some of the deals made, I say, who the hell made these deals are so big?
Like the one that you signed with Canada and Mexico? It's like he can't even remember back 5 years. You know, it's amazing. It is amazing. Who signed these deals? Me? He said what? No, can't be. But one other thing that may have affected Donald Trump's decision here was that the stock market was having a terrible day. And all they could talk about at CNBC and Bloomberg and whatever else was that Donald Trump had enacted the tariffs that he had said he was going to enact. Oh, you can't hear him. Good point. I forgot to raise the volume. Thankfully, I paused there before we got too far ahead. But during the day, the stock market was having a terrible day. It was down multiple percent in the morning hours, and people were blaming Trump's tariffs. And maybe that's maybe those are the people that he was responding to, and not Mexico or Canada, because they don't even give a shit about fentanyl. They just want to be able to demonize anyone that's not perceived as American. You know, that's what I'm pretty sure, you know, they're like, oh yeah, this is demonizing is going too far. It's costing my wealthy investors a lot of money. Can't have that. Elon, Tesla down what? 6% over the day. Oh, can't have that.
On Canada, when you talk to Justin Trudeau again, is there anything he can give you at 3 p.m. when you talk again to also
I don't know.
pause,
I don't know.
like you said with Mexico?
I don't know. We have big deficits with Canada, like we do with all countries. I mean, I look at some of the deals made, I say, who the hell made these deals are so bad? But with Canada, I have a talk with him, and you maybe know or maybe not. We're going to meet again or talk again at 3 o'clock, right after my next meeting. And we'll see what happens. I can't tell you what's going to happen.
You mentioned that he could agree to change your mind on the tariffs?
Well, we can always, look, what I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need them to build our cars. I'd rather see Detroit or South Carolina or any one of our, Tennessee, any one of our states build the cars. They could do it very easily. We don't need them for the cars. We don't need them for lumber. We don't need them for anything. I had a great.
We don't need anybody for anybody.
But we have to stop fentanyl.
Don't need anybody. That's coming from me, head nationalist. You know, it's beginning to look a lot like fascism. This dude is just isolating us from everyone. That is his basically expressed goals, everything he talks about. He's like, actually, we don't need anything from anybody. We have everything here. Even though China has one of the world's largest deposits of all of the minerals we need. Actually, we don't need them. We don't need Canada. We don't need the oil. We don't need the lumber. We don't need anybody for anything.
From coming in, whether I like somebody or not, and we have to stop the illegal aliens from coming in. I think we've lost 200,000 people on average a year for many years, much higher than the 100,000. Could be even closer to 300,000. And they've agreed to put in 10,000 soldiers permanently, like forever, 10,000 soldiers at their side of the border and stop fentanyl and illegal aliens from coming into our country. They have a big incentive to do. Other than that, we've agreed to talk and consider various other things. We haven't agreed on tariffs yet, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. China will be speaking to China probably over the next 24 hours.
Now, I haven't heard about any movement on China, but what I have heard is that after this meeting, Donald Trump went and talked to Justin Trudeau, and Justin Trudeau said he was going to do everything to stop the illegal fentanyl coming into the United States. And he shut down those tariffs as well, like 30 minutes later. The dumbest trade war ever. If anything, he's just reminded all of our trade partners that with Donald Trump in office for the next 4 years, the American government will be chaotic, bipolar, completely untrustworthy, and will be essentially utilizing trade policy to enact statecraft in ways that don't even make sense and are really pretty, what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now, but just, you know, aggressively, sort of from an oppositional place, right? It's not going to be about working together. It's going to be about you do what Donald Trump wants, or else he'll do something. Who knows what? And you know, like, it's very hard to, I think, for any people who are currently in power right now, I'm sure, to try and figure out what they should do in relation to the United States, whether it be with trade or with collaboration on other things. If he wants us to be isolated, it seems like he's going to be getting his way because China's already tariffed, and we're just enacting more of that trade war. You know, and he is doing all of these sorts of things that are just so alienating, threatening EU and the UK, the rest of our trade partners, with more tariffs as well, for who knows what. What's he? I mean, I assume it's for NATO funding or something like that. Now, after this Trump press conference in the White House, one Caroline Leavitt came out here to talk to the press corps on the White House lawn, take a little victory lap on everything they just achieved. She looks almost terrified in this moment, doesn't she? I don't know. She looks scared. She's like looking at that fuzzy microphone. She's like, get that away from me. It's looking at me weird. Oh my God. I'm having a panic attack.
I think the president has made it astoundingly clear that the reason for these tariffs, and I just talked a lot about this on Fox News, is the illegal surge of deadly drugs and of human beings that we have seen
the deadly drugs
over the southern border and
that we're not dealing with, that are coming in through legal methods, legal shipping methods, and not over the border, as you keep putting it. Okay, yeah. Definitely keep talking about that one.
Of deadly drugs and of human beings that we have seen trafficked over the southern border and the northern border, hence the tariffs on Canada. And so the president is making it very clear to both Canada and Mexico that the United States is no longer going to be a dumping ground for illegal deadly drugs and illegal human beings. And you saw President Sheinbaum already conceding and putting 10,000 troops, permanent troops, I would add, not temporary, Mexican soldiers on the southern
Never
border
leaving.
to deter some of that.
Not allowed to
illegal
leave.
migration.
Can't go back home to your family. You have to be at the border at all times.
The president will continue to have these negotiations. I won't get ahead of him. He's also going to make sure that Secretary Bessent, soon to be Secretary Lutnick, and Secretary Rubio are deeply involved in these negotiations as well. Steve. Sure. Well, he said in the Oval Office it'll happen in the next couple of days. I don't have a schedule yet, but I can check with NSC and let you guys know. And we'll obviously provide a readout of that call either via White House statement like we do or via Truth Social like we do sometimes as well.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
We talked about this either last stream or the stream before it. We talked about how Donald Trump will be enriching himself with Truth Social. And every time Caroline Leavitt or another Trump administration official says, oh, if you want to know more, make sure to watch on Truth Social. What does that do? It ups engagement on Donald Trump's social media platform. It incentivizes more corruption for, say, companies to go and advertise there, hoping that they will get favor with Donald Trump for benefiting his social media platform, right? Something that he's the primary shareholder on, right? He owns like 60 or nearly, I think 60 some after the lockup expire. I don't remember exactly the timing of it all, but he basically owns 60+% of that stock, right? And it's just horrifying to hear a White House press secretary say, go to the president's private, well, not private, but basically it might as well be president's private social media company, right? Sure, it's publicly owned, it's on the stock market, but the president owns the majority of shares. I am just so floored by this level of corruption, right? Like they're supposed to divest themselves of all of these things, and Donald Trump, I think, was one of the first presidents ever to come into office with a bunch of massive financial interests that he didn't divest himself of, and has just sort of doubled down this term. And it's wild that that's what we get.
I can confirm he's a special government employee. I can also confirm that he has abided by all applicable federal laws. As for his security clearance, I'm not sure, but I can check back with you.
Did he pass a background check? Do you know?
I don't know about the security
Yeah, he
clearance,
didn't.
but I can check.
He definitely didn't.
Anyone who's on his team that was at USAID this weekend or at Treasury Department, whether they also have security clearances?
I don't know, but I can
Great.
check on
Thanks,
that. for you.
Caroline.
Sure.
Doing great.
The hostage deal, we saw people coming out of Gaza alive because Trump managed to get this deal done.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was very emotional for people in Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu is coming here tomorrow. He might not.
Okay, that's enough of this press briefing here from Caroline. But yeah, taking the big victory lap. Telling people, actually, we did a great job. That's what we meant. We meant for these tariffs to last for 1 day, 2 days, whatever it was. Barely 2 days. We got everything we wanted. Did a great job. And now we have militarized borders on both sides of our borders. That should be good for everyone. Okay, now let's go on here to the Wall Street Journal. Fries aren't free. Our freedom fries are actually Canadian fries. How were we supposed to? How are we supposed to live in this country without French fries? Without the freedom? Oh,
Can import
you tell
to the
me
US.
freedom fries
Natural
ain't
gas,
free.
which makes up
I
99%
revolt
of America's supply,
immediately.
now has a 10% tariff on it.
The administration is worried about causing too many price spikes at the gasoline pump for...
Oh, wow.
Illegal.
Saying that is illegal now. Criticizing the king is, I'm pretty sure, punishable by death. Which is why I have to live on the space station often. to avoid the death penalty. Now, really quickly, I just wanted to read this for y'all. Dumbest. Go from that Wall Street Journal YouTube video to this. Here's Wall Street Journal's website. WSJ opinion. The dumbest trade war in history. President Trump will fire his first tariff salvo on Saturday against those notorious American adversaries, Mexico and Canada. They'll get hit with a 25% border tax, while China, a real adversary,
China
will endure 10% tax. This reminds us of the old Bernard Lewis joke that it's risky to be America's enemy, but it can be fatal to be its friend.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Leaving China aside,
China!
Mr. Trump's justification for this economic assault on the neighbors makes no sense. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says they've enabled illegal drugs to pour into America.
Illegal?
But drugs have flowed into the U.S. for decades and will continue to do so as long as Americans keep using them. Neither country can stop it. Drugs may be an excuse, since Mr. Trump has made clear he likes tariffs for the sake of them. We don't need the products that they have, Mr. Trump said on Thursday. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, meaning the lumber. And, well, one Rupert Murdoch, owner of the Wall Street Journal, was meeting Donald Trump in his office earlier on Monday, and they were asked an uncomfortable question at the moment by reporters.
How rude.
Secure what we're giving them with their rare earth and other things.
The rare earth.
Mr. President, in terms of the deal with Mexico this morning, was that...
I like how he doesn't even seem to understand what a rare earth mineral is. It's just rare earth. I hear this part of the earth is very rare. It's a lot less of this earth than there is of the other earth, and it's very rare. What does Donald Trump actually understand, aside from ratings?
Secure what we're giving them with their rare earth and other things.
Mr. President, in terms of the deal with Mexico this morning, was that partially related to the market reaction and the criticism from Mr. Murdoch's own newspaper? He called it the dumbest trade war on the editorial page on Saturday.
I'm going to have to talk to him.
Was this market reaction or concern about
I've been right
the
over
economy?
the Wall Street Journal many times. I don't
want to
agree with
fight
him on
here.
something.
Uh-oh. Very uncomfortable. Everybody looks upset to have reporters asking questions in this hollowed room.
Thanks. No, it's not only is it not them. You're going to see. You're going to see. Every single one of those countries is dying to make a deal. You know why? Because they're ripping us off really badly. And the United States is tired of being just being ripped
We're
off.
tired of ripping and ripping and
that's why we have
whatever it
$36
is.
trillion in debt.
We're tired.
We have it for a reason, because we make bad deals with everybody. And we don't allow that anymore. So the Wall Street Journal is wrong, because very simply, every single country that you're writing about right now is dying to make a deal, because the deals they have right now are so good and so good for them and so profitable for them. You didn't know that Canada didn't allow our banks. You didn't know all of these different things. And I think in the end, you're going to see that either very, very substantial tariffs are going to be paid by them, or they're going to make some kind of a deal.
Everybody wants to make a deal. The great art of the deal. It's all wrong. Being our friend is great.
Substantially.
It's very great. Everybody knows. Even when I threaten them, they like it, actually. That's why they want to make a deal so much. Because they love when I threaten them. We have to get all the rare earth. What else we have to get? We have to get a quick galactic break in here. Because we've gone way over the second break. 4 hours and 23 minutes. No big deal, though, because we've already paid for all the content. So, breaks will happen. And we will continue forward into the abyss. Knowing that at least we have each other. Now, while you're taking in all of that, do consider, of course, liking and subscribing on the stream. Very, very helpful on multiple venues, if you will. Of course, liking helps us with the old algorithm, and we still need 1,000 subscribers to be fully monetized here on YouTube. Now, while you're doing all of that, do consider also contributing to the Galactic News Network, financially speaking, as we are completely dependent on people like you for our survival. That's right. We need your help. You are our only hope. Thankfully, though, we have all sorts of ways for you to show your contributions and your support for the stream and for the content that I provide here from space. We got YouTube, of course. Still, we got the super chats, super stickers, the memberships, which we're getting. I think we're getting pretty close to getting another emote now. We need. What? Oh, we need an emotional support character. Wait, don't we have that fifth one? No, I'm distracted. What was I saying? Oh, that's what I was saying. Right, all sorts of other great ways. We got Twitch, you got Cash App, you got PayPal, and of course you got Patreon, where you can go onto the website by clicking the link in my YouTube and or Twitch bios and become yourself a Galactic patron for just a few US dollars a month. You can get access to benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. Alright chat, enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back. somehow, we have not even left what is usually the first half. And you know what? It's been like that for weeks now, ever since basically the run-up to Donald Trump's inauguration. There's been a fire hose of news, U.S. news, just utterly inundating me. And so it's like 2.5 halves of the stream are dedicated specifically to the United States. It's insane. It's insane. I'd like to think that we provide pretty extensive discussion about, you know, the world and what's happening. But holy fuck. It's all being relegated to like the 4th and 5th halves now. It's horrifying. It's a horrifying state of affairs. I would like it to stop. But I don't know. I don't feel like it's going to stop anytime soon. I'll just be forced to doing 10-hour streams every day. Oh, right. I forgot to do that. Third half. It's starting. Right now. Getting those seed space fams, otherwise you're going to miss the galactic content. It's about to start. Now, if you didn't... This Donald Trump reiterated one of his new favorite catchphrases, and that is, Canada, the 51st state. Governor Trudeau.
Substantially higher.
Sir, just to clarify when you said about Ukraine earlier, the rare earths, is that something you want them to give the rare earths to the United States?
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to have security of rare earth. We're putting in hundreds of billions of dollars. They have great rare earth, and I want security.
You keep saying rare earth, dude. I can't get past it. Can't. Just one time, say rare earth minerals, and maybe I'll pretend that he knows what he's talking about. All he knows, I'm pretty sure all Donald Trump knows is that offhand, Elon probably told him, we need all of the rare earth minerals. It's very important to U.S. security. And Donald said, that's great. That's perfect. That's all I need to know. We'll get the rare earth. I got to go to this meeting right now. Tell me more about it later. And then he's just riffing. He's like, oh, rare earth. It's very, very important, I hear. I'm just going to we're going to secure all of the rare earth, wherever it may be.
Yeah. I want to have security of rare earth. We're putting in hundreds of billions of dollars. They have great rare earth, and I want security of the rare earth. And they're willing to do it.
Sir, Mr. President, on Canada, when you talk to Justin Trudeau again, is there anything he can give you at 3 p.m. when you talk again to also secure a pause, like you said, with Mexico?
I don't know. We have big deficits with Canada. Like
big deficits.
I mean, I look at some of the deals made, I say, who the hell made these deals?
Why do Americans keep buying stuff from Canada and China? I don't get it. It's unbelievable.
So bad. But with Canada, I have a talk with him, and you maybe know or maybe not. We're going to meet again or talk again at 3 o'clock, right after my next meeting, and we'll see what happens. I can't tell you what's going to happen.
You mentioned that he could agree to change your mind on the tariff?
Well, we can always, look, what I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state. We give them protection, military protection. We don't need that.
51st state, Canada. We just need the rare earths. Wherever the rare earth is, we're gonna get it and secure it. I hear Canada has some stuff. That's why it should be the 51st state. It also gives us a great runway for getting to Greenland, where there's a lot more rare earth, I keep hearing. Now, one very unfortunate thing, certainly for Canadians, Canadian consumers. I know we got some Canadian consumers in the chat. Certainly in the space fams, more broadly speaking, there's quite a few Canadian viewers, I think we have. And this one's affecting them on the daily, getting worse every day. I actually have to look at my... I don't know where it's... I'm trying to remember exactly where it started, but let's talk about the Canadian dollar, the loonie, and what it has been doing ever since Donald Trump won in the election, and ever since he started talking about tariffing Canada, all this other stuff. Because it's been bad. It's been very bad. As the Canadian dollar has been losing a lot of value on the currency market, if you will. And that has greatly accelerated since around the time Donald Trump won the election. In fact, I think it's lost almost 20% in value. Just regardless of tariffs being enacted by Trudeau, which I think now are rescinded because they came to an agreement, but regardless of any of the potential for trade wars right now, the Canadian dollar has been brutalized, causing Canadians to, pinch pennies even more than they may have already been, making goods that are imported to Canada even more expensive, and even Canadian goods more expensive because of, capitalism.
So how will the markets be impacted? We saw Friday the loonie closed at its lowest level since 2003, hitting 67 cents. The Bank of Canada predicting this tariff war will bring a recession. With more on this side of the story, let's bring in money expert Rubina Ahmed-Haq. All right, Rubina, David was touching upon it, what will immediately become more expensive?
Groceries. We're immediately going to see that when we check out our groceries next weekend. Say you do a weekly grocery shop, anything that comes up from the United States is going to become more expensive. And this is on top of these higher prices.
And it's not just the United States, right? Like that's sort of almost, the tariffs themselves, which are now gone. So that makes that point moot. But at least I think they're gone. Actually, they might still be. I would assume that part of the agreement was that the tariffs would come down. I could be wrong on that. I guess I just realized that was an assumption I was making up until now. But even without that, right? Even if you're not buying American, if Canadian currency is down, anything you're buying from a different country is going to be more expensive technically, right? And importers are going to pass the costs on, right? Same deal as with the tariff type thing we're talking about. The same goes for currency. Right, so as long as the Canadian currency is going down, right, and sure, it may be going down slower against some other currencies, but it matters regardless of whether or not it comes from the United States.
That we've already been paying. Remember, that same basket of goods that we used to buy just a couple of years ago is now 17% more expensive. So anything that is produced in the U.S. that we are buying here, so strawberries, eggs, milk, butter, margarine, you mentioned mayonnaise, all these items are going to get more expensive, especially the perishable ones, because a lot of that is trucked up from the U.S.
World's dumbest trade war. All right, now let's go here. Talk about Donald Trump's speech from over the weekend. Here's the majority report from 2 hours before the stream started.
Tomorrow was supposed to be the day that there was going to be a tax on everything coming into the United States from Mexico, 25%. I'm sorry, a tariff, which would have raised billions upon billions of dollars and made it irrelevant for us to have an income tax, according to Donald Trump. Supposedly, there's going to be a 25% tariff on Canada's goods starting tomorrow, and a 10% tariff on China. Now, anybody who knows, has even like a rudimentary and barely sophisticated understanding of tariffs, knows that largely the point of tariffs are to help grow a domestic industry, right? Like, I want to
I want to help us get a competitive advantage. This country's lapping us in X.
Let's just say computer processors or solar panels.
Exactly. Thank you. I'm glad Sam said that because I was about to say that. Like, hey, let's talk about the CHIPS Act. That was the combination of a tariff and direct focus on an industry.
It is.
So we'll make those more expensive by putting a tariff on the foreign version of that so that the U.S. made one is cheaper. So people buy it.
So people buy it. And if the tariff raises a lot of money, that means that people are not buying the U.S. version and the tariff has failed. So you cannot rely on it to raise a lot of money. And if it does, then the tariff is not working.
What you talking about?
If you do it on every single product from a country, then you are not targeting it towards an industry. And all it will do is create inflation across the board. Because come on, when whatever it is, I don't know, jungle gyms that we buy from Canada go up by 25% in cost. If you produce jungle gyms in the United States, what you do is you raise your prices by 20%.
Mm-hmm.
You can still undercut the other one, but you get that. Now, the other thing that they are doing on top of this is de minimis. There are exceptions for products that are sent by people under a certain amount. Or if it's presents, or you get somebody to buy, or you order some, let's say, drugs from Canada, legal drugs, or you purchase something from Canada, like I'm just buying a whatever it is, like a specific type of saw or some maple syrup or whatever it is. Those, because it's such an individual sale, it's not like a wholesale type of thing, are also carved out generally from any type of tariffs regime. In this instance, not the case. So that syrup that you want to give as a gift, forget about it. That's going to go up 25% too. Now, all this has been in the making, and apparently Trump has already backed off the Mexico one for some sort of theatrical performance by Scheinbaum.
Which,
but here
credit
is
to her, by the way, for that being the only extraction so far, is that she'll do this theater of sending her National Guard to their northern border.
That's a repeat of 4 years ago.
Snarkorsky also raises the thing, tariffs on everything on an entire country are often called sanctions. And it's just how extreme they are, really. But here is Trump telling reporters this.
Rob Skeltz didn't him in this. I believe it's a legal term, de minimis, spelled like this. Oh, actually, it's spelled. I spelled it wrong. I screwed up. I'm pretty sure. I fucked up. I think it's spelled this. I still did it wrong. I fuck me. Forget this. I retract. You look it up. You'll find it. It just means legally insignificant or lacking significance. So I think it's Latin.
On yesterday that he's willing to cause a little short-term pain for Americans.
No, I'm not concerned. We may have short-term, some little pain, and people understand that. But long-term, the United States has been ripped off by virtually every country in the world. We have deficits with almost every country. Not every country, but almost. And we're going to change it. It's been unfair. That's why we owe $36 trillion. We have deficits with everybody. We help everybody. We've been helping everybody for years. And to be honest, I don't think they appreciate it. So we're going to change that. We're going to change it fast. We're going to make America great again. We have to focus on our country. We have tremendous potential.
All right, pause. We don't need to hear anymore.
Now, one thing I think to myself, because, it's just the fact is that we live in a world where we get goods from different places based upon different things, mostly cost. but also due to their resources, right, natural or otherwise, especially places like China, right, or Mexico. And while what we're talking about could potentially be good for things like wages here in the United States, the cost to get us to that place where every good that we, because like when Donald Trump talks about deficits, he's talking about trade deficits, how much stuff that we're buying from one, at least I think he understands what he's talking about, but that is what he's referring to when he talks about deficits between us and other countries, is of how much goods we're buying from them versus how much they're buying from us. And because the United States exported its manufacturing decades ago, we don't produce a lot of stuff we buy. We're mostly a consumer economy, right? And when, we talk about how do we, like, technically tariffs can deal with trade deficits, but to enact these things, like to go down the list from shampoo to TVs, from computer processing chips like Sam mentioned with the CHIPS Act, and whatever else, the trillions of dollars, I'm talking trillions, tens of trillions of dollars it would cost to build all of the mines, and the fact is we don't really have a bunch of the minerals that we were talking about, the rare earth. There's no rare earth here in the United States. Very normal earth. But there's all sorts of stuff that we just don't have, that we have to get from other places, first off. But then, like, to get all of the rest of that stuff, like, set up, every factory that we're talking about, from shampoo to TVs and everything, whatever else I said just now, we're talking about literally tens of trillions of dollars to make that even happen. And in the meantime, because it's only a temporary pause right now. It's a 30-day pause on these tariffs. Right, and if Canada or Mexico or China or whomever else doesn't go along with everything Donald Trump wants, if it doesn't solve the problem or whatever else, I have no idea what it's all based on, honestly, and what would cause these to go back into effect or to stop them from going back into effect. I honestly don't know, but we are on the verge of them coming right back, and the costs that will start to be borne by people are going to be insane. It's all going to be regular people, especially people on, say, fixed incomes, right? Elderly people who are on government assistance, because the government assistance is not going to keep up with inflation, right? Certainly in the meantime, there won't be a cost of living adjustment all of a sudden for everybody, certainly not with this government. Anyway,
he seems to be conflating with trade deficits with our budget deficits, and sort of like moshing them together in some weird way. But understand, when he talks about we are going to experience short-term pain, by we, what he really means is essentially, I don't know, 70, 80% of the country. Because the percentage of wealth or income for a wealthy person who buys a tomato that may be 20% more, or an avocado that may be 20 or 25% more, or a 2x4 that may be 20 or 25% more, the percentage of their wealth or income that is spent on that is far less than your average American. So understand, this is a tax, and because it is essentially a sales tax. Yep. It is going to hit low income, working class, middle class people far more than the top 20%, 10%, 0.01% in this country.
in the same way that sales taxes do generally, right? Which is what you just described, which is that if there's a sales tax of X% on certain items, which there is in most parts of the country.
Soda, for instance.
Yeah, right. So if you have more money, if there's a percentage tax on that soda, it's less percentage of your income that's going towards that increase because you have more, even though that product, it costs the same for everybody. This is Trump's attempt to say that, he's becoming more efficient and cutting into our deficit by not raising taxes on the wealthy. This is all this is. It's just another workaround so that we can continue going down this road that we have been since the 70s of slashing taxes for the wealthy and exacerbating income inequality. And all this is going to do, if he's successful with it, is do the exact same thing. But it's also a shakedown, right? Like, he got the PR that he wanted from Sheinbaum, and she has an 80% approval rating in Mexico, so she can kind of flex on him. And we'll see what happens now if he's able to actually implement this. But that's part of this.
What's he going to get from Canada?
I know, but that
10,000 troops.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what he got, actually. 10,000 troops, I'm pretty sure. Same as Mexico. Canada heard the details of the first deal. They're like, maybe we can offer the same exact thing, and that'll do it.
Border in Canada?
I mean, they are our largest trading partners. Like, in terms of food, Mexico's the largest supplier of fruit and vegetables to the United States.
We don't need
Canada leads.
We don't need fruits
and
and vegetables. Okay.
Livestock.
We just need onions and what else comes on a Big Mac. We don't even need the onions and the lettuce on the Big Mac. Okay, just the special sauce. We don't need vegetables.
Meats, poultry, and more, let alone
Make
the
America
oil
healthy
from Canada,
again.
let alone the lumber from Canada. Trump, when he was in office the first time, signed trade deals with Mexico and Canada that he is now violating as he gets into office for the second time. In order to do his mafia styles of leadership, which is just I'll threaten them to shake them down for something else I want.
Here's Kristi Noem with I'm not sure I fully understand what she's
Puppy
talking
killer.
about. She may not.
Puppy killer incoming.
Yes, new outfit. She had the Border Patrol
Message
outfit
from
on
Puppy
last
Murderer in
week on
Chief.
Laura Ingraham.
Oh, this is
Sorry, not she, the secretary of Puppy Killer.
No, this is she's doing. Kristi Noem's trying to do everybody in the Village people over the course of the first month in office.
Trump would love that.
Here she
Would.
is.
He really would.
On
It's true.
NBC News
That's very true.
with Kirsten Welker.
You know, Madam Secretary, economists
what is
all
this
across the board
outfit?
are warning that ultimately tariffs.
Kristi Noem, puppy killer, now patrolling the border, looking fit for the job. Cowgirl Pickles. R.I.P. Cricket.
Economists all across the board are warning that ultimately tariffs lead to higher prices for consumers, and that these tariffs in particular could see prices increase on food, electronics, and cars. The president himself.
Pause it. Now, we just talked about this. Why does tariffs increase the price of things? Because the tariff is essentially, no, not essential. It's literally a tax. If the thing comes across the border, you need to pay a 25% tax on it, and the consumer pays for that. So it raises prices. But it also is inflationary for every other product in this country that would compete with that. So if Sam's selling tomatoes and tomatoes cost 25 cents more or 25% more coming in from Mexico, I could actually raise the price of my tomatoes by 20%, still be a discount. And that
Exactly. Capitalism.
Follow the rich white man.
You know, I like tomatoes. I like vegetables. It's not great that all of our nutritious food isn't going to be even more expensive potentially in the future. If these tariffs come back. And I don't think Donald Trump is done with tariffs, okay? It's the first 2 weeks. He talked about tariffs every day during the election cycle. Tariffs and inflation. And what was the other one? Lawfare.
What's going to happen? But Kristi Noem doesn't seem to understand this.
Would see prices increase on food, electronics, and cars. The president himself acknowledging this morning these tariffs could cause, quote, some pain. How is this move helping President Trump fulfill his campaign promise to lower prices?
Great question.
You know, you've
Thanks,
seen
Jeff,
the
for the
president take action already this week with
did?
Colombia, and you saw Colombia react in a very positive way that was good for everyone involved. Canada, Mexico, other countries have the opportunity.
Colombia? What do we get from Colombia? Besides from, like, cocaine and oil? Or what? What are you talking about?
That was good for everyone involved. Canada, Mexico, other countries have the opportunity to do exactly the same. So we have a strong leader. He has laid down exactly what he is going to do and what the consequences are. I encourage their leadership teams to get on board and to make sure that they're.
So, what I think Kristi is basically saying here, I think she's attempting to answer the question. She thinks that shutting down the border will help with prices. Right? That, you know, as long as the border is shut down, the prices will go down too. Right? You shut down the border, you get low prices. I don't know what the economics were, or like who she's quoting from, academically speaking. I've never heard this argument before, so I'm unfamiliar, honestly, with what she's trying to get at. I don't know where the line, how you draw a line from one to the other, but okay.
Pushing up prices. If prices go up, it's because of other people's reactions to America's laws. And that's what President Trump is doing. He is making sure that we're not picking and choosing winners and losers, that the law applies equally.
What? I mean, there is a world where I can imagine we have a top cabinet official who's asked this question, who is just there to be a lapdog for Donald Trump, and comes up with a comprehensible, and I would disagree with it, but arranges her words in such a way that they actually mean something. But he is raising the prices. He is imposing the tax. What a different
closing the border
could do to react to it. I mean, if they did nothing.
If we don't have any fentanyl anymore, we won't have any more inflation, okay? You get rid of the fentanyl, you get lower prices, okay? That's how economics works, okay? Drugs raise the prices of all other goods, right? The existence of fentanyl as an economic vehicle, it is destroying companies' abilities, multinational, multi-trillion, at least certainly multi-billion-dollar companies, keeps them from being able to lower the prices of goods. Okay, that's just how the economics of it all work. Of course,
They did absolutely nothing. The prices would rise by 25% of those goods coming in. Again, there's domestic inflationary pressure. The only thing that they could do in response that would also be problematic for the U.S. is to say, oh, well, we're no longer going to buy your goods.
Whoopsies.
Which would then be problematic for the producers of those goods here. The idea that she goes on to say that Donald Trump does not choose winners and losers.
It's insane.
It's literally 180 degrees from the, and I have no problem with the idea of government picking winners and losers, because it does that all the time. But putting a 25% tax on some products in a market and not others is literally the definition of picking winners and losers. Just go back a little bit, because it's just stunning that these people are in charge of anything.
Sam is right. The meritocracy, it's over. Perfect time, Joe 47 771 with this comment. The idiocracy is deafening. In fact, that is very true. Meritocracy has been replaced by the idiocracy. in full. I'm sure they'll replace it with something better, though, eventually. It's just part of the... They gotta shut it all down first, and then be way, way better. They're gonna rebuild it. We have the technology. There's no way it goes wrong for anyone. Alright, we're doing okay on time, so we're gonna keep it moving. No break needed. We just took a break. Now, let's go on to Canada, a place we have been talking about a whole lot. We're going to start talking some of the environmental stuff of the evening. Let's go here to Vancouver, where in BC, cars are piling up on the roads as snow batters the area.
Go home!
Some angry drivers losing their patience with people stuck in the snow. In East Vancouver on Joyce near Kingsway, as soon as one car was stuck, others lost their momentum.
I just probably this hill, yeah. I think we just had to stop. That's why just lost the momentum.
Oh no.
This minivan gave up going up the hill, opting instead to reverse, turn around, and head back down. At Rupert near 13, several cars couldn't make it up the hill, causing a backup with nowhere to turn around.
We are trying to figure out that, like, to get out of the situation we got into. So yeah, because it's uphill, so it's not that easy.
Neighbors pitched in to help dig drivers out of the snow.
Thing is just without having proper winter tires, I don't really know if even how we've got it's going to be enough traction for him to even just get out of the road there.
Oh boy.
Some buses also had a problem navigating through the snow. All transit service was up and running, but slower than normal. Up to 600 buses are equipped with new winter tires that have deeper tread pattern.
They are better. I was okay when I started coming out here, but when I started picking up the passengers all on started to move, the bus just sliding down on the side.
On Highway 1 at the
Oh, there you go. Heavy snows inundating the roads in British Columbia. Alright, now let's talk about the energy transition, which appears to be put on hold, if not stopped entirely, by the entrance of the Donald Trump administration. Probably not going to get a lot of climate goals done in the next 4 years. Probably fine, right?
Donald Trump eliminated more than 70 climate and green energy initiatives in his first week in office. So are the lights going out on clean energy? Well, under the Biden administration, hundreds of billions of dollars of public money in the form of tax credits, grants and loans was used to fuel the energy transition and hit a target of decarbonising America's electricity by 2035. That has now been scrapped, and the new administration is even trying to block the payment of loans already agreed. Joachim Clement is head of strategy at Panmure Liberum. Joachim, how much of the energy transition or how much of the investment that companies thought they were going to receive is President Trump able to reverse?
Well, I think, and I'm not a legal expert here, but I think that loans that have already been spoken by the previous administration cannot be reversed. What can be done, however, is that any money that hasn't been spent yet can effectively be cancelled, which means no new loans, and any tranches of existing loans that haven't been paid out yet will not be paid out going forward. In the end, that effectively stops the push towards low carbon energies in the US, with one exception, and that is nuclear power, which is very much a thing that the new government likes, just like the old one.
Joachim.
Yeah, but nuclear power is like on the very bottom of all these ones. We shouldn't be using it at the most, right? You know, it has a lot of more negative impacts on the environment than wind or solar or tidal technology, other things like that. And so, yeah, I'm so glad we're going to double down on nuclear and then just kick out all the other, you know, the actual renewables, and then quadruple down on oil drilling and production. Yeah, it seems like we're just going to go backwards, not let alone the energy transition. Forget that. That's done, at least for the next 4 years. And that could be detrimental, utterly detrimental to the future of the potential for an energy transition. And now it just seems like we're headed towards oblivion for sure. You know, we've been talking about this, but not enough. You know, there's been so many things going on with the Donald Trump administration. I have not been talking enough about their climate policies that they're definitely going to be enacting, stuff like that. And, you know, it's not great. It's not a great vibe.
We'll come back to nuclear power, but the cheapest sources of electricity, even without subsidies, are solar and wind, aren't
they?
So
that's true.
Is there a financial case for that transition that's compelling regardless of government policy?
Yes, absolutely. Depending on where.
Yeah, there's a compelling case, but the entire industry has been subsidized by the government up to this point, and we've barely gotten anything done. And now we're going to expect finance to do it, private equity, whatever else, already existing energy companies to switch for the profit incentive. It's not going to happen. I don't see that happening. That's very unlikely. We already know that leaving the energy transition up to private interests has not gone well anywhere. We've unpacked this so many times. But it's fucked. I mean, this is where we're at. The entire federal government under threat, and any sorts of all of the good stuff about the government that we need it to be doing are either under fire, under threat, under review by people like Russ Vought and Stephen Miller. Lee Zeldin, who doesn't believe climate change is real, the new EPA administrator. Let's go here to Mike Lee, Republican senator from Utah, coming out to tout Donald Trump's energy secretary nominee, Chris Wright, a guy I know nothing about. One of the few nominees that were brought up way late in the game, and I have barely heard his name before. Let's see what Senator Mike Lee, Republican from Utah, has to say about this guy. I'm sure he's great. Probably a really great guy.
The senator from Utah.
Madam President, you don't need to be an economist to know that something went terribly wrong over the last 4 years. Just ask any family paying their utility bills, buying appliances, or filling up their car with gas at the pump. Prices skyrocketed and wages haven't kept pace.
Yeah, because we've been talking about this one a ton. I feel like I gotta stop it already. The energy companies have been giving energy to the AI guys, the server farm guys, the crypto guys, at the same costs that they charge us, generally speaking. They have been running up massive electricity bills and other things like that. Electricity, which is powered oftentimes by methane, not always. But in a lot of places in the United States, that's the case. So it drives up two different costs at the same time, methane and electricity. Because of the increased demand and the same amount of supply of energy, it is left for consumers to bear the cost. But if you're just using electricity to live and not to mine crypto or to scrape the internet with AI, then your costs go up, but your benefits from it don't go up, while they make a boatload of money from the electricity on the grid. And we've actually been proposing having server farms hooked up directly to people. I think Jeff Bezos was Amazon Web Services, ASW, were talking about AWS, whatever it's called, have been talking about just hooking up their servers directly to the power producers, right? Up to like nuclear facilities and stuff like that. Bypassing the grid and entering into some sort of private power relationship with power companies intended to supply the grid with energy. No way that that goes wrong. I'm sure Mike has a problem with that, right, Mike? Right? You're going to bring that up?
Been close. When Americans opened their energy bills, they didn't see climate plans. They saw costs piling up and questions they couldn't answer. Why is this so expensive? Why is Washington making it so much worse? With America's abundant resources, oil, gas, nuclear, geothermal.
Why is Washington making it? Washington should be making it better by stopping, you know, people like Amazon to come in and just rule our energy grid. How about that? You want to do anything about that, Mike? Or do you want to deregulate? You want to make it actually so that they can do whatever the fuck they want, right? Put a nuclear facility in your backyard or frack feet from your home, underneath your home, if they so choose, wherever. No regulations necessary.
Hydropower, etc. Biden's Secretary of Energy could have spearheaded an era of energy dominance and energy abundance. Instead, the opposite happened. Secretary Granholm used her position to funnel taxpayer dollars to her friends.
Now, the man who this guy is defending, that Mike Lee here from Utah is defending, is a guy named by name of Chris Wright. This is him. This is his Wikipedia page. Born in '65, current nominee for United States Secretary of Energy. He founded a company called Pinnacle Technologies. Anybody want to guess what Pinnacle Technologies does? What they make? What they're involved in business-wise? Any guesses from chat? Well, I'll break the news for you. Pinnacle Technologies is a company involved in commercial shale gas production through fracking. And he served as its CEO until 2006. He was also the chairman of Stroud Energy, another company involved in shale gas. And he founded Liberty Energy in 2011. And as of February 2023, the company was valued at $2.8 billion. There you go. Chris Wright. Shale gas fracker. Owner of apparently multiple or chairman of multiple energy companies involved in extracting shale gas.
Michigan, while the rest of the country struggled under soaring energy prices and mounting inflation. Under Secretary Granholm, the Department of Energy was reduced to a taxpayer-funded piggy bank for political allies and for her pet projects. Rather than unleashing American energy, the DOE greenlit almost $23 billion in...
You know what I bet Chris Wright wants to do? He probably wants to unleash all the frackers on your neighborhood. You know, all these neighborhoods are just sitting on top of all this natural gas, not taking advantage of it. Just get them in there. Drilled, baby, drill. Fracking you can do sideways. You can do it underneath something, you know, laterally. It'll be very exciting when all the, you know, land subsidence happens. The, you know, random, what do you call them? Sinkholes and stuff. That'll be exciting. Or when the gas gets into the aquifer and causes horrifying health problems.
Last-minute loan guarantees with nearly...
But that's why you got to get rid of regulations, right? You can't have people getting upset and then suing or something like that. So you just got to get rid of regulations and make it completely legal to endanger humans, especially Americans.
Flowing to Granholm's home state of Michigan. Talk about suspicious math. Madam President, the Department of Energy is a powerhouse that can help make or break our economy, our national security, and our ability to lead on the world stage. Yet under the Biden administration, the DOE mismanaged federal loan guarantees, rubber-stamped regulations that raised consumer prices.
Terrible
and
regulation.
Did very little to support the development of critical infrastructure.
Terrible regulations. Yeah, he's right. They didn't go far enough. They should have regulated energy price caps on energy producers. Or nationalized the industry, then regulated it internally.
That we need. The former administration's so-called clean energy policies became a subsidy machine for well-connected corporations, companies that pocketed billions while everyday Americans paid more for gas, electricity, appliances, and groceries.
Wait, so he's going to do something about corporate greed? I'm excited, Mike. I cannot wait to see how you're going to deal with... Probably going to deregulate them. That's how you deal with corporate greed. You take away all the rules. Then they'll solve it out themselves. They'll fight it out. Who can be the least greedy? Right? That's how it'll go.
Now, the Biden administration drained the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to its lowest level in decades. This was an unfortunate move. They weaponized environmental...
It's lowest level in decades. Although Biden, during his first 2 years, approved even more new oil and gas drilling than Donald Trump did in his entire 4 years in office. Mike won't be bringing that up either, though.
Regulations.
Only that the oil reserve is terribly low. We don't have any left.
Critical pipelines, making it nearly impossible to transport energy across the country. And they made us more reliant on foreign energy resources, putting American security in the hands of OPEC and other adversarial nations.
Why didn't the oil drillers drill more oil? They had all those new approvals for new oil and gas. Why didn't they drill more? Why don't we blame Shell and BP or whomever? Chevron.
It's all about the change under soon-to-be Secretary Chris Wright.
Oh,
Chris Wright understands that affordable, abundant energy is imperative to our national security. It's what allows families to heat their homes in the winter without going broke. It's what enables businesses to grow, hire, and compete globally. And it's what keeps America secure, independent, and free from the whims of foreign suppliers.
Until our country is, under multiple meters of water and all the coastal cities are, unable to function anymore, it'll be great. It's going to fix everything. Drill, baby, drill. Republicans doubling down, tripling, quadrupling down on the drill, baby, drill plan. Putting in energy secretary who is an energy CEO of a fracking company with a EPA administrator who believes climate change isn't real. Should be no problem for oil drillers to extract even more natural gas and oil from the ground and use it to fund the system that is destroying us. That'll be great. Everything's going to be great, everyone. I'm excited. Are you excited? Guess what? Republicans are definitely going to hold businesses to account. Write that down because J.D. Vance told me so earlier today. He was in East Palestine, his home state.
They still want more assurance, Vice President, residents still want more assurance that any health concerns in the future will be covered, and they also want further health studies, which may be highly unlikely if the administration is making cuts to agencies like the National Institute of Health and the CDC. So what will you do about this?
Well, first of all, I'd say cutting ridiculous bureaucracy actually facilitates providing...
She didn't say cutting ridiculous bureaucracy. She said cutting funds. There's a huge difference. But also, I'm pretty sure getting rid of the NIH and CDC's workers isn't going to help East Palestine people figure out whether or not they've been adversely affected by all of this.
I'd say cutting ridiculous bureaucracy actually facilitates providing important services to people here on the ground. We all know that we have a government that wastes too much money, frankly, where there's a lot of fraud built into how our government spends money. And one of the things that it does is waste taxpayer dollars. But the other thing that it does is it ensures...
We're going to waste taxpayer dollars on cryptocurrency and inflating the stock market, right? We're going to have the strategic crypto fund. We're going to have the sovereign wealth fund that makes the wealthy wealthier. JD, where are we going to get the funds for helping people in East Palestine, your home state? I don't get it.
I don't know that we have a government that wastes too much money, frankly, where there's a lot of fraud built into how our government spends money. And one of the things that does is waste taxpayer dollars. But the other thing that it does is it ensures that the money that we have in our resources at the federal government don't end up going to the people who actually deserve it. And so...
Wait, what? What are you talking about, JD? The CDC and the NIH are keeping people from East Palestine from getting the fund. Wait, don't we need the funds to pay the people at the CDC and the NIH to inspect all of this stuff? You know, like the government's supposed to do when a environmental / business related disaster occurs inside of a U.S. town. I'm very confused, JD. Are we just not going to pay the people at the NIH and the CDC anymore, then just expect them to go to this site and do the research for free?
President Trump's desire to bring some efficiency we have in our resources at the federal government don't end up going to the people who actually deserve it. And so President Trump's desire to bring some efficiency back to the federal government, that's not going to be bad for the people of East Palestine. It's actually going to ensure that the resources we spend on health actually go to people on the ground rather than bureaucrats. And frankly, we're not talking about a lot of money. When I was working on this with the Biden administration, you know, we needed three.
If it's not a lot of money, then why are we talking about cutting it? If it's not a lot of money, JD, what the fuck is this guy saying? Anybody home, JD? If it's not a lot of money, why are we threatening cutting the funds?
$5 million to start
$5 million
health study that we wanted to start.
That is,
I know there's
that
some
is
negotiation about where exactly that money is going to come from. I think it should come from Norfolk Southern and not from the taxpayers. But we are committed to ensuring that people's long-term health needs are met on the one hand, and that those long-term health questions are answered.
You heard it here from JD first. We're gonna get the money that they need supposedly. This $5 million is gonna come directly from Norfolk Southern. Make sure we hold JD responsible for this. He's the Vice President of the United States, former senator from this very state that he stands in, giving us his word that Norfolk Southern will be paying for everything. All right, awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I'm sure the people of East Palestine are thrilled to hear that. When will it happen? Who's to say? He didn't give a timeline. Maybe he will here in this comment. Let's see, give him a second shot.
You got a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice President. When you scraped that stick along the creek bed 2 years ago, everything changed. Could you speak to your leadership role in that, President Trump's leadership role, and will that include going forward advocating for something like the Railway Safety Act passage?
Yeah, so Jack, what I did, I came here a couple years ago. I talked to people on the ground. It was kind of crazy. The first person I met was at a gas station. We had to stop and get gas. And I asked her what was going on. And I expected her just to be, you know, it's a small town, but it's not that small of a town. I expected her to be a person who was just generally aware of what was going on. And she actually was living in a house that was over one of the creeks where she was smelling the fumes coming into her house. And I realized that, you know, the most important part sometimes of being a leader is just listening to the people who are on the ground and experiencing this. And that's what I've tried to do. As the governor said, that's what I try to do, talking to local businesses, because it is different now, right? In that initial phase, what we were most worried about is the water clean to drink? Is the air safe to breathe? That's what we were really worried about 2 years ago. Now what we're worried about is finishing the cleanup and getting this community back on the path of economic prosperity.
Right.
And you asked about the Railway Safety Act. I mean, I sponsored the Railway
So
Safety
it's all
Act
fine
because
then.
I thought then, and I still think.
So everything in East Palestine, the way he's saying it, it sounds like everything is fine. Soil's fine, water's fine, air's fine. Everybody can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm actually not sure. I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't take that seriously, because my understanding is it's not. But he's claiming it right now, it would seem.
that we could do a lot better. We could have smarter regulations that actually empower the railways to experiment with technology.
I love this. He is in East Palestine right now saying that the water, air, and soil are all fine. And that the way to solve all of this, the way to get growth happening in this town, is to deregulate the railway industry and give Norfolk Southern and the other train operators to experiment with technology. Experiment? Really? Wow. That is fascinating.
That will make their business safer, but most importantly,
that's
make
what they
these
always
communities
do.
safer. And I think that we could do a lot better at ensuring that when you have a terrible train,
how do you ensure it without regulations? How do you ensure that another one doesn't happen if you deregulate even further? How? What? I hope that these people are hearing this. I hope they're under the. Oof. I hope these people are smart enough to understand what this dumbass is saying right now. Because he's basically saying, you know how our regulations weren't good enough to stop this from happening? Well, I think the fix for all of that is to deregulate further. And just let the train companies do what they're going to do, because eventually they'll strike gold and everything will be fine.
Railways actually pick up the tab. And that is one thing, as much as I'm inspired and gratified by the resiliency of
they're going to pick up the tab?
I heard.
Wait, so he ends it with, I'll pick up on that? So that means he's saying, when he was talking about picking up the tab, is he just talking about them? They're going to investigate themselves. They're going to figure out all the safety problems. And then they are going to pay to solve all of those with less regulation. They're going to innovate. Like Silicon Valley. We all know how good that goes usually.
A lot about Norfolk Southern making promises to this community that it didn't keep. And you can be...
It'll be like the new iPhone launch, right? You know how it gets worse, but they charge you more?
Heard a lot about Norfolk Southern making promises to this community that it didn't keep. And you can be damn sure that over the next 6 months, you're going to hear a lot from the Vice President of the United States and the entire administration. If Norfolk Southern doesn't keep these promises, we are going to talk about it and we are going to fight for it.
You're going to fight for it? What do you mean fight? I thought we were doing executive orders and shutting people down, forcing people to sell their companies. Maybe we should do that. Forget regulations. We'll just have the U.S. government take over the railroads, you know? That was some incredibly dumb stuff coming from JD right there. Not sure what exactly we should expect, but we should expect something, according to him. If Norfolk Southern doesn't do something, we're going to hear about it. So remember to keep your ears open for the near future, because oh boy. Him and Donald Trump are going to fight for East Palestine. They're going to stop Norfolk Southern from taking advantage of the American people. Now, JD brought along with him a Trump administration official, new EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin guy who doesn't believe in climate change. He's here to talk about what is going to be the agency's highest of priorities. All right, Lee.
I was just sworn in middle of last week, and as soon as I was sworn in, I instantly heard from the Vice President's office saying that your first order of business right away, your first trip, we're going to East Palestine.
I love this, because I think JD knows he might not get reelected as when Donald Trump's done. He might not win that next election. So he's thinking long term. Okay, he's playing the long game. He just became vice president. He was staying in the shadows after he started really fucking up in public, right, with the Mountain Dew comments and everything else. So they kind of put him in the basement for a few months. But now that he's back out, now that they've crossed the threshold, well, he's got to come back to Ohio to remind everybody where he's from, and that he is going to take care of it. He called up Lee Zeldin immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
and said, "Lee, I need some help, pal. People are kind of pissed off at me for ignoring a little place called East Palestine, and, well, gotta make a big show, so get out there."
As I was sworn in, I instantly heard from the Vice President's office saying that your first order of business right away, your first trip, we're going to East Palestine. As someone who was watching this disaster strike 2 years ago, from somebody who was watching from out of state, I saw then Senator Vance go to the site and lead, to be a voice for people looking.
I love this lady's reaction. Did you see her eyebrows just go? We gotta watch that one more time. He says, "I saw JD Vance go to the site
and lead, to be a voice for.
Did you see it? She like jumped when I think that was a lie. I don't think he did lead. I don't even remember him showing up.
The site and lead, to be a voice for people looking for leadership from all levels of
Or
government.
she was falling asleep, one of the two.
It educated the rest of us around America what was going on, and it motivated all of us to want to be able to do our part now, knowing this tragedy and what it meant for this community. I know how much of a priority that this is for Vice President Vance, and because it is such a high priority for him, I will make sure that for the EPA, it is our highest priority, day in, day out, doing everything in our power to make sure that this is completed as quickly as possible. Anything that is left will be done as fast as we possibly can. That is our charge from our Vice President. I'm honored to be here with him, alongside of him, and with all.
Now, I don't want to play comparative suffering right now, but I find it fascinating that they chose this in particular as being the #1 priority of the EPA in this moment. They completely ignored California and, you know, the South. Any of that stuff has been going on, and went straight to Vance's backyard. I just feel like it was a political decision made by them, a cynical one, undoubtedly, but you know, a political decision nonetheless. A lot of political decisions are very cynical, I guess, when you really think about it. But the point is, it does seem like the administration is doing one thing and one thing only: serving themselves. Doing whatever they can to, you know, enrich themselves, whether it be by money or politically speaking, using the federal government to make it look, to sort of clean up after the stuff that they didn't do, right? Because JD Vance was, of course, the senator of Ohio the whole time since the Palestine railway crash. Right? How long was it? It was like a year and a half ago now, right? Wasn't it in 2023? I could have sworn it was in 2023. So it's been like at least a year and a half since that crash. He had plenty of time as senator to take care of it. But now, you know, while having done nothing to fix it as senator or hold Norfolk Southern to account, or, you know, do any of the leading necessary to get the job done. As you can see, people are still quite upset in East Palestine over the situation, it would seem. But now that he's at the head of the federal government, he's using the federal government to mop up his own mistakes as, you know, former leader of Ohio. 2-year anniversary? 2 years. It does say 2 years, doesn't it? I see it now. You're right. So it's been more than a year and a half. So we had even longer to have taken care of it. Now let's go down. One of the places that was just mentioned, that being Florida, the South. One of the places hit by Hurricane Helene and Milton. Utterly devastated. Might want to send Lee and some other people down there too. But in the meantime, there's other stuff going on, not just hurricane-related cleanup, which is, my understanding, still going on right now. But, of course, with the cold weather, there's a particular wildlife that is under threat from the cold.
Winter is coming.
This was an AP archive story that they posted. But the footage is from over a week ago now, I think, when the cold snap hit the south. It went through Florida, where we saw frozen beaches covered in snow. And those turtles were not ready for that sudden shock. I like turtles. Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
And yes, my team has been pulling much longer hours than we typically have to do.
Gonna
but
do that.
We know that it's
Extra long turtle duty when the turtles are in peril. Well, dude, even turtle power has its limits. Cowabunga, my dude. Alright, there we go. It's our one and only wildlife story of the evening / day. Let's go back to talking environmental issues, human-centric ones, as Argentina, a large exporter of grains, has been hit by recent droughts, causing its soy and corn harvest, at least the expected one, to be much worse than normal.
Argentinian farmer Dario Sabini's corn plants should be green at this time of year. Instead, they're dry and crinkle between his fingers, as this town suffers under a recent drought. We are seeing here corn that's already gone. The plant is already yellow. It will not come back, he said. Sabini is a farmer in 25 de Mayo, about 125 miles from Buenos Aires. He's one of thousands of rural farmers affected by dry and hot weather since January amid the La Niña climate phenomenon. Argentina is the world's top exporter of soy oil and meal, as well as the third top exporter of corn. Dry weather has forced grains exchanges in the country to cut their forecasts for the current crop. The Buenos Aires Grains Exchange currently estimates 49.6 million tons of soybeans and
And here is one of those things that we talk about around here a lot, is that, you know, the impacts of climate change aren't always obvious, right? With, you know, rising tides or other things like that, but you have seasonal expectations which are completely upended, and suddenly, you know, slumping prices are shooting back up. You know, I try and keep track of the price of commodities, generally speaking, just because, you know, knowing these things I think is important. But, for instance, soybeans for a long time had been coming down, and recently have ticked up due to concerns about stuff like this, right? We were down a lot. If you look back, we had really high soybeans prices, right, back here in the 2022, right? It was about the peak, $1,750 a barrel or whatever, however they price soybeans. I have no idea, honestly. But the metric by which that they measure the price on the open market for soybeans hit $1,750 almost here about a year and a half ago. And over the last year, it's been coming down, got all the way down to $982 here back in May. Sorry, not in May. What was that? August of 2024. So the end of last And at the end of last year, things were nice and, you know, low, honestly. Even though we were still paying much higher prices in grocery stores, we didn't see this. You know, the producers know that we don't look at commodity prices. One of the reasons why I like to look at this kind of stuff during our stream. But just to point out, we had very, very, very low in comparison to where we were at. Not as low as back here in 2020, but nearly, you know, maybe 10% more, 12% more. But now it's all the way up back, almost peaked at 1100 over here. So we're now up almost 200, whatever, 150 from the lows already in just the last couple of months. And stuff like this is going to be affecting that, regardless of other sort of effects, tariffs or whatever else come into effect.
9 million tons for corn in the 2024-2025 harvest. Farmers like Sabini say the reality is likely worse. Agroclimatologist Eduardo Sierra, who advises the Grains Exchange, explains.
If
it started raining now, you could have 45 million tons of each crop, soy and corn. Every week that passes in February without rain, you lose 5 million tons of each crop.
Juan Gardi is also a farmer in 25 de Mayo. Looking over his wilting soybean plants, he says they urgently need rain to improve crop yields.
La soja de primera también, igualmente, venían muy bien, venían...
The first soybeans were doing very well. They were very beautiful up to the blooming stage, and then it got complicated without water. You can see many ruined flowers from stopping during development.
There you go. Argentina's the third, like you said, like they said earlier in the story, third largest grain exporter on the planet. So this is important. This is undoubtedly important. But they're not the only ones dealing with a short supply of precipitation. You may or may not know, but Italy is preparing to host the Winter Olympics. But snow is in short supply there. Here's Reuters from 13 hours ago.
High up in the Dolomites, in the town of Cortina d'Ampezzo, the heat is on. The famous Italian ski resort is preparing to co-host the 2026 Winter Olympic Games. But there are concerns it won't all be ready in time. The town is up against a March deadline to complete a sliding centre for athletes booked in to test it for the first time. But finishing the centre, which will stage Olympic bob, skeleton and luge competitions, is giving local organisers a headache, especially because climate change has meant natural snow is in short supply. But despite the risk of losing the sliding events to the US's Lake Placid, which has been designated as a long-distance backup, Mayor Gianluca Lorenzi is staying positive.
There are backups for everything, but it's not worth taking them out. As of today, the plan B for the bob races does not exist because it has been made clear the sliding centre is being built here.
Although the International Olympic Committee had suggested using existing venues in neighbouring countries, the Veneto region and the national government ultimately opted for a full rebuilding of Cortina's Eugenio.
I love this. You know, people like Lee Zeldin in the EPA now don't believe climate change is real. But in a short period of time, I can't remember when Italy bid for these Olympics. I think it was like over a decade ago now. But in a short period of time, actually, I should look it up. But in a very short period of time, the climate has changed enough that suddenly a place that should have a requisite amount of snow to host something such as the Winter Olympics is suddenly dealing with not having enough snow just to build the thing, let alone actually host the, I mean, you know, like it's insane. And yet we still have people in our government right now just pretending like the climate change doesn't exist for profits.
Track. Named after an Italian bobsleigh racer who won 2 silver medals at the last Winter Olympics held there in 1956, the revamped site has an estimated cost of $123 million.
Okay, it wasn't quite 12. It was less.
Critics argue
it was 6 years ago. So 2019. 2019 is when Italy won the bid for the 2026 Winter Olympics. Very short period of time.
A white elephant. Here's activist Marina Minardi.
We won't need the sliding centre because bobsleigh is a sport that no longer has any athletes, and it will be difficult, I would say impossible, to relaunch.
Oh, there we go. That's fine. Well, since there's no more athletes, then I guess no big deal. I wonder why there's no more athletes for a sport that requires a ton of snow. Crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I love the sort of cope, like the full cope that's going on everywhere about all this, just to keep on a happy face and not blame oil, like oil producers and all these other people that are deeply entrenched in continuing things as they are. Actually, it's fine because the people don't exist anymore. We can just end. We can just, we'll cancel it. It's fine. It's hilarious. Fascinating. Now, you know who isn't struggling to have enough precipitation in their area? Well, that would be Australia. Precipitation there has been so great that it is, in fact, unfortunately, caused a death. Let's go to 9 News Australia, the story. As North Queensland has been hit by at least 1,000 millimeters of rain in the last 48 hours.
As we go to air tonight, parts of the state are being inundated with more than 1,000 millimetres of rain pouring down over North Queensland. Rescue crews are stretched to capacity. Residents told to evacuate as the extreme weather system turns deadly. We have reporters in all the hardest hit zones covering every angle. Firstly, let's go to Abby Guerin. She's in Bluewater. Abby, residents there, have they been told to leave immediately?
Paul, a fresh emergency here tonight on the north side of Townsville in the suburb of Bluewater. 160 millimetres of rain has fallen here today on top of the intense rainfall that we have seen over the past few days. And late this afternoon, residents here received an emergency alert ordered to evacuate immediately because waters were rising so fast that their lives were at risk. We watched on as Bluewater Creek broke its banks surrounding these homes. Many have now been inundated, and I spoke to one resident who told me he actually saw a fridge floating through his backyard. It is worth noting that this suburb is not in Townsville's black zone, that area where authorities were going door to door asking people to leave today. So this situation really has taken some by surprise.
I was here for probably half an hour, and it was like below the pool, and then probably half an hour it come up through the pool, and then within an hour it was up through the shed.
This emergency alert does remain in place as we go to air tonight, so anyone who hasn't left already should do so now. This drama unfolding after what has been an incredibly unpredictable, devastating and deadly day right across the North Queensland region. From their house turned island in Ingham, they spotted a car drifting dangerously fast in floodwater.
Jump out, mate! Jump out! The windows! Jump!
A lifeline for the driver when their vehicle hits a power pole. They climb onto the roof.
Is there anyone else?
Before saviours in a tinny sweep by. Here you can't see where the Herbert River starts and ends. The water is all around, submerging streets, approaching second-storey balconies. Some locals had to get out, and for one group of evacuees, their call for help ended in tragedy.
This morning, an SES boat responding to assist members of the public in Ingham capsized at around 9:20.
6 people were on board, 5 were recovered, but one, a female member of the public, wasn't found.
Will be fully investigated.
In a major flooding event that's now proven fatal, the race to save lives in North Queensland is on. In 1960...
Yeah, this situation is wild. I mean, they do get monsoon rains, but, 4 feet of rain in anywhere is too much rain, okay? In 4 hours, in 48 hours, I mean, Jesus Christ.
7 Ingham went completely under when the river reached 15.2 metres. It's forecast to hit that level again, potentially more, if this rain doesn't let up.
Once in a generation rains happen, I guess, every day on this planet now. So I guess they're no longer once in a generation rains. I guess the climate has just changed already, Alright, I'm being maybe a little bit inflammatory or hyperbolic or whatever you want to call it, but yeah, it just feels like that. Being a guy who's constantly covering all of these major weather events across the planet, seems like there is one happening at least somewhere. Everywhere. Every day. Some sort of environmental catastrophe occurring.
Flooded communities in North Queensland are running out of food, water and power. The race is on right now to deliver urgent supplies to those who need them most. Anna McGraw joins us now live in Townsville with the latest details. Anna, good afternoon. This is a very complex operation.
Tash, good afternoon. Well, today, as you say, it is all about making sure that these Queenslanders in cut-off communities have critical infrastructure as well as enough supplies to last until these floodwaters begin to recede. So the ADF has 2 Chinooks ready to go. They will be flying into the cut-off communities this afternoon, which includes Ingham. They are suffering through their worst flood.
This has like Helene vibes.
At the moment, pretty much their entire town is
it like, like some of these pictures, this reminds me of Helene big time. Down in Atlanta.
Flood in over a century at the moment. Pretty much their entire town is inundated by floodwaters. They only have 4 to 5 days worth of clean drinking water left. So today it will be all about flying in a generator to try and power the sewage treatment plant and make sure that they have access to clean and safe drinking water as well. They'll be dropping off food and other supplies to make sure that everyone there has exactly what they need to survive through the next few days as these waters start to...
Yeah, good question. It does, Rob, you're right. It does seem to be getting worse every year all over the world. And it's so, what brings me solace, gives me a moment of hope, is that we have Donald Trump in office. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Did I say hope? I meant utter despair. Because, of course, Donald Trump is going to do everything to make this all permanent. 4 years is basically 80 is not basically 4 years is 80%, more than 80% of the amount of time that we have left to what essentially is 0 day of the environment, 2030. We keep being told that we have to keep emissions down so that we don't cross. Because if we stay on the same course we're on, by 2030 we'll be over all of the limits that we've been talking about being catastrophic tipping points for the environment. And he just put a bunch of people in office who don't care about the environment or are financially motivated to destroy the environment. Like Chris, Wright, or whatever his name is, the new energy secretary. So yeah, we're fucked. Okay, but everybody take a breath. Try and relax for a moment. We're going to take a short and final space break. As we've hit 6 hours now, we've got an entire Earth half to do. So, let's, I'll shake it off a little bit after all that environmental news. Now, if you haven't already, hit the like button, and don't forget to subscribe. I would be shocked to hear anybody is in here who hasn't done either. But we all forget. So get in there, click away. And also remember to hit the little bell icon too, so you get all the latest notifications of the galactic content. Now, while you're making all of these clicky clicks with your fingers, do also consider becoming a contributor to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. That's right, Space Fams, you are our only hope to keep the GNN content alive. So many great ways to do that, of course, on YouTube and Twitch. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, subscriptions, bits, all those sweet bennies that come along with it. But we also got more options, things like Cash App and PayPal. You can send money directly to me, make sure that I can eat, and pay my bills, stuff like that. And actually, if you do that, the amount that's taken by people like YouTube or Twitch is greatly cut down to things like 1% or 5%. Actually less than that. Cash App, there's 0, and PayPal takes I think it's 1 or 2%. But one of the best ways to make galactic contributions is, of course, on Patreon, where for just a few US dollars a month, you can get all those super sweet galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way. Get an avatar here on screen with me dancing away or whatever it is you want to do. My approval, of course, is one of the requisites of that. But beyond that, so many benefits, I'm not even going to name them. I'm just going to let you enjoy this short space intermission. Go to the website. It'll tell you all the sweet benefits you get. Okay, chat. I am done relaxing by the pool. Done with this break. Time for us to get back to the galactic content. Okay, was Matt Leck in chat and I missed him? I don't see him anywhere. I saw, while I was attempting to take advantage of my break while monitoring on my phone, somebody talking about Matt Leck in chat. Leckian Viziet would be pretty cool. A megastar on Twitch, showing us how to emote. Loving it, loving it. Good to see somebody on the Twitch. Not used a whole lot. My fault. I should be doing a better job of marketing myself on Twitch, and I am not doing that. Been too focused on other things. Alright, now to the Earth news. But before we do that, we of course have to stop in space. If you didn't hear, there is Earth news afoot. Space-related Earth news.
A 100-meter wide asteroid called 2024 YR4 has triggered global planetary defense procedures for the first time ever. The asteroid was spotted by a telescope in Chile, and based on measurements gathered so far, it has a 1% chance of smashing into our planet just days before Christmas in 2032. CTV science and technology expert Dan Riskin says NASA has a plan in place to keep the Earth safe.
NASA did try something to test for this scenario. So we sent up a spacecraft and we basically sent it into an asteroid really hard to see if we could change its trajectory, and it worked better than expected. And so I think that if this thing turned out that it was headed for Earth, one of the options available would be to send up a spacecraft and try to bump it like a billiard ball. And
there you go, people. We have got the plans to solve this space threat. We're going to deep impact that shit. Yep, we're going to knock the asteroid off its course. And apparently, on other attempts, it's been very effective. Now, the bigger the asteroid is, the bigger is the thing you have to shoot at it to knock it out of the way. But we will see what happens if that now doesn't show up until 2032, and there's only a 1% chance of it even hitting Earth, so 1.3, but still very low, very minimal chance. But I figured I would hit everybody up with that news because it does affect yours truly, and potentially people on Earth if it were to somehow impact. It's certainly not a dinosaur extinction size. I think it's like less than 1% of the size, but still large, certainly enough to cause damage. And if someone were, say, floating through low Earth orbit in a janky spacecraft, well, they would potentially be in a great deal of peril. Of course, I'm referring to myself. All right, what am I doing? All right, Earth news. Let's move on to Earth news. Let's go here.
Yeah, I think it
you know
makes
what?
it special also that Discovery looked
This is still
like
in
the
here.
world, right? We looked like...
Might as well watch this again. I like this one. It's 20 seconds long. Worth every second.
Yeah, I think it makes it special also that Discovery looked like the world, right? We looked like people who watch the show. We are Black, we are Latino, we are gay, we are trans, we're non-binary. To have that kind of cast telling a story about coming together in order to solve problems and save the galaxy is probably an analogy that we could probably use right now.
Is it? Very interesting. A diverse group of people defending the galaxy?
Work something out on the
That's the kind of metaphor we could use right now. Huh. Where else could we find that analogy? Trying to think. Alright. Enough silliness. Let's go back to the terrible Earth news. Let's talk about what Donald Trump has been saying about Panama. In the recent past, of course, he sent Marco Rubio to the Panama Canal. We talked about that. Talked about it on the day that he left, on the day that he arrived. We watched him meeting with officials on the ground, going to the U.S. Embassy in Panama, claiming China was in control of it still, even though there was no evidence to that fact. But Donald Trump had more stuff to say recently while he was signing executive orders in the Oval Office relating to these tariffs and other things he was doing earlier today. And he had this to say.
Not we can work something out on the tariffs.
What about China?
China will be speaking to China probably over the next 24 hours.
On fentanyl in China, President Trump.
We don't want fentanyl coming into our country. Now, we had another big thing, speaking of China. China's involved with the Panama Canal. They won't be for long. And that's the way it has to be. Marco just got back, as you know. He's in the process of coming back. I guess he's almost back by now. And he had a very long conversation with the leader of Panama.
They've been involved in the Panama Canal, and they won't be for long. What does that mean? Because of course they're not in control of the Panama Canal, but they won't be involved in. So is Donald Trump expecting Panama to disfavor the Chinese ships? I mean, that sort of goes against the whole deal to begin with, right? You're not supposed to be disfavoring or favoring any country's vessels, Panama specifically. I think there was like a Panama Canal Treaty, I think, signed a while back relating to all that, making sure that free flow of goods, regardless of the country, would happen. So I don't know what he means. They won't be involved for long. They're going to stop letting Chinese ships from going through there.
I have to have my China.
That's right. We have to have our China.
Man and some others, the entire leadership group, and we're trying to work a deal with the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal was given foolishly years ago it shouldn't have happened years ago to Panama, like Jimmy Carter and the group. We lost 38,000 people building the Panama Canal, like one of the great wonders of the world. It's the biggest job we've ever built, the biggest project we've ever built in this country, dollar-wise and every other way. 38,000 people died, Americans, all men, just about, laborers and construction.
Sorry, I'm trying to look something up. Clicked the wrong thing.
Construction people, they went to Panama. The mosquito got them. Between mosquito and snakes, we lost 38,000 people. It was the most expensive project ever built by the United States. The biggest, most expensive project we ever built 110 years ago.
Now, apparently, according to everyone else, we did not lose 38,000 people building the canal. We lost 5,000 people. You know who lost way more than that? The French. We've talked about how Colombia first started building it, then the French took over. And apparently the French had 20,000 deaths, 4 times as many as the documented U.S. deaths. However, apparently The exact number is difficult to determine on how many people died because both the French and U.S. construction efforts were plagued by disease and unsafe working conditions. So it sounds like it was almost our fault that they died. We put them there in unsafe working conditions with malaria-infested mosquitoes all over the place in the middle of the jungle to build a canal through a country from one ocean to the next, and they died. And we didn't care because we didn't have workers' rights back then, or not so many of them at least. If any. I'm trying to think. No. Pretty much. What year was it finished again? Point is, we lost way less people than the French, so maybe the French have more of a right to take the Panama Canal, I guess, based upon Donald Trump's own logic. The French.
Up to now, it would have been
very unfair.
$2 trillion. The most expensive we ever built, and we gave it away for $1, okay? We gave it away essentially for nothing. And we either want it back or we're going to get something very strong.
Something very strong. What does that mean?
China will be dealt with.
I did not miss the riffing. I really didn't. I mean, I missed having somebody that talked to the press. Biden basically hid from the press all the time, but this is already too much. The constant riffing from the goddamn president-elect. Not president-elect, the president. Sorry. God. So much riffing. What does it all mean? Something very strong. Who knows what that means, but it's going to be strong. Don't worry.
And we didn't give that to China. We gave it to Panama. We shouldn't have given it to Panama.
China!
But Panama, as you know, has violated the agreement. Totally violated
nobody
the
knows
agreement.
that.
So that's in the process right now. But they did have a very good meeting with the head of Panama.
Oh, that's good.
In addition to tariffs on China, could you say your current thinking about whether China should be forced to pay reparations both for fentanyl deaths and the million COVID deaths?
No, I haven't talked about that, but they do have tariffs. Honestly, nobody. The amount of money that was
so
lost
much,
and most importantly, the lives lost because of.
It was not 38,000, it was 5,000, but still the 5,000 that died. We must respect them by invading Panama. I don't know where he gets these numbers from. He just pulls them out of his ass. Somebody mentions something in passing, and he remembers it, even if it's made up. Or he comes up with it himself, and he's like, you know what, this is the number. Sounds way better than 5,000. 38,000. Nobody will question it. Now, one thing we've heard from Republicans is that we've been funding so much woke DEI agenda, not just in the United States, but across the world. And the USAID has actually been involved in it. We were told that spending was out of control, and it was specifically due to us funding drag shows or something like that in Venezuela. I can't remember. But Caroline Leavitt, she came out with the list earlier today. Here we talk about it while we were getting to Earth News, because apparently this is all being funded by the U.S. government all across the world.
Karen.
It's huge, huge money. What are you doing? You know, somebody mentioned something about her maybe having had nose jobs. That she either did some coke earlier or something, but something does something weird with her nose there.
I don't know the answer to that question, but like I told Caitlin, I can get back to you guys on that.
Do you know what expertise he has in the areas of global health or humanitarian aid to be able to assess what's happening at USAID?
Well, first of all, Elon Musk is a once-in-a-generation business leader. He is a...
Jesus Christ.
Is an entrepreneur. He serves as a great ally and a friend to the president. And I think Elon Musk also has a little bit of common sense. And I think the American people really appreciate that when it comes to...
It's a once-in-a-generation business leader. All right, let's move on past this idiocy and go to a different kind of idiocy.
agency. And here's the reason why Elon Musk and others have been taking a look. Because if you look at the waste and abuse that has run
oh god, she's got a whole list. It must be huge.
These are some of the insane priorities
trillions.
that organization has been
Trillions
spending money
of dollars.
on. $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces.
Not in Serbia.
$70,000 for a
They don't need
production of a
diversity.
DEI musical.
Oh wait, don't they? Wait, well, might want to keep the money there.
Has been spending money on $1.5 million to advance DEI.
Maybe she never heard of the genocide that happened over there. But diversity in Serbia probably good, actually. Maybe we need more of that. but so far, write these down because these are big numbers, trillions of dollars. I'm sorry, millions of dollars. 1.5 million for diversity in Serbia.
Has been spending money on $1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces. $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland.
That came way down. We went from 1.5 million to 70,000. Okay. That's a lot less. We're definitely not up to trillions or even billions yet. We're not even up to 2 million.
Serbia's workplaces. $70,000 for a production
another
of a
70,000.
DEI musical in Ireland.
So 1.5 plus 140. That's 1.64. Okay. Ireland. Oh no.
$47,000 for a transgender
47.
opera in Colombia.
Oh. Transgender operas. Oh no. We're not even up to 2 million yet. And she's talking about like this is the end. This is why everything costs so much, everyone, because of $2 million in spending. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but the US spent $6.5 trillion in 2024. And so if you do the quick math here, I'll do it in front of you just to keep me honest here. Here, I'll bring up a calculator. We'll figure out how much $2 million affects the U.S. budget. Let's play a game. All right, what was it? 2 million. Let's go here. Okay, that's 2 million. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. That's 2 million. Over 6.5 trillion. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right? 100,000 million billion trillion. Oh boy, that's a tiny number. Wow, that's small. That's 0.00003% of the budget. Well, these people are gaslighting the shit out of the American public, pretending like this is a horrifying trend of spending, funding 2 million, 0.00003, whatever it was, percent of our budget on DEI efforts in Serbia. No, not a place where they had a genocide. Can't have diversity in Serbia, of all places. And $40,000 for transgender opera? Oh my god. People are trying to put food on their plate. The pearl clutching over this stuff is out of control. And I don't know what's going to stop them. But it's got to stop. It really do. Because the more we talk about this stupid shit that they're talking about, the less we're talking about how the U.S. government's spending $1 trillion a year on defense spending. When the next closest nation is like half of our spending. And if, you start talking about how many allies we at least had until Donald Trump came into office before he started threatening NATO. It's out of control. It's out of control that we don't want to talk about that. Or, any of the other fucking things we're doing that make no sense. But okay. Let's go on. Talk about that world that we're funding to do all the DEIs. Let's go back to Argentina, but not to talk about the crops that are failing there. Let's talk about what President Javier Milei had to say. Argentina's Trump. Probably all good stuff. He was probably worried about how costs in Argentina have skyrocketed ever since he took office. He's probably focused on he's probably focused on the important stuff. So let's go here. He's a sensible guy, right? This great anvil that appears as a common denominator in failing countries and institutions is the mental virus of our times. This is the great epidemic of our time that must be cured. It is the cancer that must be removed. A single-minded regime is sustained by various institutions whose purpose is to punish dissent, feminism, diversity, inclusion, equity, immigration, abortion, environmentalism, and gender ideology, among others, are the heads of the same creature, aimed at justifying the expansion of the state by appropriating and distorting noble causes. In a forum where he was supposed to... in a forum where he was supposed to talk about economics, the thing he loves to discuss, he instead attacked all democratic rights. But of course, it was a signal to Donald Trump. Here is your soldier. I love that sign. Mucho sexo gay. With Donald Trump kissing Steve Bannon. Is that who that was? Oh, God. Well, there you go. Instead of coming out and talking about economic issues as his people starve in the streets, as he cuts jobs all over the place in the government, removes all the safety nets from the country. Instead of talking about any of that at an economics discussion, he blamed the existence of diversity in the country of Argentina. And his critics, I think probably rightly so, suggested he was doing it as a way to signal to Donald Trump just how good of a boy he's being down in South America. And make sure to, I don't know, this is me not prevaricating, this is me pontificating. But, you know, probably make sure Donald Trump remembers to skip Argentina on the tariffs or whatever else. Think of him next time wants to do some sort of trade deal or something. But he has been doing quite a Donald Trump impression down there. The austerity measures that he has put into place are utterly horrifying. And we've been talking about them for the last year, almost. 16 days, by the way, until we hit a full year of the Galactic News Network. Can you believe it? Can you believe how long we've been going for? Into the nights. Day in, day out. Alright, now let's go to Europe and continue talking about the tariff deals that Donald Trump has been making, the trade war he has been waging against the planet. And of course, we already discussed about how he came to an agreement, some sort of temporary ceasefire, if you will, with Canada and Mexico in this trade war. And now, he's been setting his sights at other places. For now, he's been talking about places like the UK, and the EU, and China, and other places like that. Russia. He said all BRICS nations, actually, at one point, that he wanted to tariff them. Let's go here. Channel 4 News from 8 hours ago.
On his way back from Florida last night, President Trump declared trade wars on multiple fronts. He repeated his plans to put tariffs on imports from China, Canada, and Mexico, and then took aim at Europe and warned Britain.
It will definitely happen with the European Union, I can tell you that, because they've really taken advantage of us. And, you know, we have over a $300 billion deficit. They don't take our cars, they don't take our farm products, they take almost nothing. And we take everything from them, millions of cars, tremendous amounts of food and farm products. So the UK is way out of line.
Way out of line.
The UK, but European Union is really out of line. UK
So out of line.
But I'm sure that one, I think that one can be worked out. But the European Union it's an atrocity, what they've done.
He rounded off with an attack on China for flooding the US with drugs.
It's pouring in from China through Mexico and Canada, and they've got to stop it. And if they don't stop it, the tariffs are going to get worse, a lot worse.
That tirade hit trading on most
Shit.
Asian markets.
Ah.
Nikkei fell 2.7%.
Sorry, everyone. I just realized that you're all being repressed because I was reading translations for all of you. I'll start this over. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Thankfully, Joe mentioned the volume, and I noticed before we got too far in.
On his way back from Florida last night, President Trump declared trade wars on multiple fronts. He repeated his plans to put tariffs on imports from China, Canada and Mexico, and then took aim at Europe and warned Britain.
It will definitely happen with the European Union, I can tell you that, because they've really taken advantage of us. And, you know, we have over a $300 billion deficit. They don't take our cars, they don't take our farm products, they take almost nothing. And we take everything from them, millions of cars, tremendous amounts of food and farm products. So the UK is way out of line, and we'll see the UK, but European Union is really out of line. UK is out of line, but I'm sure that one, I think that one can be worked out. But the European Union it's an atrocity, what they've done.
He rounded off with an attack on China for flooding the US with drugs.
It's pouring in from China through Mexico and Canada, and they've got to stop it. And if they don't stop it, the tariffs are going to get worse, a lot worse.
That tirade.
Now, before we get too far into this, I'm going to look at this. These are two graphs showing the trade imbalances between the United States and the UK. And if you look, like, the amount of trade between the United States and the UK has just plummeted in the last 150 years. Now, this ends in 2014, it looks like. So it might not be current. But the point is that the red line shows the share of trade, right? Red is UK, blue is the United States. And there's been times where there's been a parity. There was a time where we were buying more of UK goods and they were buying more, you know, like it's changed multiple times right here. But the trade imbalance is tiny here. And for years, it's been completely in line. And recently, the UK has been buying slightly less from the United States over the last 20 years. But it's actually it was ticking up in 2014. Now, I don't know exactly where it is now. But as you can see, it's not huge.
It hit trading on most Asian markets. The Nikkei fell 2.7%. The dollar rose against most currencies. Many of his targeted economies fared less well. President Trump launched his attack.
And actually, here's another graph. US-UK imbalance. Here's the last 10 years from 2014 to 24. Perfectly. It perfectly fills out the rest of the data that we needed. But let me just zoom in a little bit. Oh, God, I lost it. Where'd it go? Son of a... There it is. We're just going to look at that. So annoying the way that this works. But you can see exports to the US and export to the UK have been falling at the exact same time, right? The last month, the last quarter, right? Last few months. And the US has actually been exporting more to the UK than the UK has been exporting to the US because the colors are flipped. I just realized. So they've been very mean. They've been buying more stuff from us than we've been buying from them. It's very rude. We should be buying more. I mean, wait, what? How do terrorists work again? I'm very confused.
As EU leaders gathered in Brussels, stunned that some of his sharpest language since coming to office had been reserved not for America's traditional foes, but for fellow members of the Western Alliance.
We were listening carefully to those words, and of course we are preparing also on our side. But what is clear, there are no winners in trade wars. If United States and the US start the trade war, then the one laughing on the side is China.
I think that we have to do everything to avoid this totally unnecessary and stupid tariff wars or trade wars.
This was meant to be a meeting discussing only security and defence issues, but Donald Trump's vehement attack meant they veered off agenda to discuss tariffs and potential retaliation.
I think tariffs are always bad. Tariffs are bad for trade. Tariffs are bad for the United States. They are bad for those who see tariffs imposed. But the answer to tariffs is to reply with same actions. But that is not the topic for today.
It's come out to be.
Also in Brussels, Keir Starmer visited NATO's headquarters before joining EU leaders for dinner tonight. He and the NATO Secretary-General were asked if Donald Trump's menacing talk on trade wars posed a threat to Western unity.
On the question, firstly, of tariffs, obviously it's early days, and I think what's really important is open and strong trading relations, and that's been the basis of my discussions with President Trump.
There are always issues between allies. It is never always tranquil and happy-going. There are always issues.
Government sources took some comfort from President...
Yeah, but is it good to wage trade wars against your allies?
Trump's different tone towards
Probably
Britain
not.
in his overnight remarks.
That'd be my guess.
They expect this proudly erratic leader
Book
to
of
have some
statecraft
demands.
probably don't
I think when we
wage wars
talk to
against your
negotiating
allies,
with
even
Donald
trade
Trump,
wars.
we're not talking about a standard free trade agreement in which the UK or the EU agrees to remove some tariffs and the US does the same. We're talking about finding something he wants, whatever it is, and giving it to him if we're able to do so. And yes, that could be buying more US defence equipment. It could be inviting him to see the King.
United States' own most recent official stats suggest the US has a trade surplus on goods with the UK of around $10 billion.
Oh!
Compare that with the US's trade deficit with Germany, around 76.
Whoopsies. Look at that. They did the graph for me, and they brought in some other people, apparently. Currently, we have a $10 billion surplus, where we are selling more to UK than they are selling to us.
$1 billion.
Even Channel 4 is agreeing with me.
Trade deficit on goods with the whole of the EU around $200 billion.
Oh, God.
If you're going after your closest neighbours with which you're very heavily economically integrated,
yeah,
and you're going to go after Europe, you know, maybe there's just got to be somebody out there that you're not going to go after to show that, in actual fact, this is a kind of calculated approach to the world, rather than just.
I love how every leader on the planet is like, what is even happening right now? Is this calculated, or do you just love tariffs? Do you just think tariffs are good, just broadly? And yes, sir, that is exactly what's happening. This is non-calculated idiocy from a man who's heard that tariffs are good from somebody, some idiot somewhere.
After everybody, and if there was a sizable G7 economy that would fit that bill, then the UK is it.
EU leaders were tonight digesting the news from Mexico that President Trump had paused the tariffs he'd only just imposed on America's southern neighbour, in return for Mexico sending 10,000 additional troops to help US border security.
I just saw the headline that said that Mexico was putting several thousand more.
Oh, God. But seriously, though, like, this is what it is right now. With Donald Trump back in office, I keep saying it, but the fire hydrant of news is opened fully. And those sort of news scourers, such as myself, people who are dependent on, you know, the latest information, are left like, I'm about to go make this guy here, he's like, I'm about to go make a statement. I'm just finding out now that suddenly the tariffs are over on one country, and like literally hours later the other ones got ended too. And it's just like, if you turn away for 2 seconds, the whole landscape has changed. It's out of control. It's like you need to constantly be find a way to be constantly drinking and also talking at the same time.
The guards onto the border. So I think it would be unwise to underestimate how serious the Trump administration is, but it is important to look at all this in the round and perhaps look for win-wins outside
other
the
trade-offs
immediate confrontation.
That might just assuage the new president.
Very much so.
But trade wars could still spiral.
Yes, we must assuage the king. Perhaps then he will ameliorate our pains by Not doing crazy people things.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
President Trump says he wants tariffs as a regular revenue stream.
Immediately,
His targets
if
may
not
find
sooner.
retaliation hard to resist.
If there was a doomsday clock for global tariff wars, are we close to midnight potentially right now?
I think we're in the zone, but I wouldn't say we're close to midnight in the sense that
we're not. Didn't we cover that we're like 59 seconds away from midnight right now? Like earlier last week, they updated the doomsday clock.
I mean, if these tariffs are persisted with and there's a cycle of retaliation, then the economic consequences start to move into the significant zone.
Okay, now they brought on a couple of guests. The first guy they had on here was from the Heritage Foundation, or at least a couple of the guys they had on here were from the Heritage. I can't remember who it was. Was it this guy? I think this guy right here was from the Heritage Foundation.
A problem for us on at least two counts. I mean, most economists think that it will mean lower growth in the United States, Canada, Mexico, and Europe if tariffs are coming there. So that would be countries that account for more than half our exports facing lower growth. So that's bad news for us. I mean, second, tariffs are expected to push up prices in the United States. So financial markets think that interest rates will come down less than they were expecting. And those expectations can influence rate expectations over here in the UK. And that's bad news if you're about to reset your mortgage or if you're about to borrow hundreds of billions of pounds, as of course the Chancellor is. So I don't think we can breathe a sigh of relief just yet.
So it's bad enough as it is, but what if we also face tariffs?
Well, here's what's at stake. So we export in 2023 60 billion pounds of exports to the United States. Here are the main areas. Pharmaceuticals accounts for 9 billion, cars 6 billion, engines 5.2. Any part of the country that is strong in manufacturing, I think the West Midlands is going to be.
I'm fairly certain that almost all of that 5 billion in engines is Rolls-Royce engines for planes, if I'm not mistaken.
Any part of the country that is strong in manufacturing, I think the West Midlands is going to be vulnerable to this. So that's what could be targeted. What's confusing is that, of course, currently both countries are reporting that they run a surplus in goods and services with each other, which can't be true. Part of the reason for that is something which I never thought I'd talk to you about, Krish, which is the IMF Balance of Payments Position Manual, 6th edition. Both countries...
Really? Leave it on my desk. Yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
Both countries have adopted this, but apparently at different speeds, which may account for some of the differences in the measurements, and that may, of course, turn out to be very significant indeed.
Right, so could Donald Trump have a point?
Look, most economists think tariffs are bad, they lower living standards. It's fair to say that.
It is fair to say that. Okay. Just gonna go to this last interview. Actually, I think I'm gonna skip this one. Let's go on. We don't need that. We don't need this. Yeah, it's fine. Let's go on to this. Another situation, of course, Donald Trump withdrew the United States from the WHO. And the World Health Organization has proposed a budget cut of their own, as, of course, they will now have a significantly less funding, with the U.S. now out. Here's Reuters on the story from 7 hours ago.
World Health Organization member states are looking at cutting part of its budget by $400 million, according to a document released on Monday. The move comes in light of U.S. President Donald Trump's plan to withdraw his country from the United Nations agency.
And I terminated it.
Opening its annual executive board meeting on Monday, WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus defended its work and recent reforms. He also again called on the U.S. to reconsider its exit.
We believe in continuous improvement, and we would welcome suggestions from the United States and all member states.
There you go, Jerry. 6th emotional support character, I see.
For how we can serve you and the people of the world better.
The budget cut will be addressed at the February 3rd to 11th meeting in Geneva as member state representatives discuss the agency's funding and work for the 2026 to 27 period. The newly released document shows the board wants to reduce its base program section of the budget from a proposed $5.3 billion to $4.9 billion. That's part of the originally proposed $7.5 billion budget, including money to eradicate polio and tackle emergencies. The US is the WHO's biggest government donor, contributing around 18% of its overall funding. The agency has already separately taken some cost-cutting steps after Trump's announcement. But the document adds some board representatives also wanted to send a message that the WHO would preserve its strategic direction despite the challenges. Trump moved to exit the WHO on his first day in office 2 weeks ago. The process will take 1 year under US law. On Monday, Tedros also specifically addressed some of Trump's criticisms, including around the handling of the COVID-19 pandemic and the WHO's independence. He said the agency acted fast on the COVID outbreak, adding that the WHO is happy to say no to member states where requests go against.
Well, there you go. World Health Organization already preparing for the eventuality of the United States pulling its funds from the organization, leaving millions worldwide at risk. Potentially more, really. All right. Now let's go to the Middle East. We got some stuff to talk about. I'm sure everybody heard Donald Trump double down on his desire to ethnically cleanse Gaza. So I'm going to skip past that one. We'll go here. This is from the AP archive earlier, 9 hours or so ago, showing displaced Palestinians returning to their homes in northern Gaza, describing the journey. That poor kid. You can see all the kids are just wildly bored inside the cars that are just not moving at all. But like moving all these people on what are essentially dirt roads, probably cluttered by, you know, debris, whatever else, driving overloaded cars that probably haven't been maintained over the last year and a half at least. You know, one car breaks down, the whole line stops, right? Somebody's got to move something out of the way, the whole line stops. You know, somebody hears a bomb or a drone or whatever else, line probably stops again. And so this journey is probably horrifying and difficult for everyone. Even the kids who probably are still, like, I feel like it depends on the age, but I feel like it can be hard to grasp the gravity of circumstances regardless of how insane the events around you, I think, you know, and they're just still trying to be kids. Unfortunately, I don't have anything in the way of subtitles to read for you. A lot of suspension mechanics jobs opening soon. Yeah. The car is loaded up like this.
إلي حاليا أكثر من 32 ساعة لحتى الآن ما وصلتش وادي غزة من 1 ظهرا أمس لحتى الآن ما وصلتش وادي غزة، وإحنا بنعاني معاناة صعبة جدا، والله ما نمنا، ما شفنا طعم النوم.
Kids are more adaptable, true. And they also, you know, they are more, like, first off, many kids don't start developing memories until, I think it's like 3 or 4 years old. So, you know, you get like a 5 or 6 year old, 7-year-old kid, they may have spent half of their, like, memorable life amongst all of this. So it becomes normal to them, most likely, because they've experienced almost nothing else, right? And so they just, it's fascinating to see how kids deal with this kind of stuff. Of course, I'm sure the ramifications down the line are going to be horrifying once they, because also, you know, as kids, they don't understand the historical implications or the scope, scale, or any of it, right? In most cases, you would assume, right? Oh, and I forgot. Israel has not left the what's it called? The Netzarim corridor, which they were supposed to leave. If I'm not mistaken, they were still there, at least at this time when this was happening. I think this was a number of days back, but it was posted to the AP archive earlier. And so that was also slowing this all down, right? There was supposed to be some private Blackwater type security company from the United States doing the security along the corridor, but Israel stayed. So it's hard to say for sure, although my guess is these look like some Blackwater type guys, big time. Oh yeah.
هينا ست كبيرة عمرها 60 سنة قاعدة على توك توك ومدلية رجلي ونمت الليلة في السقعة وفي البرد من غير أي إشي. هذا والله العظيم ظلم، إحنا عايشين هيك، إحنا في ظلم.
Now, of course, if you recall, we were talking earlier about how Benjamin Netanyahu was heading to the United States to meet with Donald Trump in Donald Trump's first official meeting with a foreign leader since taking office. He picked Benjamin Netanyahu, of course. Good buddy.
I'm leaving for a very important meeting with President Trump in Washington.
We didn't hear this would be someone in chat didn't hear Donald Trump double down. Bovine? Oh my god. I need to start reposting clips so people can see the important stuff. And I've been terrible at that lately. But yeah, we watched it. First he did it in the plane, and then he did it again in the Oval Office with reporters. And he said, and he basically as much as threatened, like a mob boss, Egypt and Jordan, saying, "Oh, they're gonna do it. They'll definitely do it. They're gonna take him. Oh, don't ask why. They're gonna take him. They know. You know, you don't fuck with the Godfather." It was like 3 days ago.
President Trump's first meeting with a foreign leader since his inauguration is telling. I think it's a testimony to the strength of the Israeli-American alliance. It's also a testimony to the strength of our personal friendship. In this meeting, we'll deal with the important issues, critical issues facing Israel and our region. How
great for everybody. President Trump's going to meet with the war criminal. Rather than arrest him, he's probably going to get, you know, full steak and lobster dinner at Mar-a-Lago. While Benjamin Netanyahu was flying to the United States, this happened. A carpet bombing of the West Bank. An entire neighborhood demolished before our eyes. Entire city block just flattened to the ground.
Fuck out, fuck out.
You can see it from multiple angles. Now, we're going to talk about the implications of this strike in a little bit, but before we get to talking about that, let's just, for context, go here. This is Reuters from earlier on Monday. Palestinian vows to rebuild home destroyed by Israeli forces.
In the Palestinian city of Jenin in the occupied West Bank, Khalil Houail returned to rebuild his home.
They destroyed our neighborhood and other neighborhoods. They can change the geography, but they don't change the history. We will come back and build the house. We will come back to our neighborhood. I am 39 years old. I lived in this house. I have memories in this house. I will go back and I will put a tent on the ruins until I've rebuilt it.
A day earlier on Sunday, the Israeli military performed a simultaneous demolition of structures in Jenin's refugee camp.
A simultaneous demolition of structures. I love that. I love that from Reuters. What balanced reporting. It was a simultaneous demolition. It was like, you know, it was just it was a construction, it was a demolition project. It wasn't a war crime. The level of seriousness they take talking about these stories is wild. It's mind-boggling. But yeah, the beginning of that shows you the, you know, the fortitude of the Palestinian people. Both, you know, in the West Bank, we've also seen people in Gaza Strip saying the exact same stuff, looking at even further destruction than people in the West Bank are looking at. Saying exactly the same thing, that they aren't leaving, they're not going anywhere. It's about the people, it's about the history, it's about not being removed from their land. So all this talk from Donald Trump about ethnic cleansing, it's not going to go over with the Palestinian people and their and the neighbors of like Egypt has been incredibly adamant in their refusal of this since Donald Trump first made the suggestion. Same thing for Jordan. They know what'll happen. They're not going to go back to the Gaza Strip and West Bank if they leave. It's just going to be a second and third Nakba. Well, really a third and fourth if you count the 67 war, but whatever. Let's move back to what's going on in the United States with all this. As Netanyahu landed last night while we were streaming in the United States, war criminal touching down on U.S. territory.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has arrived in Washington on a very important visit to the White House. Netanyahu is scheduled on Tuesday to meet with President Donald Trump. This is the first visit by a foreign leader to the White House since Trump took office last month. And the stakes are high. The two men are expected to discuss not only Israel's war in the Gaza Strip, but also issues that could impact the wider Middle East. Israel and Hamas are in the midst of a 6-week ceasefire. During that time, Hamas is releasing several dozen hostages in return for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. But it's not quite clear what happens at the end of...
They keep doing it. They keep calling them prisoners and hostages. Hostages and prisoners. But if a large majority of the hostages were in the IDF, And the complete, basically 99.999999% of the Palestinian prisoners were tried in military courts. And these are all prisoners of war or hostages, but they're not. There's no distinction necessary. It's getting gross. Constantly hearing it. It's pissing me off.
6 weeks. In fact, talks are expected to begin this week on the next phase of this ceasefire. Netanyahu has been signaling to his hardline allies at home that he wants to resume the war against Hamas at the end of these 6 weeks. Trump, on the other hand, has signaled that he would like to see this war wind down. Their talks on Tuesday are expected to focus heavily on this issue, but also their shared broader goal of a peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The Saudis have indicated that they are interested in a deal, but they also expect Israel to make some serious concessions to the Palestinians as part of it.
They're going to make serious concessions? Ooh, that's exciting.
They also expect Israel to make some serious concessions to the Palestinians as part of any agreement. That could leave Netanyahu torn between pressure at home from his hardline allies who want to resume that war and pressure from the White House that is interested in moving on and focusing on the
This is hilarious news from the AP. Ah, yes, Donald Trump, he's going to be pressuring Israel. Yeah. I'll believe it when I see it, pal. I haven't even seen the slightest. The only people that Donald Trump has pressured so far publicly, not Benjamin Netanyahu, is Jordan and Egypt. He's told Jordan and Egypt, they know. They know. They got to take all these ethnically cleansed Palestinians. They're almost all gone anyway, is what he said. And, yeah, it's fascinating to hear the AP pretend like Donald Trump is going to be putting pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu. I haven't even heard him suggest that he's going to do that. So I don't know where the AP is getting that from. And maybe they have more information than I'm working from. I don't know. They do have a bigger budget than I do.
The meeting between Trump and Netanyahu comes at a pivotal time, with major decisions looming over the Middle East. At the top of the agenda is the next phase of ceasefire between Hamas and Israel, the future of Palestinians in Gaza, Israeli annexation plans in the occupied West Bank, and concerns over Iran's influence in the region. Also, normalization with Saudi Arabia will be on the agenda.
In this meeting, we'll deal with important issues, critical issues facing Israel and our region, a victory over Hamas, achieving the release of all our hostages.
Palestinians are deeply worried. Many fear Netanyahu will push Trump to support a renewed military campaign in Gaza and encourage regional players, specifically Jordan and Egypt, to accept the transfer of Palestinians from the besieged enclave, a move Palestinians call ethnic cleansing.
But as a Palestinian, I would like very much to see an extension of the ceasefire and the resumption of negotiations, leading to a political process which will end the conflict.
Jerusalem will remain Israel.
President Trump's unconventional style.
Jerusalem will remain Israel's, all of it. Okay. But there's TRT with the story. But yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu is in the United States right now, walking around, free man, hanging out with all the powerful people in our country, reminding them of how many AIPAC dollars they've taken. And Miriam Adelson money. That he needs more bombs to finish the job, probably. And that he needs the West Bank. He needs to annex the West Bank and kick out all the Palestinians. And Donald Trump's probably going to be sitting there nodding. Yeah, that sounds pretty good, actually. I've been saying the same thing, BB. You're a great guy. Love having this meeting with you.
Now to another major international headline. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington this morning. He's set to hold meetings with officials today ahead of a meeting with President Trump tomorrow. And this comes as three more Israeli hostages were released by the Hamas militant group.
Here are our troops, right? You have our troops here on the ground.
Headline: Israeli Prime Minister
see them
Benjamin
saluting.
Netanyahu in Washington this morning.
U.S. troops saluting a war criminal, walking down his, U.S. funded jet.
He's set to hold meetings with officials today ahead of a meeting with President Trump tomorrow.
Yep.
And this comes
Disgusting.
as 3 more Israeli hostages were released by the Hamas militant group over the weekend. And that includes the man you see here, dual U.S. citizen Keith Siegel. Following the latest for us from Tel Aviv is CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Livesay. Chris, first tell us about Netanyahu's visit and what he hopes to accomplish today and tomorrow.
Hey, Errol, let's reflect for a moment on just how much the Middle East has changed since Donald Trump was in office the last time. In Afghanistan, the Taliban is now back.
We're good on this, CBS. Thanks for that. We just wanted the first bit. Don't need to hear your editorials on what's happened in the Middle East. Sure, it'll be incredibly inaccurate and lopsided. Or certainly just biased as shit. Gotta rewrite history if you want a solid narrative, people.
Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has
All right,
arrived.
I think we know. We already know. Too many of these. All right, let's go here. One of our last stories. But here's Donald Trump being asked point blank earlier today, or earlier on Monday. A question I don't know how many people have been asking themselves. But will Donald Trump support Israel annexing part of the West Bank?
Israel, President Trump, you're prepared to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Coming in tomorrow.
Yes, you've mentioned in the past you're concerned about Israel being too small geographically. Would you support annexation of parts of the West Bank by Israel?
Well, I'm not going to talk about that. It certainly is a small. It's a small country in terms of land. See this pen, this wonderful pen? My desk is the Middle East. And this pen, the top of the pen, that's Israel. That's not good, right? It's a pretty big difference. I use that as an analogy. It's pretty accurate, actually. It's a pretty small piece of land. And it's amazing that they've been able to do what they've been able to do when you think about it. There's a lot of good, smart brain power, but it is a
lot of really good, smart brain power. Now, he didn't say it specifically, but he's saying they're too small. He's saying they need more land. And where would they get it from? The West Bank? They already have the Golan Heights. They could take it from Syria, I guess. Who are they going to take it from? Maybe they'll just take southern Lebanon? I don't know. What Donald Trump, he refuses to say specifically what he means, but he's basically saying, yeah, something like that. Maybe not the West Bank, maybe Lebanon, maybe something else. I don't know. Brain power. Very smart brain power, people. We'll figure it out, then I'll put it into law. All right, let's go to the last story. Oh, sorry. There's your much-deserved applause, as you've all made it so far. It is incredibly deep into the morning now in many places. Daytime, in fact. Just, I'm a machine. What can I say? Goddamn space casting machine. All right. Now, if you remember, not so far back, last week, was it last? No, it might have been, I think it was 2 weeks ago, in Donald Trump's first week in office. But he had on all of many of the richest people on the planet came into the special press briefing room in the White House to talk about investing in technology in the United States. Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, Masayoshi Son of SoftBank, who said he was going to invest $500 billion In the United States, AI technology. I wonder how Donald Trump will feel about this next story. Here's the AP from 19 hours ago.
OpenAI and Japanese investment giant SoftBank have agreed to set up a joint venture to offer AI services to corporate customers. The venture will be known as SB OpenAI Japan. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and SoftBank leader Masayoshi Son met the Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba on Monday after the announcement.
Wow, how scrupulous. My God. Mercurial. Sam Altman and Masayoshi-san. Dissing Donald Trump to his face in the media. Well, not to his face, but the media is his face, right? To his favorite thing, the television. Disrespecting him. Going to Japan and doing AI investment there.
What you talking about?
How could they?
Masayoshi-son met the Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba on Monday after the announcement. The new venture will also be owned by OpenAI and a company established by SoftBank and its domestic telecoms arm. SoftBank will also pay $3 billion annually to use OpenAI's technology across the group's companies. Come on! It aims to invest $15 billion to $25 billion in OpenAI and has also committed a further $15 billion to Stargate. It's a joint venture with OpenAI and Oracle to build AI capacity in the...
Right, so he's promising even more money to this company than to Stargate. What is happening? Oh no. Betrayed. Donald Trump betrayed by his own billionaire buddies.
China's
I guess business is thicker than friendship.
Has caused investors to question the billions being poured into AI technology. Its model appears to rival the capabilities of leading US companies. Son's backing for OpenAI reflects his re-emergence as an investment force. That's
it. Japan, watch out. You're getting tariffed. Trade war with Japan now. It's coming. Wonder can we wage a trade war with Japan while we're occupying it still? How does that work? Do we tariff ourselves? Oh, there you go, chat. That's gonna be it for tonight. Well, we got through another stream chat. It was quite long and also arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it. But, till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Forget this. Oh, that's the wrong one. God damn. Why do I do this? Well, these individuals that you see before you have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brady, D-Cypher, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mo and Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy, Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. You too can help produce the show. Just a few US$ a month on Patreon. Remember not to sign up through Apple Pay. Or the Apple Store, whatever it's called. Always sign up on your browser. Then use the app as much as you want. Nope. It's gonna be a super short chill stream tonight, so buckle in. It's gonna be by in a flash, but it is a integral part of the stream which I must honor.
The United States government. Tax proposal.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill, and I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster, you can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension, that would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in